Good morning and welcome to Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters Regionals here in France, Paris. I'm your host Damien, here joined by my lovely co-host Usman. How's it going? Are
All
you
good.
excited?
All good. All good. It's been a very long time since I've actually commentated Masters. Usually, I'm the one who's either judging or head judging for the events. So it's nice to be on the other side for one to actually witness the action full in full force.
It's gonna be a great day today, guys. We're playing 5 or 6 rounds. I still don't know the exact player count, but it depends on the down pair. And then we're gonna jump into top 8 top cut. So probably like don't go anywhere. It's probably be like another 7, 8 hours of masters, but I am very excited. I know that the French are always cooking something good.
Hmm.
So the current metagame is definitely interesting. It does have a couple of decks that can jump in and surprise you. So I am always looking forward to seeing what these guys have prepared for us.
Yeah, and the interesting part as well is although they've announced the ban list, it's not being full effective from memory serves
Yeah.
correct. So I think it's one of those weird things where we're going to be looking at cards where we will comment on the fact that this card's going to get this is good for the game. It should be healthy for the game. So to see probably one of the last few times of
Mhm.
seeing it live in front of us, especially with the way the French cook as well, because there's a ton of really good French players. I believe one of the best ones uh, was a young guy named Alex. He came
Yeah.
fourth in the finals in Cardfest. So hopefully we get to see all the French guys in the same play group such as him, as well as a few others.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very, very exciting day today. So, yeah, like you said, some of the cards. Well, in case you do not know, we did, like Usman said, we did have a ban list, but it's effective from July, and I believe that this is one of the last events in Europe until then, or maybe there are just a couple of more. But this is one of the last times that we're seeing these decks in full force
Mhm.
before the next set drops, which is dropping. Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters Impact Beyond Dimensions BT31 dropping on the 3rd of July. Um, the set is the set is shaping very, very well.
Mhm.
So it's definitely going to be a jumping off point if you want to come into the game. Like it's very powerful. Um, we have only seen a couple of decks, like red is looking very good, black is looking amazing. I mean, green, like, look, sometimes I want to play random stuff as well, but like, we also have Beerus Monarcha in blue, we have white, we have weird, strong yellow decks as well. So, the new set, keep an eye out for it, 3rd of July.
For sure. And plus, if I can do a little bit of a plug in myself, there's been an announcement for online as well during the month of
Mhm.
July, held by another TO on the 11th and 12th of July. So even if you don't want to play in these events in real life, they are now doing more online events, just like previous TOs have done in the past, um, to make it more accessible for the Masters players. Rather than having to spend money and just having to fly out, you can just do it in the comfort of your own home. As long as you follow the TRM rules of online play, good to go. And it's always been fun. And chances are I might be there. So if you want rulings and stuff and whatnot, please let me know. I'll just slam down in the comments maybe. I'll probably have a quick look at it. And yeah, fingers crossed. In this event, I know some of the judge staff um, decently well, and I trust them a lot. They're probably better. They actually, I say probably they are way better judges than me. So it's going to be good. It's going to be a great day, as you said, Damien. Between 5 to 6 rounds, depending on the down pair, as well as the uh, attendance count as well. Um, it should be minimal top 8, unless I don't know, people just couldn't make it to the venue, then it might be top 4. But I'm going to expect at least a top 8 today. So nothing but jam-packed action for sure.
Yeah. And speaking of those, also those upcoming online regionals for all of you in Europe, the newest set will be legal because it is more than a week after the release. But for now, we will be watching BT30 in action, which is the current set, and it's surprisingly strong. Like, I need to say that Bandai has been doing a very good job with these sets since around like 28-ish. That all of these sets have at least 3, 4, 5 archetypes that are seeing play on competitive level. So every set brings us at least half of the decks that you can take to regionals, and the other half that you can still do relatively well with, but are just like fun decks for people who want to experiment with crazy things. Such as green in BT31, such as yellow in BT31. So we do have something for everyone, basically. But speaking of this set, when we look at the metagame, we do have green Majin Buu, which is probably, well, undoubtedly the top dog at the moment when it comes to Masters, but it does also have decks that play very well into it, and top more often than not. We have Yellow versus 4 Daima Goku, which is a very interesting yellow deck that plays its cards in your counterplay windows. We have Blue Bulma, which has just recently won in America. We also have strong black decks such as Black Q7, Black Universe 2. Both of these putting up a very good performance. I'm pretty sure that we will be seeing Universe 2, given that there are some prominent French players who do play this deck a lot.
Yeah, as you rightly pointed out, the boogeyman of this specific set is Green Majin Buu. Seeing that deck live in front of me while I was judging in Athens, seeing how little resources it uses and makes a massive impact upon the plays that they make is really strong. No wonder it's probably one of the best decks going for sure. But then on the other side of it, it wasn't consistently just Green Majin Buu throughout that entire top 8 that I was judging for. There was a mixture of decks, which is one thing that I will give Masters an awful lot of credit for, where it's super varied. You know, you had from stuff like Red Pan to, as I said, Universe 2, Universe 7. Really interesting stuff. But as you can see on screen, this is the Boogeyman deck. This is probably arguably one of the better, stronger decks performing very well, where you have Green Majin Buu, along with your Bubble Tea, Unison, your boss, essentially one of your enabling boss cards. They cost Majin Buu. And then back in the day when BT3 was out, I remember this Majin Buu card. Did not think two monkeys about this card whatsoever, and it's just insane to see this card pop up in a current meta deck. Crazy.
Yeah. The deck does pull from a very deep pool of cards, and like you said, the Majin Buu. This Majin Buu, by the way, is the one that's hit on the ban list, the blue one, but it is illegal for today. It's a set free card. It's not even in the color. Like, it does happen, especially when we do have these wider pools to choose from. Because keep in mind, the Masters has 33 sets out with soon 31 sets out with over 20 starter decks, 8 anniversary boxes, draft boxes, everything is legal. So it does happen from time to time that this weird interaction comes out of nowhere and just takes us all by surprise.
Yeah, of course, but it's a testament to some of these players who've been playtesting once seeing the set and realize, actually, you know what's really cool with this card? This random blue card back in BT3. You know, only the OGs know when. I think it was the boss card at that point was the blue double striker, discard 2 and swing for triple strike. Like EX evolve for 1 or 2. Just crazy to think like something of a part of an engine like that is so old and not considered a thing, and then implementing it into current nowadays, which you tend to see a lot in some of the Masters decks, where some old cards have a bit of a time to shine to these new archetypes. It's just a matter of how much you want to cook, and I think that's the wonderful thing about Masters is how much variety that you get from these decks, because it's not like certain games where we have lead locked due to colors or restrictions of that way. No, you can put any colors you want. You just need to make sure the ebb and flow of your deck flows really nicely and be able to perform the way that you want to achieve, whether it be done in a casual format or whether it be done in a competitive format.
Yeah, it's we'll see. We'll see what's going to be happening very soon. I am excited to see a lot of these BT30 decks. I'm hoping to see some U7 Goku in action. I'm hoping to see some Daima in action as well. We will definitely have Majin Buus there. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, I'll let you know as soon as we know what the first pairing is. The pairings are alive though, so players are taking their seats right now. So
they are probably, we were just been told 5 minutes ago that the pairings are now live. They're probably just finding the seats. There are other games going on at the same time as well. As we mentioned yesterday, if you're watching the stream, that's the top 8 for Fusion World is happening at the moment right now. But then we also have all the other games as well being put into play. Masters is probably just, like I said, everyone's sitting down. Then there'll be a player briefing for these guys as well, as to how to conduct yourself in a Bandai event, what to do, what not to do. For example, don't punch someone, otherwise you'll be DQ'd. Luckily, that's never happened in my remit, so it's fine. But still, we need to be telling these people. And then probably once the player briefing is done, it's also for each game as well. That's when the judge team will probably find the Masters players, sit them down, try and explain the rules, what's going on, because and this is very unique comparative to other Bandai games, where you sit down, you reveal your leader, and then you have 1 minute to pre-side your matchup, and then you may start playing comparative to others, which is very unique again, which Masters have. And I think it's just a combination of how old this game is, the card pool, and the interaction behind it is so rich comparative to other games, and then being able to, like I said, perform as much as you want, whether you can think you can play the deck or not, or get the matchup correctly or not, depends all on you.
Yeah. So, like I said, we are the only ones who have a pre-side format, which is great. It does keep our metagame fresh. It does help you to tune your decks and sideboards for certain matchups, because just given the pool of cards that are in the game, it's very difficult to end up in an extremely one-sided game. Because you have 15 slots in the sideboard to get ready to just switch out depending on the matchups. We do have silver bullets for certain decks. Blue has, for example, cards that are just designed to stop certain strategies, but then in that case you just siding counterplays, for example, right, to deal with those and stuff like that. So after that we have 35 minutes plus 5 minutes of overtime, and then we'll be jumping into the next round. When it comes to Top Cut is best of 3.
Yes.
So you don't, no, as far as I recall, you don't side for the first game of Top Cut, you side for the second one.
Correct.
Yeah. And because our games are a bit longer, you might see some strategies such as basically conceding round 1, round 2, depending on the results, just to buy time for round 3. There is a lot of strategy that comes with the game. Just knowing how to play a tournament.
Yeah, one of the things that I always make sure I point out when it comes to judge briefing for the Top Cut is ensuring the players that if you are currently in game 1 or game 3 of your Top Cuts, please continue proceeding to play. If you are in game 2, immediately stop the game, because at that point, whoever has won the game 1 is considered the winner. That is considered, and that is how we keep score in any of the Bandai tournaments. Masters specifically. So as you rightly pointed out, Damien, because these guys are probably the ones who've been playing for a very, very long time, still investing into playing Dragon Ball Masters, they know the TRM probably just as well as I do at this point now. But it's always nice to hear and iterate that over and over again to make sure everyone's aware and on the same basis of the rulings and whatnot. So as you pointed out, why people might have to scoop in game 2 or potentially game 1 because of those things as a massive deciding factor, and just try and get that sweet win.
Yeah. So today, like I said, we're still waiting for the full count. We have 60 players-ish. We will have the full room count after round 1. And yeah, that is 5 or 6 rounds of Swiss, then followed by a top 8 Top Cut.
Yeah, for sure. As you rightly pointed out, it's just depending on the play count and whatnot. It also depends if they're also implementing the undefeated rule, which I believe they should. Which will consider the idea of having one less shorter round or not. But if we are staying in the 50-ish region, 50 to 60 region of players, then it should be 6 rounds. It should be top 8, and it's going to be all here in front of you today. We are just getting some announcements.
I know that some people are fans of these decks. We have first round BT 19 Gohan, also known as Freehan, versus the best blue deck in the game, BT 27 Green Piccolo. So, yes, Usman, you've heard me right.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is master versus students, just like the anime. We're going to see if the players are going to be coming sitting down to see if they are also friends as well, just like was previously in the yesterday. Piccolo is one of my favorite characters. He is my boy, and it's just amazing to see.
Oh, this is gonna be an absolute treat, guys. The Piccolo player is Julian, and he is one of the only people who have actually topped with this deck on online regionals 3 times in a row.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. So this deck is green-blue. That is why Piccolo is the best blue leader in the game at the moment. It's playing with a revive skill that allows you to pitch your own card. That allows you to pitch your own card from hand when your card is KO'd to play it back. If you're from Fusion World, yes, you do get all of your own play abilities as well. Most of your cards are 10k combos, and the deck just wants to go crazy wide. On the opposite side, we have Freehan, the Gohan superhero deck that has a permanent, which says that you can't charge more than 3 energy. And his entire thing is basically charging Z energy and comboing and untapping his own energy to just create this huge chain of attacks. An interesting part that we are seeing here is that the Gohan player has comboed 2 cards immediately to get rid of, to bottom deck 1 card from Julian's hand, and now he's playing Vegeta to get rid of the other one. So there is some light hand destruction in this deck as well.
Yeah, Gohan having the toolbox to, like I said, just because it's one specific color for this for leaders doesn't mean you cannot run other colors.
Yeah,
As you can clearly see here, the 118 card is just putting so much work in for the Gohan player. Just being able to chip away the hand very, very slowly, and just try and get the board state up and running on Valet's favor. And Julian having to reread the cards a couple of times to say, like, what do you mean it gets to do this? It's like, it gets to do this? Yes, it does. It's like, yes, good. Remove your hand, please. Put it into the bottom of the deck, please. Thank you. And also take damage.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a difficult spot for Julian because Green Piccolo, the deck's biggest weakness is that it doesn't really draw. It's not a deck that actively draws. It does have an ability, like we'll see now. The leader says pay 1 energy and draw a card and play a Namekian with cost 4 or 5 and revive from your hand. And Julian uses this to play his first 4-cost Dende and now gets the best card in the entire deck. The card that made it that this powerful. Gohan and Piccolo promo card, which says on play, and mind you, you still get this effect even when you revive. You look at top 5 cards of your deck and you add a green card from them to your hand. And then at the end of the turn, you switch 1 energy to active mode and you switch this card to active mode as well. And he's a blocker.
So many keywords, so many abilities. You might notice that, or any avid viewers watching currently right now, that some of these cards are in French. Due to the TRM for these tournaments, if it's specifically French, you need to have minimal 50% French cards. The other 50% can be English in order to make your deck legal. So it's not like you're locked into one certain language. There's a lot of affordability and room to customize your deck in such a way to your native language, specifically French, and I believe also Italian as well. And it's nice to see, it just shows the age of this game, like how rich it is and how much involvement it is with the community, that it still gets that kind of support, which is lovely to see.
Yeah, and now we see the Piccolo was removed, but Julian did pitch a card, brought it back with a revive skill, got its auto running again, searched top 5, got another card into hand, which is a Majin Buu that's going to be floodgating the opponent, and now Julian's just going to start swinging into Valet's hand, into Valet's field. Valet is in a bit of a tough spot at the moment. His handy is very, very light. The Gohan does have the ability when he's awakened to, as activate main/battle, basically draw until you have 3 cards in hand. So the deck is made to play on a low hand count, but you optimally don't want to go to 1 card in hand this early on.
No.
So he is looking at what to do now. He needs to play his Z battle card in order to awaken here. So first gonna play the Goku, take a life, and then swing 20k into something. Julian has 2 energies up because Piccolo was played twice. So let's see. First 20k swing, Julian does take the damage. And are we seeing the... Yes. Okay, so we're gonna see a Vegeta played here instead. Okay. So bottom deck a card, draw a card. You can pick a life as well. Okay, what did he get? Is this a secret rare? Perhaps it is very shiny. It's
It is
absolutely
very shiny. It is. No, it's
hard
not.
to spot. That's what it is. So okay. Julian is going to be just stopping the swing with Majin Buu negate, basically a floodgate that takes cards from your opponent's, stops the attack, and takes cards from the opponent's hand whenever they want to swing this turn, effectively stopping Valet's turn. Drawing here, yeah, it is a secret rare and it's Vermilion Saiyans, I believe.
It is. I see Turles in the top left corner. It's the successful one, right? Yeah, it is. It is the successful one.
Yeah, so let's see. Rihan Awakening here has one of the best awakenings in the game, which is just restand 2 energy. So Valet is back on free energy in active mode, which is amazing because most of his cards do cost just a single energy to play. And he's looking at the Z deck, thinking of going with Android 18, Z Unison. There we go. Android 18 Z Unison hits the field, has the ability to clear things a bit or to go after Julian's hand. This is a very hand control-ish version of the deck. We don't usually see this sort of a build. The deck is generally more aggressive. Got a +1 here. Get rid of the Piccolo. Julian is just going to pitch another card to revive it because this is the first time that he was removed. And he's gonna search, grab the Lord Slug. Keep in mind he also gets to restand energy. That part doesn't matter as much because he will restand energy anyway at the end of the turn. But you just keep seeing how powerful this card is, especially when you consider what his secret rare is. So, but I'm going to keep quiet until we see it.
I mean, it goes to what you were saying earlier, Damien, just how the French are cooking with this. And as you rightly pointed out, this is not a common build that you typically see with this leader. Usually it's a lot more control-y, but as you pointed out, it's a lot more hand destruction orientated. Maybe it's just because of the cards that he has brought up, he has drawn. Because he's, I've noticed that he's pulled out the Oob 3 times at least in this game. One was being charged, one was in the Z energy, and then another one got discarded. Comboed out. And it looks like he's trying to swing and try and progress the game state against Julian. Valet being in a pretty decent spot, being on, I believe he's on 5 live comparative to Julian's 4. Julian saying, nope, I'm having none of that. I'm just going to combo out instead, being able to make sure that I still have room to clap back into. And he's, establishing a board probably a little bit more superior to Valet's, but we shall see. Valet has discarded the secret rare in his hand. It's now currently in the drop. And because of the floodgate ability for Majin Buu is past turn over to Julian.
So the Unison is still a relative threat. It is a big 20k double striker, but another thing that is going in Julian's favor is also the fact that his combo cards are basically all free 10k combos. Now, if you come from Fusion World by any chance, 10k is probably normal to you. To us, it isn't. Like here, you usually pay for them. So Julian is going to use his leader's ability to play out Lord Slug, but he's just gonna be met here with defending friends, stopping the attack, taking cards in Julian's hand whenever he wants to keep pushing this turn. Let's see. Lord's Life does have a way to bottom deck something, but it doesn't really matter now. We're just, and there it is. That's the card that I was cheekily silent about. Android 21 Secret Rare. Now, this is a blue-green card. So normally you don't run this in, mono green decks. Well, sometimes you do, but because the Gohan Piccolo promo card on the field lets you look at top 5 and get any green card, not mono green card, that means that you can search the deck for your secret rare.
Very, very nice. And it's just a testament to this game right here, just how colorful and wide and very customizable. You can make your own decks. It doesn't have to be on rails or have to be locked into a specific archetype because of how deep, rich set we have of these games. As you rightly pointed out, being soon to be 31 core sets, 20 structure decks. God knows how many extra, like how many sets that come out outside of the core sets. From like the very first outside set I can recall is Tournament of Power, and then we had what's it called? It was
we had like draft boxes and battle evolution booster and stuff like that. Mythic boosters as well. But
it's the same. It's the set that came with Goku and Oob Secret Rare. Martial Arts Tournament, the Martial Arts World Tournament. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Sorry, had to rile that hard. I had to go really, really deep into to when I was while playing.
And the best part about having a card pool that is this deep is also that we get a lot of legacy support in promos, which is strong enough to bring some of these older decks into viability, tournament viability. Like this Piccolo, for example, is a deck that came out in set 27. We're in 31 right now. Hasn't really seen a lot of tournament play until the Gohan Piccolo promo card came out. And now we're looking at it, just build a huge board and search the deck for his SER. So, when it comes to balance and design-wise, Master's team is really knocking it out of the park when it comes to making these older decks viable again. And see what's happening. Android 20 is going to swing here. Julian will just block with Gohan Piccolo, after which he will discard another card to trigger revive, to bring it back, and to search top 5 for something else. So, let's see. First, he has to draw one and bottom deck one. Then a bottom deck Dormant Potential. Send Piccolo to the drop. Trigger Dende, which also searches the top for Namekian with Revive, I believe. Grabs the little Piccolo Jr. This is a triple striker if you pay a lot of energy for it. And then just ditch something or revive. Well, he did something for revive. That's how we got it the first time. Sorry, I have missequenced my words here.
It's fine. The timing of revive, being able to use the ability, you have to do it as soon as the battle card leaves the field, which Julian did do. It's just obviously sequencing for the players, make sure they have to do it correctly, because like Masters, again, highlighting the richness of this game, there are so many keywords and abilities in this game that, do not be surprised when every now and then, as Riley pointed out, as Julian's doing it for me, they will stop play a little bit, just read the cards as to like which card is this. It's like, oh, it's this card, got it, and it does this. It just shows the love and care that they've put into this game. And Riley pointing out, Damien, just haven't seen the legacy supports for some of these decks. Comes in promos, which you go to your local LGS that they'll have. Just ask them like, "Hey, just want to play a game of Masters." Have some fun with the friends, rip a couple of packs out together, and then bam, you have essentially a working deck from a set that you cared for, a deck that you cared about, and it's like, yeah, this deck works, and then I'm having even more fun comparative to what it was previously. So it's nice to see that for sure.
Yeah, we see a super combo being used here. So bottom deck, 1 card, draw 2, gain +10k combo power. Julian digging digging through the deck and getting another Piccolo Gohan as well, which worst case he can just ditch for revive. Has Pordrungas in hand as well. The main point is that he still has the Android 21 Secret Rare in his hand, which is a card that by itself can win the game once he plays it. Because the main thing that it does is first board clears, and second is able to bring back 2 lives. That's a very, very big effect, and has protection from removal. So Valet is just gonna try to swing through this. Julian is looking to just throw a blocker under, or just come up with this little Piccolo. Valet using activate main/battle to draw 3 cards. Just checking what can he do here with the Goku. He's gonna send it away, draw a card. He does have the Goku Black Mortals Begone, which can act as a removal here, but there's nothing to remove besides Dende, unfortunately. Just passes the turn. Mira, because he was played by Overwhelm, gets removed, and we are heading into Julian's next turn. We do see Defending Friends in Valet's hand, which is going to be, again, taxing Julian's hand if he wants to proceed with the beatdown. Oh, he already plays Android 21, just targeting the Unison and the Z Battle card. Because only 2 cards were targeted, he gets 1 card into his life, but now he's at 5, swinging with Secret Rare. We see Valet using Defending Friends here to stop the attack. Julian needs to bottom deck a card when he wants to, if he wants to continue swinging, but at this point, that's a price that you might be willing to pay. You already have a very big field. Your opponent doesn't have that much in hand. Yeah, he can use active main/battle to get 3 more cards. But even so, I mean,
you weren't joking when you were saying earlier, saying how wide this deck goes. Seeing this in a typical Masters game, this is quite the board, and it's not like it's just chibi, like 5k, 4k, 1ks. No, these are dominant threats which accelerate your game plan, and it's nice to see those kind of strategies being played out very, very strongly from Julian. Although Valet's putting a very good fight against Julian right now, he has not been taking damage for quite some time, in order to still keep himself alive in the game, still maintain a threat or a board presence against Julian. And it's nice to see that these kind of strategies do pop up pretty well.
So we see Julian using Lord Slug's ability, getting rid of Piccolo Gohan, and then just bringing it back with revive. Checking top 5, picking a card, and now at the end of the turn, again a card switches to and energy switches to active mode, which is so powerful in this deck. especially because, I mean, you can use your dormant potential for free. If you don't have the conditions to do so, you can just pay the 1 energy. Dormant basically saying that your opponent gets 1 more swing for the entire turn. So that's another piece of the puzzle which made Piccolo so good. And there we go, dormant potential for free because there's a unison out, KOs a card cost 1, discards a card, and now Valet has only a single more swing for the entire turn. Now we'll see Goku Mortals be gone, targeting Dende, which is the only card that it can target here. Because everything else costs 5. The card is the card's ability to KO something is capped to 4. So he's looking at like, yeah, I can understand that this Piccolo is not the sort of a deck that a lot of players are still expecting to see on regionals, because these promos are fairly new. It is still a deck that is being discovered. Julian being the player who brought the deck into the spotlight here in Europe. So yeah, I do understand the points where you have to stop, you have to reread these cards, because like we have been seeing, Usman, every single one of them just interacts with another one. So when you're KOing something, you have to be careful about what you're going to trigger next.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just also interesting to well that even if I talk about the judging aspect of it all, it's making sure that the interactions, the rulings, are also done correctly. And luckily, we do have judges on the side. They're obviously not on camera, being able to facilitate any kind of like questions and answers that the players might have. And luckily, these players have been playing for a long time. They've, or at least understand the rules correctly, that they understand the interactions or what's potentially going on. And as you can see here, like I keep saying, we have to stop playing every now and then, because probably the only reason why some of these games go into time is just reading some of these cards, having to understand most of these gameplay interactions as to to make sure you're resolving your effects correctly. And like I said, the customability behind all these sets, like Mira being on the board currently is from like what, BT4, BT3, I think. Like it's astounding to see some of these cards, even from so old and so long ago, they're still being played, which is always good to see. Julian, having to reread the 6-drop Majub a few times. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of words associated to this. An aspect of the reason why I say to players, please read your cards, is because stuff like this can happen. It's like, please read your cards, because unless you can speedrun this like very, very well, like, no, you're going to make mistakes, and then I'm going to have to be the one to try and fix it, and then there'll be miscommunication. If only you just read the cards, it would have been all right.
So, okay, yeah,
these players are doing it.
Yeah, the 6-cost Oob that was just played goes under your opponent's leader at the very start of the turn, and then makes it gives it minus 5k, making the Piccolo a 10k leader on Julian's turn. Usually a very, very strong ability. Also has the ability to take your life and to charge something into Z energy. Your own life helps you with awakening. The only problem here is that Julian is still playing a deck that just has a bunch of 10k combos, so a minus 5 is not as big as it would be in a different deck. We see another Piccolo Gohan being played, searching the deck for dormant potential unleashed, just basically getting ready to stop another turn. Valet is looking at this like, okay, it might be lights out. I know that I'm not swinging at the leader next turn. Julian is looking to just he KOs the Piccolo with Lord Slug, pitches a card, brings the Piccolo back. He's looking to pick the Spirit Bomb Goku, which is a double striker, but opts to go with another Dende instead. Now with free energy opened, the road to Valet's leader fully prepared. He has the little Piccolo Jr. that can get a triple strike as well if he pays 2. So if he does swing with the card, it's gonna be a 30k triple at activated battle speed. So first we're looking to just we're looking to play a gigantic meteor of destruction. Beautiful card, plus 10k. Also has the ability to rip a card from opponent's hand if you're attacking into a battle card, if I recall fully correctly. And it's going to pay 1 for the leader effect, play the Dende, draw a card, search the top. What are we getting here? Top 3. There is another Lord Slug in there. The other Namekian is just to be charged in the energy as a multicolored, or to be pitched with the leader's effect with no more floodgates. And Valet being fully tapped, he's looking at 120k, 130 triple, plus the swing from the leader, plus now the Piccolo, which is going to remove the Android 17 from the field. And yeah, what you're seeing here is a Z-Deck card, if you're wondering where this came from. Yeah, the Piccolo himself just being able to remove a card from the field, ensuring that Julian has a clear swing at the opponent. It's also a dual attacker, 20k. Yeah, this is going to be rough here for Valet, unfortunately, because what we have 20 dual plus this dual attack that is 3 attacks plus the Piccolo Jr. with triple strike. If all of them pass, that is already 6 damage, and then you're looking at your leader swing plus the Z extra that buffs the attack by 10k power, and all of the cards in your hand being 10k power as well. Julian's Piccolo gets removed. He again ditches a blue-green card, brings it into play. Gonna be searching the top 5 for something. Also gonna be restanding an energy. We're just dealing here with sequencing because he does have to bottom deck a card due to the Vegeta. What do we get? Another Piccolo Jr., which can get triple strike in here. The card's gonna be, yeah, the card's gonna be a bit of an issue here. It's not the flashiest when it comes to these Namekians, but given how much energy you are very often restanding, yeah, it is a very, very powerful one. Valet looking at what to do here. It's his turn though, so Julian did not push for game yet, despite having such a big advantage here. Valet swinging with Oob. Pitching a card here, not necessarily the best, because you can just ditch another card to revive. Julian is gonna pay 1 to play the Piccolo Jr. at battle speed, and then just use Porunga and the Z extra combo out of the attack, because Porunga can't attack as a permanent that prevents it from doing so. Yeah, Piccolo's board is insane. Piccolo's board is frighteningly big.
Yeah, just although, like I said, Julian has used Door Potential Unleashed, it doesn't stop Valet from having to progress the board state, removing the Revive Piccolo once again with Oob, Marjube again once, using just paying to 1 blue to use the skill. And then, as you've already pointed out, in this specific game, we have Z extra cards. It's essentially like an extra deck, where even if you feel like, oh, my hand's kind of bricky in a way where I can't be able to excel board state, I can do this instead. And it's just another toolbox that Masters have comparative to all the other games. Just being able to highlight, and you could see the strength of what's happened just now in Julian's turn previously, and now you're kind of going to see it now swinging with the extra Piccolo and Kami on the board, and Valet having to respond to the threats with Goku and Vegeta. Again, all these are just really nice facilitating decks to being able to excel gameplay, excel the richness of this deck, being able to try and get the momentum on board, and it just doesn't stop because of how high the ceiling is for these decks. And bear that in mind, these are probably the decks that you're currently seeing now, although Julian, as you rightly pointed out, has more or less popularized this deck. You know, Valet's not exactly giving Julian a wrong time at this point. It's just more so I can still put up a fight. I can still do these kind of interactions. So it's going to take a lot more than just reviving to, in order for you, if you're trying to win from that.
Yeah. So, okay. Let's see. This is gonna be Julian basically going for the game. Now here is the other swing. Just having the judge come in, probably say like, "Hey guys, we're in overtime very soon." So Valet does have one energy up, which can be used for Blood Kid, but I think that he has burned through all of his defending friends. Julian gonna pay one energy for another Lord Slug, swing critical into Gohan. Gonna see Valet responding with Mortals Be Gone. It's gonna draw him a card, but the only thing that he can remove is the little Dende here. So Dende goes away, Julian pitches a card, brings him back, gets his auto going, takes the top 3, grabs another Gohan Piccolo. Just the board that this deck has created is way too big. Valet having nothing else to do but to combo his hand out and use the leader's activate main / battle ability to draw until he has 3 in hand. We're looking at another plus 15k power here. Unfortunately, did not get a single super combo. Julian gonna pay 1, play the Gohan Piccolo, draw a card. Now look at top 5 for a green card. What do we have? Nothing very offensive, but yeah, he can grab the Majin Buu from here. There is no point at the moment for using cards such as Dormant Potential at all, because your opponent is not really swinging. Majin Buu is gonna more often just end up being combo power here instead. 20k swing at the leader. Is there going to be any response? No negates at all. Okay. So let's see. The making goes, the Dragon Ball is activated, the making goes under, then the Julian draws 2. So he's fully tapped out, gonna play a Parunga, draw another card, get the Dragon Ball back. This field is frighteningly colossal. Okay. Now with Parunga on board, mind Parunga is a big card, but it can't swing. Julian using Lord Slug's ability to get rid of the other Gohan Piccolo, uses Revive to bring it back, and then just gets another card. Thanks to Parunga, the Revive isn't, he doesn't need to pay for the Revive here, so he's just fully profiting from a +1 in hand. Valet needs to remove a couple of dice here, and he's gonna go into his Z leader, bumping his base power to 20, comboing out with Goku and Vegeta at 25k. Julian now fully tapped out here. I mean, he's gonna still swing in. He can still swing in, but he's also at a position where he doesn't need. Well, ideally, he can just go for the game, but he doesn't even need to, given that Valet is on only 3 lives. And Julian has already seen his secret rare, so there is no fear from Beast Gohan being played as an SCR and wiping the board and burning your life, so he can just keep going into the leader with no fear of any repercussions. Valet forced to use the last cards in his hand, try to sustain the flood of attacks coming from this Piccolo. This is one of the reasons why the matchup is so heavily favored for Piccolo, because blue does not really have an actual floodgate. It can only tax you. He doesn't have turn stoppers. So even if Valet had a card that said, Julian, you have to put a card from your hand to the bottom of the deck, it would not mean much given just how big of a hand size he is. And Valet is now looking at what's possibly his last turn. The top deck is actually very decent, I would say.
It is decent. I do like this boot. Do like the boot card. It's very unique in its own way. Having to, according to your Z energy, just being able to gain the advantage from your opponent, and it's very hard to tell on the stream. But these guys are currently in overtime at the moment right now. So overtime is proceeding. You only, and according to the rules, we only have 5 extra minutes or 3 turns, whichever comes first between the two players. Julian having a lot of interactions done with the first 2 to 3 minutes. Now pass on to Valet. So he was turn 0, Julian. Valet being turn 1. And if neither players can manage to finish the game within the 5 minutes or the 3 turns, we then start applying tiebreakers. One of the very first checks for this game is to make sure who has the most life, and Valet needs to kind of at least reduce the life count from 5 to 3 because for the next checkpoint, which I believe is cards in the battle area from the top of my head. Obviously, Julian would win at that point, but I think it's game for Julian.
Yeah, I think it's game. This might just be it now. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that even if Valet somehow managed to pressure through this, the odds of Julian just losing the game now are basically impossible. Given that he does have 5 lives, so like you said, by default he wins once overtime is done. He doesn't even need to bother going for the game. Valet knows this. He's just gonna scoop here. GG's, and Julian wins round 1 with green Piccolo BT27. Congratulations. This man is gunning for another top finish with the deck. I do hope we get to see the deck in Top Cut, and of course a huge congratulations to Valet as well, who has brought what's a very unique build of a freehand, focusing more on hand destruction rather than just pure aggression, which I infinitely appreciate as a connoisseur of asking my opponents how many cards in hand they have. So, yeah. Since we're done with overtime, Usman, I think we can announce that we're jumping in a break very soon.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was a very long game, very rich interactions, and it went into time. So, yeah, we will go on break very, very shortly. Like I said, we have potentially 5 or 6 more rounds, depending on what the player counts are, with the top 8, of course, all coming within the stream. So don't go too far. We'll be there very, very shortly for round 2. Welcome back, everyone, to Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters, held by Pecco, currently in Paris. We have just finished round one, and obviously the game has gone to overtime, which means the pairings for round two have now been fired. It's going to be looking really good. We're just going to find out which matchups that we're having currently at the moment right now. So players are just grabbing their seats, and the judges will escort certain players to say, "Hey, want to be on camera?" Of course. And then just showcase the wonderful game that we have known as Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. David, how are you feeling now after that, watching that first impactful game of round one?
Well, I'm fully awake now. I'm fully
Good.
awake now. I really hope we don't get something that puts me to sleep. But this was really action-packed. Where just I absolutely love seeing what the Piccolo did this deck, because it had it had a lot of promise, but it struggled with hand size when it came out. But like I've said, the Bandai design team are experts when it comes to giving support to all the decks, and all it took was that one Gohan Piccolo card that we have seen, and the deck just went wild with it. So
Yeah.
I'm fully awake now, and
Mm.
I am ready to see whatever else we're gonna get on stream.
Yeah, my body is ready to see what more action and impact I was going to see in Masters. Still, a shout out to Valley for putting up a really good fight.
Yes.
A very unique build, specifically comparative to what traditional Gohan from superheroes typically tend to do in that deck. To my knowledge, it's very, very aggressive, but in the stream that we were in the game that we were shown, it was actually a lot more control based, which does seem to pay off. And it did give Julian a run for his money into trying to progress the board state. However, Piccolo is strongest there is. Got it a little bit, as you pointed out, with that one card being able to facilitate all kinds of interactions and being able to progress his board state very, very strongly against Valet. Unfortunately, it was not enough. Although it did not go into time, I think you can kind of tell. And luckily, I was right. And in between rounds, I made to double check the TRM as to what the tiebreakers are. Where the first thing we tend to check is life, and then the second part is cards, which are the player with more cards in the battle area comparative to the other player wins the game. Then, just a little bit of a tidbit: if the battle cards are the same, then we go and count how many cards there are left in the deck in order to see who wins at that point onwards. And even then, if for some reason it's only happened, I think twice, I have had to go this far when it comes to the judge rulings. If players have the same number of cards in the battle, if players have number of the same cards in the deck, the players with more cards in their hands win. And it's only happened probably once in my entire time of judging this game, and I've been judging this game back in 2019. If both players still have the same remaining amount of cards left, it's player who was last to draw from the life area wins. So there's a lot of checks being involved in order to facilitate the correct tiebreakers. I know a lot of people do not like some of these tiebreakers, but in this specific game of how Bandai designed it, there has to be a winner. There has to be a winner, and then being able to progress rankings for these players in order to get a definitive winner. That's the reason why we have the undefeated rule, where you go through the entirety of Swiss and being able to stop the tournament to get your one undefeated winner, and then we can potentially go to Top Cut, or you just finish the game, depending on how the tournament organizers have announced it, so to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have only seen once. I've heard once about tiebreakers. It happened to my teammate. Tiebreakers going to the very last check, which was cards in deck, and he lost because they have everything else the same: cards in hand, cards on field, the lives, everything was the same. So it went all the way down to cards in deck, and that's what ended up costing him the game. So yeah, tiebreakers. Very, very,
It can go
very
either way.
exhaustive list. Yeah, it could go either way. He's not playing combo decks anymore. But like he's
I
not
wonder
digging
why.
through his deck.
A very harsh
So-
punishment for him at that point there. It's unfortunate. Chances are I probably was there to give him that loss as well, probably.
So we will be checking the upcoming games very, very shortly. The pairings have been up. We're just waiting for players to sit down, and I am looking forward to what we will be seeing next. Because I honestly don't know. So
Yes, unlike certain games in that way, it's nice to see the variety of decks that pops up on our street for round one. Who knows what kind of decks that we're going to see for round two? And shout out to the broadcasters; they've been trying to make sure that we have a variety of decks being shown on the stream first, before as we slowly go ahead with the tournament. You're going to see stronger and stronger decks because these guys are considered undefeated at this point in the potential 5 or 6 rounds of Swiss, and just seeing what kind of what these players were cooking, and see what kind of playtesting was involved, and see if it actually does pay out in this specific tournament, whether they make it to top cut or not. But it'd be interesting to see what kind of decks we're going to be showing. And we do have our players. They have already appeared to be setting up at the moment right now. We have Loic on the far left with Master Roshi. I haven't seen this leader in such a long time. This is Tall Hermit slot. It is. All right, let's go. And then we have Jimmy on the right playing Pandino. A once and very tried and tested deck. Still performing very, very well. It's going to be interesting to see how this game goes. And looking at the field very, very quickly, it appears that Loic is going second and Jimmy going first. There is that celebratory fist bump right there. I always love seeing good sportsmanship. Dragon Ball Masters is comparative to other games, fairly smallish community. It's not what it once was, but it's still nice to know, like, I recognize some of these players, or being able to see, varieties of decks. It's going to be interesting to see how this Master Roshi plays out. People are just here to play for fun. And that's what I like to see.
Okay, so Mr. Roshi is a very, very interesting deck. It does play very uniquely, even for a game such as Masters, and you'll see there is deep flavor in this deck. Basically, you're playing a field card called Master Roshi's Training. You can see it next to the leader. It allows you to put your 1-drops onto the opponent's side of the field, or to put them on your side of the field. Then you swing your battle cards into your opponent's battle cards, and if you KO them, you can pay an energy to play the adult versions of them. So, for example, you swing Krillin into your opponent's Goku, like 1-drops. You KO him, you play 1 energy, you play a grown-up Krillin. So it does... and that's the World Martial Arts version. So it does take you narratively from the moment Goku and Krillin started training with Master Roshi for the first time up until they're adults. It's a very... well, they're still teenagers, but it's a very flavorful moment here, basically. The Z extra that's on the field does help you cheat in your free costs, which are these adult versions, just so that you can get there with a bit less setup, and it helps you play your field card as well, because your Z leader has the ability to remove the field card to give himself plus 15 and double. And Jimmy is unfortunately playing a card that is still in the game, BMS, this card heavily punishes the opponent for playing cards using skills with a 15k power or less just by ripping cards from their hand.
It is unfortunate. Essentially, like I said, when you come into this tournament, you sit down and then realize you have a minute to look at the leader, read the leader, be able to understand what it does. You then go into your sideboard and basically just fine tune your deck to make sure you have a better advantage of winning at this point. And this is one of many silver bullets that unfortunately go against Master Roshi. And Loic might get a little bit of punishment at this point from here on out. But going back to what you were saying earlier, Damon, just we're seeing Master Roshi, just very reminiscent of the original Dragon Ball. Although it's not, the first half is very, very like childlike, where you just see the fun and whimsical adventures of Goku, and then having to find the Dragon Balls and whatnot. And then you see them grow up as they go further into the anime, and you see them not in Tournament of Power, they're World Martial Arts. Sorry, it's really thematical and cool in that way. To see even the playstyles of this deck is very reminiscent to the anime. Loic, as I mentioned earlier, had to discard 2 due to free playing the Krillin. And get punished for it very, very heavily. We just got to make sure at this point onwards that, okay, so he did have a second one. Nice. He's probably going to get... I just hope he doesn't have a third copy for Loic, which means rather than discarding 2, it discards 4, which can get more punishing as the game goes on. And Loic having to essentially dance around Black Mass Saiyan. Probably wants to try and get rid of this card as soon as possible. But Loic having to read his own cards just to make sure, like, wait, does this particular keyword proc the Black Mass Saiyan? And he's just, I think he's just double checking a few things. Luckily, we have the judges nearby to give Loic a helping hand. Not so much assisting in the sense of like coaching, but just more so like, oh, if I was to do something like this, can I be punished by resolving this effect and still having to discard 2? And it's a question of yes or no. So Loic having to finally dance around between this specific card right on the board that Jimmy opened up with.
Yeah. So they're going to be calling a judge just to check here. You have to keep in mind that the BMS hits cards with 15k power or less, effectively. So the thing with this, though, is that Loic has the Z extra card for the deck, which will allow him, thankfully, to play his free costs, and his free costs are 20k power, so they will not be triggered by BMS. Just for me to double check. So with an energy cost of 1 and add it to your Z energy, but you need to have a 1 cost to do so. Yeah, he doesn't have a 1 cost on the field. Instead, he will just be going for Golden Frieza here, tracking the energy marker. It's a big card. It's a 20k unison with blocker with dual attack. So it can't unfortunately gain markers, so it can fire off its most powerful ability. But it's just a body here on the field that can try and swing for the Pan, who is currently at 4 lives. And knowing the way that the Pan deck plays, we're going to be seeing a lot of aggression coming in here. This deck is supremely aggressive. First, just swing at Mr. Roshi. There we go. For free, Dormant Potential Unleashed. Needs to discard the card from hand and KOs cards with a total cost of 2 or less. gets rid of the BMS. Now Loic is allowed to play his game normally. However, the text from BMS, which, if you look at it, is well, it's definitely supremely fair, does put Loic down, does slow down Loic's game plan enough for Pen to actually buy herself, well, for the Jimmy to buy himself a smooth sailing into turn 2, even with the BMS, well, turn 3 now removed, because Loic's game plan has been stopped long enough, but this little one drop to prevent him from swarming the field and using his leader in an optimal way. Now, there's basically where I'm going in, there is less offense coming from Loic's side, allowing Pen to just start swinging through him.
Yeah, I mean, when do you want to activate Black Messiah? Well, essentially the start of the turn in order to get the full value of it. And Jimmy did get more or less close to full value. Unfortunately, got stopped by a dormant potential release, but it gave like that little bit of breathing room. Because you've seen just early now, like having to call the judges over and be like, "Hey, does he actually stop you from playing the game?" And the answer is, well, kind of, in a way. But luckily, like responded to it very, very, very well.
Mm-hmm.
And even we already saw the second Black Messiah being comboed out from one of the previous attacks. So we just gotta hope that there's not a third one appearing in Jimmy's deck or in his hand at the moment right now. For Loic, but I did notice on one of the life that Loic had taken, it's another copy of Dormant Potential. So it's interesting to see how we're going to try and dance right. Yep, it's right at the end of the card. It's actually the first card been shown.
So the cards that we have on Jimmy's field is next to the leader, you see the Migra Z Unison, supremely powerful card, which can gain Wormhole, allowing you to use the Overrealm skill to play black cards for free by sending your entire drop to the Warp, which for those who do not know is effectively removed from the game area, kinda. Twice per turn, usually you do this only once. That helps Pen set up a lot. The first Overrealm card is the 4-cost promo of Goku and Vegeta, which also combos a card on swing, letting you charge Z energy for future plays. And other than that, Jimmy is now on 2 energy. He's looking at Loic's field. He knows that there are no more attacks coming through. The Goku and Vegeta just did swing. So that is it for Pen's turn. We might just see a turn pass and Loic now trying to profit from being able to play his cards normally. What does he have to do here? He needs to clear the Demigra. The Overwhelmed cards just leave play anyway. But he needs to clear the Demigra because the Wormhole is pulling way too much weight for this deck. He's going to charge Cooler Effortless Strike. It's a very, very good card. It costs only a single energy when you have the field card and the Z extra out, and it does send a card cost, I believe, 4 or less to the drop instead of being played. And then if your opponent has a certain number of cards in hand, they need to discard 1. Pardon me if I said something wrong. It has been a while since we saw this Cooler.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna see the field card being activated here. Search for Yamcha. Just put him on play. Yamcha allows you to check the first couple of cards, top 5 from your deck, and let's see what are we getting here. There is the 6 cost. Okay, so 6 cost Fated Rival. Is this going to be added to hand? No, because Yamcha is cost gated. It is Goku searches top 3, but he's not cost gated. Yamcha is. So Loic is just gonna use the field card then to search the deck, put Goku on Jimmy's side of the field. Now use the Z extra, charge Yamcha, get rid of this little Goku, and now play a free cost with its skills negated for the turn. So he's gonna be playing Krillin here. This card is amazing when it's not not with skills negated. Actually, let me just check. It's not skills negated. I'm sorry. He just searches for a card, and the played card can't attack a leader for the turn. Yeah. Okay, I said this wrong. Anyway, the card is great. It's a dual crit dude, but Jimmy is here responding with another very powerful card in Black's arsenal, and that is SS for Goku and SS for Vegeta, striking a weak point. You can play this card for free if you have a Z Unison out, which Jimmy does have. It warps a card, cost 5 or less. It gives your leader plus 5k power. It draws a card, it charges a Z energy. I mean, it's a fairly good card for free. It's a fairly good card for free. So, yeah. It looks like, unfortunately, Loric's game plan is getting halted here. I mean, he's really struggling. And
Yeah.
punch at this Demigra. I mean, he tried to, like, the Krillin would have gotten rid of the card. And it's looking okay. Like, what can I do next?
I mean, Pan Zeno being, I remember when this deck first came out, how much dominance it still has. And if anything, it's just how dedicated some of these pilots are for Pan Zeno. Even after with a couple of banlist cards hitting that deck specifically, it doesn't it's not as strong as it used to be, but it's still strong regardless. And because it does so much for so little in this specific card game, not only, as you're also highlighting out, just mentioning the fact that Black's toolbox, the kit and utilization, that Pam pretty much checks all the tick boxes as well. It's so dominant. Seeing this deck still trying to be like nerfed to the ground, it doesn't stop Panzino from doing what it needs to do and accelerate its game plan. It's like, okay, fine. If I can't do the players of these games more or less just said, okay, well, if I'm not being able to perform decks in this specific way, I'll just build it in a way where I can still counter out the meta in this way, rather than costing like a certain amount of energy for free. It costs maybe 1 or 2, but it still means I get to play out my specific game plan. And it just shows right now with the Demagogue as a unison having to have the ability of Wormhole, which is very, very strong in a black deck, especially where it relies heavily on Overwhelming and Dark Overwhelm. Usually, like as you said earlier, Damien, it's just usually once per turn you can do either one effects. However, with Demagogue being on the board, you can do 2 at the same time, which is really, really strong for this leader to essentially just pop off and build a board presence. Like, what are we currently on? We're currently on turn 3 at the moment, right? And you can see the cards already being fully utilized. Just you have block of the 5 cost and the one cost Kai. Really, really strong cards in both, either in the hand or on the field, and just fully utilizing the deck to its full potential. And we've only feel like we just started with this game. Jimmy just giving some few explanations to Loicus, so it's saying, "Oh, this is what I could do. This is what Bardock does." So he slammed it down on the board. And also, you think normally when trying to perform some of these actions on card games, you'd be running out of resources in your hands, but Jimmy still has a hefty hand. against Loic. And even though he's 1 life difference between the two, I'm pretty sure it's going to be closing the gap to against Loic very, very soon as he's starting his turn.
Yeah. So as we have seen, Loic had no other choice but to pass here because Jimmy did use the counter-attack Goku that gives Pan plus 5k for the turn, combined with striking the weak point, bringing the leader up to 25k power. Now switching to Pan's turn, thanks to the Bardock, that's basically a free negate as well. Pan is going to play the Gohan Z battle card SS4 Son Gohan, removing a card, ignoring barrier, just getting rid of the Goku. And the Gohan has the ability to gain plus 5 for each Z symbol on the Z cards that you have. So with this, you are looking at a colossal attacker here, given how many cards there are on Loic's side of the on Jimmy's side of the board. There was a dormant potential. There was a dormant potential here to prevent Jimmy from swinging more, but dormant does not stop the attack. It only says you can attack once more. So Jimmy is just moving forward with this. Loic will block with the Frieza. So this is basically going to be removing Frieza from the field. You do need to announce the block before your opponent starts comboing. So Jimmy is a bit confused here, but it can just be a case of players, doing their plays very eagerly, very fast. That's completely normal. So Gohan has been stopped here, and Pan is going to use the activate main to switch Gohan. Choose one of your Z battle cards and switch it to active mode. So there we go again. Big Gohan double striker coupled with a super combo. Let's see, gonna bottom deck a card from hand, draw two together with Gohan's ability to increase his power for the battle. So that's +2, that's +10, plus what do we have? We have the Z here, so that's 1 as well. I think we're looking at +20 combined with the super combo for 30, plus the Bardock and the one-drop Goku 40. Loic forced to use his leader's activate battle to get rid of his own field card for just plus 5k power, and now playing Goku and the Yenshin Han and just redirecting the attack.
Yeah, just Jimmy just really trying to take advantage of the cards he has on the board.
Yeah.
Just even though the dormant potential, as you rightly pointed out, does not, although it stops attacks, it does not negate the current attack.
Yeah,
and it states there's at least one more attack coming through as well. It's just all to do with sequencing.
And speaking of sequencing, it's the same with the Goku Tienshin, and it's a counter card which was played already after combos were made, meaning that the card just the play had to be taken back. And so Loic had to resort to using 2 of his own super combos instead, along with blowing up the field card to try to survive the swing from Gohan. The sequencing, like you were just saying, sequencing is very, very important in this game.
Loic going fishing with 3 super combos on this one specific attack. It's just trying to make sure it does not take any level of damage. Like I rightly said at the start of Jimmy's turn, trying to close that gap between the 2 lives. Although it's just a difference of 1, it means a lot. But it means
Oof.
a little too much for
Yeah,
Loic
this
to
is
throw it down.
he really did over combo here on this one swing. I mean, he does, on positive note, he does get out of the attack. I think he should have perhaps just traded the 2 lives here instead. But I believe that he has some sort of a plan here. We did see the Goku Fated Rival, and I believe Piccolo Fated Rival as well. However, Jimmy is paying an energy here to overwhelm into Bardock the Tenacious. This card is still legal for the tournament. It's going to be limited to 1 in July, like limited to 1 in a deck. What it does is it effectively says that your opponent can swing only once with battle cards next turn.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
fact that this card is printed and it has legs with Bardock being on the board with that insane condition. Normally you tend to see it in like counterplay cards, but this is, like I said, Black as a toolbox is very, very strong, and just being able to perform these kind of actions in different means and different ways. And it's just so strong. It's so unique in its own way that Black has. And as Jimmy has passed the turn over to Loic only having like 3 cards in hand after that big wombo combo, only having the 2-cost negate, which allows you to take a life and then spit out a blocker as well, while resolving the counterplay, and just 2 Fated Rivals. This card, the Fated Rivals card, is really, really strong. It's good to it's good seeing that kind of card, because like I played it back in the day as well, and it's really strong with certain decks trying to make sure you clear the board and whatnot. However, whether this is enough to stop Jimmy from having excelling the game state for himself is a different story. Although we got rid of the Gohan's the extra card, is it enough to try and slow him down with only 2 cards left in hand as well? It's kind of
technically
Loic in a rough spot.
Technically, he needs to do what? Real damage here? His Bardock was already on the board, right? So he did swing the 30k at Pan. Yes, Pan comboed out of it. He's now making the second swing with the leader.
Pan blocked with the trunks.
Oh, yeah, Pan blocked with the trunks. You're right. Yeah. So here is the swing with the leader. Okay. This combo here with the small Krillin can charge this into Z energy. And the problem is we do see Loic's hand, but we don't usually see Jimmy's hand. And now that we can get glimpses of it, we see just how difficult the situation unfortunately is for the Roshi deck, with Jimmy having well over 10 cards in hand. Loic does crack the field card again to give his leader +5 and a double, so he's swinging for 25k double. Is he gonna use anything else here? Just gonna check through the Z deck. Is there something that he can do, like a Unison, for example? Jimmy is starting to combo here, going to combo with the Bardock. So that is 20. Still needs 2. If he has a super combo, for example, that's 25 now. And then just 1 more card and he's out of it. Yeah, there we go. 30k. Okay, 40. So it was a bit of a bigger swing. Still, Pan gets out of another attack. Loic is in a situation where he can't attack anymore with his battle cards. He did swing with the leader. The only thing that he can do now is to establish a Z Unison and try pushing with that instead. The Z Unison here being Bardock, I mean, at least it can give blocker to something, given the 1 cost on the board. Let's see. Yeah. Just going into Bardock, paying the Z energy for it. So this card will be able to swing through Bardock the Tenacious's effect because it is a Unison. It's not a battle card. So we will be seeing a swing at this pan again.
Yeah. I think Loic only has like 4 cards in hand compared to Jimmy's 5, I want to say. Well, was 5, now 4. But I'll let Declaration of Swing. It's kind of ironic. Loic plays Bardock, and then Jimmy responds with his own Bardock. It's like, no, this Bardock's better. And comes in to resolve the counterattack. Like, really kind of, I'm not saying he's like a bit of a sitting duck at the moment, but unfortunately he's being outplayed by the power of Pan, essentially. And still maintaining a board presence, still maintaining that swing. Demagogue is still on the board, just playing for free, just essentially making sure that Jimmy's strategy to double overwhelm within the turn just becomes more fruitful in his game plan. And right now, although right now we have close to 5 minutes left of the time, because of the judge calls and stuff like that, I'm hoping that there'll be time extension being made for these players, just to make sure there's some clarifications. Masters, in its own unique way, have certain windows and rulings as how two cards interact, and to make sure the correct play is done. Like kind of chuckling at himself, like, "What do you mean you get to do these kind of stuff?" And I think he kind of knows what's up at this point now. I think it's the start of the demise of Master Roshi, unfortunately.
I kind of wish that he did play the Frieza Charismatic Welland here, being an extra card on the field, and removed something. It's another counterplay that is limited at to 1, significantly weaker than the black one, but still. It would be a card that couldn't hit Gohan, but it could, for example, hit this Bardock and just say like, okay, that's 5k combo power or less, or it's a body removed from the board. Loic is laughing here as he gets another dormant potential. It's like, yeah, you know what, you can just swing one more time here. Jimmy's attack is 25k heading for him. 25 at this hand size. I think if you combo to 30, you are fine, given that he's completely tapped out. Yeah, I think you stop here at 30.
Oh, he does have super combo from the life. So we've seen all 4 super combos for Loic now. 3 being used on one specific attack, and now the final one. Does this super combo help him at this point in time? Or Loic?
30k. Triple strike. Vegito comes down, and
but it doesn't matter because we play Frieza Charismatic Villain, because we have a Unison on the board. It is free.
Yeah, actually, like good play on Loic. Very, very risky with keeping this Frieza, but given that, like, Gohan could have removed it by just swinging into the Unison. Still really paid off here. Bought himself another turn. His opponent is now, Jimmy's on 5 cards in hand. A lot of disadvantage is gone now. So maybe Loic actually finds a way out of this. Jimmy can't attack anymore. No,
I mean,
wait a second. No, he can. He can attack one more time. He can swing once more, because this was on counterplay, and the dormant was played on the Goku swing. So there should be one more attack. But there's nothing to play here. So Loic, the turn passes to him. Is he going to draw into Cell Xeno Secret Rare and win the game with it?
Ooh,
Let's
let's
see.
find out. Give it to me. I want to
I
see
mean,
that. I would
this
love
is
to
the
see that kind of
deciding
top
turn.
deck.
There are no floodgate effects from Jimmy's side of the board. Loic actually has a realistic shot at winning here. He has a realistic shot at winning here. So, let's see how this goes. Play the Z extra, play the field. I mean, if you can check Jimmy's hand, he doesn't have a negate. He has
No.
Hunt for the Demon God that's not stopping the attack. So he only has 3 lives. Loic might actually genuinely win here.
He lives on hopes and dreams at this point when we can play Dragon Ball Masters.
He's swinging 20k double with Master Roshi. Yeah, Jimmy does have the field card. I wish it was placed a bit higher on the field. The Z extra to give himself +10. So that's something that we need to take account into. Oh my god, he drew into Frieza. So if Loic now pays 4 and plays the Frieza, can give him triple and win the game. I believe Frieza's triple is -3. Yeah, he's gonna win the game here. Pay 4, play Frieza with 4 markers, wipe the board. Second, remove 3 markers from him to gain +10k in triple, and then swing for the game.
This is pure hopes and prayers at this point.
Right? Let me just make sure that I am recalling the card correctly. I don't want to be like all hopes and dreams over nothing. So, checking the Frieza card. No, it's -4, unfortunately. It is -4. So he can't actually win with it. If he had a single energy more, he would have been able to give it triple and then close the game. Now he still has to punch point of damage through point of damage.
Swinging
so
again
now-
with Unison, being
now
the
going to
last
30.
super combo.
I mean, he does have the Vegito promo overwhelmed, which I haven't really seen played so far, but I do believe that he can play it for free. Yeah. And there we go. 30k beat stick for free, swinging at the leader. No, Jimmy responds with a Bardock drawn from life, I think. And this just ends the game for Lori. Congratulations to Jimmy, an actual nail biter of a game. What a crazy match. Yeah, very, very close, coming down to that one Bardock from the life. Oof. Yeah, I have absolutely enjoyed this one.
That was fun, especially the last part of the sequence of that match, just going very back and forth in between the two. And just, it was literally just top deck sort of game as to like, do I have the answer to this? No. Do I have the answer to this? No. Okay. What if I take this next life? Got the negate? Let's go. It very, very situational between the two, but congratulations to both of them for playing out their heart, essentially, for trying to get the win. But Jimmy was definitely one of the better players at this round. So congratulations to Jimmy for piloting Panzino against Total School. It was unfortunate for Loic, but at least the one thing that I've noticed when it comes to streaming these games is both players were having fun. Both players were not feeling assaulted in any shape or form, and I'm glad to see, even in an event, a level 3 event such as high as this, you can still see the fun and laughter between these two games.
So we're gonna jump into our break, guys. It's all of these games are going to overtime, so we're gonna get some water, and we will see you very soon. Round 3.
Don't go anywhere.
Hi, welcome back to Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters Paris Regionals event hosted by Peko. We are entering round 3 any minute now. But first, we will be talking with you a bit while the players are getting seated. So, how are you
Yeah,
liking the games so far, Rosman?
it's been very impactful, very action filled. A lot of hit and misses in sense of trying to make sure these players are playing optimally as they can. But the most important part is, especially when the last round was highlighted, just a lot of fun being involved, and that's what everyone's more or less here for. The start of it being fun, and then we also get super competitive afterwards. But yeah, we are flying through these rounds fairly quickly. Obviously, because a lot of these games are going into overtime or whatnot, and as you can clearly tell on stream, just with a couple of things from ruling actions involved as to making sure that the games are being cut clean in a very nice way. Um, Everyone gets the support that they need for these players. So what kudos to the judges for supporting these players, being able to ensure that these events are ran smoothly and making sure the enrichment of these players are done very well for them. So next time they do see another Dragon Super Card Game Masters event, they'll be thinking, you know what, I do want to play this again because that was a lot of fun. But yeah, we are starting round 3, and as you rightly mentioned so earlier before, players have been given their pairings for round 3. They are just taking a couple of seats down somewhere in the venue, and then the judges will also be grabbing said players only from specifically the top tables that have been requested by the broadcast team. So shout out for the broadcast team for making sure that we see nothing but high octane, smooth level gameplay that we're bringing to you live from Paris. It's going to be good. It's going to be great. It'd be interesting to see what kind of decks we're going to see. A lot of them have been very mixed bags, representing different colors for different game styles and different mechanics, highlighting some of these players. Hopefully, we get to see some more recognizable players that you might have seen in the past from either previous events or just from word of mouth as to, oh, it's this guy. He's played this specific deck and he's really good at it because he played, he got to this position in, for example, Cardfest or any of the previous regionals that have been hosted from different TOs. So we will find out soon.
So, like I said, we do have players who are specialized in certain decks, such as, for example, Peter Dance from UK with Invoker. We know that Alex is here in France. He was the French world representative. He specializes in Universe 2. So we do have players who just play a single deck to such a high level of skill that it's an absolute enjoyment to watch. But we also have a very diverse room with a lot of diverse leaders. If you just look at the Masters metagame at the moment, and you're considering what do I want to take to an event, we have at least, we do have decks which will always be boogeyman of the format basically, but you also have 20, 30-ish different leaders that you can take and top events, and that is not even counting rogue decks. So we could see anything here.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
I'm hoping that we do see some unconventional decks. I'm hoping that we do see some unconventional. Piccolo was fairly unconventional, so was Turtle School. So maybe something from BT30, like it's just for Daima.
Yeah, I remember you mentioned just earlier at the start of the stream that you want to see. I think we're going to see Green Boo very soon. But as of right now, we have no information as of yet. But
Ooh.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is Bruno Milano on GT, Son Goku, and Android 18.
Yeah, and then we have Gabrielle on Xeno Son Goku from set not too long ago. But it's just to put a bit of context for some of these players. Like, I don't think I've spoken or met Gabrielle before, but kudos for him for being undefeated right now, currently in round 3 at the moment. And we also have Bruno. Bruno, I believe he is third of Bandai Card Fest. So this man has a lot to prove and a lot to work with, and definitely has the accolades from previous events, making a name for himself to be considered arguably one of the best players in the room right now. So yeah, we're already getting started already for Bruno versus Gabriel playing the respective Son Goku decks, one from being GT, one from being Xenoverse. And it's interesting to see how these two decks will play out, especially one specific pilot with a very big accolade on his shoulders, which he well rightly deserves. And then we have Gabriel going toe to toe against essentially a champion. So Gabriel can probably make a name for himself right now. See if he can take down the mighty Bruno at this point, but only time will tell. Son Goku Xeno, very, very. It's very similar to what Panzino does, but it just does things in a very different, slightly way. One being the fact that it's a slightly older leader, but it's nice seeing this. Kind of proves my point as to you can arguably take one of the better cards or better decks into the room, but then also having to be a proficient pilot as well. Definitely takes more skills and precedence, and just shows the flexibility, the customizable sense that you can do with your deck, and just as more cards are coming in for the core sets as we go along in this tournament, and just highlight the efficiency between them all. It's nice to see both Gabriel and Bruno playing it out. Bruno is already taking 1 or 2 odd damage already, and then also Gabriel just going straight out the gate, just pure strength and not holding back any sort of holding any punches at this point in time.
So, sorry for jumping.
Yeah.
So, Bruno is playing the Android 18 Goku GT BT26 deck. We have seen this deck being piloted to a very good success by Brad from UK at the recent online regionals. So now seeing Bruno pick it up here again is awesome. The deck functions in a way that when a Son Goku GT card is played from your drop, until the end of your opponent's turn, the leader gets the ability to, as limit 1 activate battle skill card on a reg extra card with cost 1 from your drop by paying a skill cost, and then it removes it from the game. You're playing a lot of cards from your drop. Basically, it is very extra card centric. The deck has a lot of removal options as well. It just got support with the newest couple of promo cards. We see Gabrielle here, Union Potaraing into the SS4 Vegito, swinging the big triple striker at the no, not sure, double, sorry, at the at Bruno taking 2 lives here. He can awaken now. He absolutely can awaken, and he can start controlling the board a bit more. He's at 3 lives at the moment. Goku Xeno being one of the more aggressive decks in the game. The leader himself has a double strike. So Gabriel has to get rid of 4 black cards from his warp, send them to the drop in order to draw. He is bursting. He bursts a Vegeta. So, okay, Vegeta plays himself for free here. Now we're switching to Bruno. Bruno is looking at a barrier blocker that he needs to remove somehow. The rest of the field is not a problem to remove. The big dude is. The extra cards that he has will not actually help him get rid of the card ignoring barrier. I don't think that there is anything in the deck that necessarily does that, because barrier is an issue that Red has had, well, basically since forever. There are a couple of combat tricks here with the battle cards. Bruno is going to first go with his Z Unison, the one cost Piccolo, basically for -2. If your leader's backside is, well, this leader, you draw one, you discard one. It's not minus, it's +2. And then he also has a -4, but he draws 2, discards 1 from hand, and 1 card get -20. It's a way to remove cards, but basically you still have to deal with this colossal Vegito somehow. Goku is swinging in, looking at what can he get here. He does get the super combo. There are a couple of cards in red. Primarily, there is an SR Broly that can help remove this Vegito. There is a Destructo-Disc card that can lower Vegito's power. It's not strong enough to remove him. We see Bruno flipping into the beautiful SLR here and just going through the cards, thinking, okay, what do I do here? There is this big barrier blocker, let's say +2, discard a card, draw a card. What do we have in the hand? We have a lot of defense here. You don't necessarily have ways to play a lot of it. He's going to use the ability to discard the Goku and then just with the auto play him for 1 energy. This is SS Son Goku, of course, from the archetype. When he's played, if your leader is this leader, you draw 1. You can play this card from the warp, but you can also choose 1 card and give it +5k power for the battle. We see that the leader is the one that's getting the buff here. Bruno is looking at like what to do.
Yeah, Bruno definitely being on the back foot at the moment right now because Son Goku Xeno being super explosive and Black being explosive as it is, just coming. It can just build such a quick board presence within a matter of turns, and it kind of shows Gabriel's strength of piloting this deck, just to how quickly Bruno can just Bruno's on the back foot of it all, just taking so many hits within the first few turns, and Gabriel responding with the extra cards that allow him to take a life and then get a blocker on the board as well, which is strong, and which means he's still somewhat playing safe.
Yeah.
And then being able to try and match Bruno's aggression right now, and however, it's still early turns. There's still, still have 25 minutes left on the clock. Although they're both on 3 life already, it's probably the quickest we've seen on stream so far. It can go either way right now, very, very quickly. Gabriel's just trying to think as to what he's going to do with the Piccolo attack. He's considering the idea of blocking, but he's just thinking, is that the correct play? I think currently what they're doing right now is that they're just asking each other like how many cards in hand, and both have a hefty card size amount between the two. And looks like he's not blocking with it, and he gives up a Son Goku 1 cost, which already did the attack previously with the built-in critical, and has an insane effect of the counterplay, which probably did put Bruno a little bit behind due to that skill. He kind of wanted to dance around it. So interesting to see what happens here.
Okay, so let's see. Draws gets rid of the extra card. Still looking at how do I really deal with the field here. Like his Destructo Disc is in the drop, unfortunately. In the swing at the leader. At this point, you kind of have to make your peace with the fact that this Vegito is not leaving the field, and you just have to keep swinging into the leader because yeah, he can only block once. So, and that's what Bruno is looking to do here. He leaves an energy open for Protector of the People, which is going to give his leader plus 5k every time he's attacked, combined with what else do we have here? We have the Dispo. It's a free negate thanks to the Spirit Boost. We have a difference of status that can minus things for 5k, depending on how many markers you remove from your unison. It does have also the super combo in hand. Bruno has enough defense basically to get through the next turn. I mean, at least I want to believe so. But Gabriel is putting down the Kamehameha Z extra. Oh, God. Okay. So this is just going to make the leader even bigger now. Just checking something here. But like, okay, like how does this work? What do you put where? Which cards were removed? Which Z energy was sent where, basically, in order to play the card? Like, yeah, okay. So the problem is both of them are on 3 lives, yes, but also the SS4 Sengoku leader has double strike, and he gets plus 5k car, 5k power for each 4 cards in your warp. Now the warp is not big. I believe that the warp is the one that is that is above the deck.
It's above the deck, yeah.
Yeah, but it's just one overwhelm away from sending everything up there, so that's really not a problem. Bruno doesn't have a floodgate, though. You can see on his face, he's like,
oh
okay,
no, I'm going to take a big set of damage. It's not going to hurt. And it's just also annoying having that Super Saiyan 4 Vegito, which, by the way, obviously it's not canon, but God, I love seeing that form. Just coming in, swinging. With really big numbers as well. Bruno having to decide as to what he needs to do. As you rightly pointed out, I think he's probably thinking the idea of using Protector of the People to resolve to make sure. Yep, yeah. There it is. Coming down and kind of ruin Gabriel's day. However, bear that in mind as well. Gabriel it was funny when he was searching for his card. The first card he flipped right at the very bottom was the Cumber Secret Rare. So that's what Gabriel is currently using to facilitate to ensure he can try and at least running in the deck if he can try and facilitate a win against Bruno. But also bear the fact in mind that one of the first cards he comboed away was Koitsukai, which is super punishable for Bruno, especially with the board state that it is now, and Gabriel just not holding back any of the punches to try and get that win against Bruno. Yeah. So he's coming in for double strike. Yeah. It's not as big as he wants it to be, unfortunately, but it's still a swing regardless.
Yeah, the leader gets buffed when the opponent attacks him. Bruno is just gonna use his Spirit Boost Dispo negate, so he gets to play him for free by removing 2 markers from the Piccolo and just stopping the attack. Okay, another free negate. So, like we said, Bruno has enough defense to survive this turn. And going into the next turn, he still has to... Oh, no. Okay, I wanted to say he still needs to get through the block of the Vegito, but Gabriel here plays Bardock the Tenacious and says, no, you get to only swing with battle cards once next turn. And because he has the Vegito, that one swing is just going to get blocked by it. So Bruno will have to resort to using his leader for the next attack. I do love this little marker that's on the leader showing both the player and us watching the stream that the leader's ability has been used. I do appreciate having this.
Someone is prepared, which is
Yeah.
nice to see. It's
Yeah.
yeah, as much as under the TRMs, Dyson is not exactly necessitative to function with a deck. It is nice to know that it's the clear communications between both players, and it is both players' responsibility to ensure that the game state on either side of the board is maintained correctly and fairly.
Yeah. So, let's see. Draw. He does get the Android 18 from hand, which when you combo with her, you also get to discard a extra card and use that as combo power too. Gonna send 2 cards away. It is just this Bardock that has caused such an issue here. I believe Bruno is running the Broly card, the Broly SR in his deck, which he needs to see to be able to remove the Vegito. So let's see if he sees it, and Gabriel doesn't have any sort of a negate in hand. Like this could help him push next turn. I haven't seen a hard negate in Gabriel's hand. I might be a bit blind at the moment. Another Protector of the People, not a bad card, definitely not a bad card, but not necessarily what you need. We see Gabriel has 2 counterplays, but he doesn't have the Z Unison out, and checking Bardock the Tenacious. Although this card will be limited to 1 very soon, the card does not let you play it turn for turn. So next turn, there will not be a floodgate. So Bruno needs to capitalize here, but looking at his hand, it's not looking very well. Just combination of this big blocker with Barrier and Bardock. It's
Yeah.
too big, I would say. It's too strong of a combo.
The only thing that Bruno has going is when Gabriel had used Super Saiyan 4 Vegito's effect of having to mill 2 in order to facilitate the rest of the auto. One of the cards I did notice is that he milled out his limited card, Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta, Thwarting the Dark Emperor. That card was so prevalent in its current at the previous meta, being limited to 1. So, I mean, if I was playing as Bruno, at least it's one of the key cards that at least I don't get to see as of yet right now. And if he's trying to fish it back out from the drop, at least it's not in his hand as a one of, and just more so it's one less slaughter to think of in the first place. But we shall see how Bruno managed to resolve any of his autos and his abilities.
There we see using the leader skill, discarding Goku, then paying 1 to play him. 20k double striker. When he's discarded, you draw 1, you pay 1, you play him for under draw. When he's played, he gives minus 10k. 2 battle card for the turn, and this is a double striker, the only swing here with battle cards. Yeah, but he's still gonna have 2 energy up for defense, so it's not the end of the world. It's not even close. He can still push through, defensively push through the next turn. He knows that his opponent can't play Bardocks back to back, so that just it's all about surviving the next turn now.
Yeah, I think it's that saying is like a good offense is a good defense, and Bruno's defense is currently pretty stacked with Protector of the People, as you mentioned, drawn it for the turn. Whether Gabriel can kind of follow up on that and think, you know what, I can kind of push through this and it won't matter too much. Becomes another story for him, I suppose. Going for the swing of things of all, it's Gabriel's just having to filter through his options, trying to figure out what he wants to do, what he wants to achieve, what he can do, and what he can't do. It's getting to look a little thin, and as you rightly pointed out, there's no floodgate counter for Gabriel's turn to try and facilitate a decent defense. And he's just sequentialing his cans. I think he clearly wants to use the Kai and still be able to produce the correct results and conditions met, because Kai states that obviously that the additional boost only comes from the moment that you put down, I think, is it 5 cards or 6 cards from hand? Once you're down 5 cards, 6 cards, and that's when you get the additional boost from that Kai.
Okay. Let's see. The extra has been cracked here. 4 cards left in hand. Oh. Yeah. Bruno is looking at like what to do here. Still have the Piccolo +2 draw. And the Piccolo can. The Piccolo is way too small, unfortunately. Get rid of the final battle. So what can we do? Swing in with the Piccolo? No, not necessarily. Or maybe, yeah, just go into the Vegeta. Try to remove that one.
There is one less Unifusion that he can worry about less. Gabriel's probably just taking in strides like, really? You want to swing into this? And Bruno's like, yeah, of course I want to. Why wouldn't I?
But that's it. It's just that the attack for the sake of attacking.
Yeah. We love a bit of banter in these games.
The problem is if Gabriel now goes... If Gabriel now plays his Z unit, the Migra, and here it is, which is going to give him Wormhole. If Bruno responds to anything with a battle card, we will see the counterplay, or we might just see it as Overwhelm, and that's going to put pieces on the board for another Vegito that he has in hand already. This is a very, very tough matchup, unfortunately, for Bruno. This Vegito coming down so early on, it's basically decisive in this game. But I still want to say that he has enough defense to survive this. I'm pretty sure that he has enough defense in hand to survive even this.
Yeah, Gabriel's hand being a little lower than usual, obviously because he had to counter combo out using the Z extra card on the board, as well as committing to 4 other cards on the board in order to survive the swing. A little bit difficult for, as he's just reducing all the options for what he might have planned for the previous turn. Just trying to, I mean, it's kind of telegraphed a little bit from the previous turn. Like, well, if you got two energy up, you clearly have a counterplay in mind. Well, just trying to figure out what kind of counterplay there is besides protecting the people. What other floodgates or potential things that can stop Gabriel from pushing Bruno in order to facilitate a win? And I think it's just trying to sequence as to what it could be, what it be responding at this point. So we're going into leader with Vegito.
We're going to see the other protector of the people come down here. Bruno just checking the opponent's warp. Okay, how many super combos do you have? There's a negate, there are the Kais. Another Kai. More negates. Okay, so for three Kais, one super combo, two negates, one Bardock. Okay. He's just doing quick math here, making sure that, like, what's the amount of damage that his opponent can try to push here, combined with how much damage does he need to push through next turn. And
Yeah.
there we go. Protector of the People comes down for Android 18. Okay. That stops the attack here. And Gabriel's hand is very, very small. So
Yeah.
Bruno is looking at this like, this man can't use Bardock the Tenacious next round. And black is not a color that has a floodgate. So he is fully open for attacks. Bruno just needs to get to the point where he can start swinging. And he is going to survive this as well. Thanks to Marshall, either Mr. Roshi Marshall Virtuoso that is in his hand. Though I would keep this one for the next turn. Maybe just use the final battle and say, like, yeah, okay, stop the attack here. Gain a buff.
Yeah. Bear that in mind as well, Brune. Gabriel's leader ability with a permanent every 4 cards gains additional 5k. And Bruno checking, obviously countering the 3 Kais, the 2 negates, the 1 super combo. There are still a butt ton more cards in the warp, which means this leader swing can hurt pretty hard and hit pretty hard as well. So it'd be interesting to see what's Gabriel's response will be, and if Bruno does decide to take it. I assume he would, but then facilitating more, obviously because he's not near lethal, he's just one away from lethal for the double strike.
Yeah.
It's, would you want to still attack Bruno, give him 2 extra cards for the turn that it was played during his turn, and then potentially snow you under with other cards that he might potentially have? We'll have to figure out and find out.
So let's see. Okay. Gabriel using another Overwhelm here, thanks to the wormhole, gets Koitsukai. Not very useful here, but it can help him fix the hand a bit. But Koitsukai needs to be in the drop, so you're gonna see a swing here, comboing with the Bardock. That's not a problem, because Marshall Virtuoso get out of the attack. Leader is already plus 10k, so it's 25. Charge the Marshall Virtuoso. For those of you who haven't seen this card, it basically it's a floodgate, but you need to have a unison out on the field, and then you're preventing your opponent from swinging with, I think, 25 or more. It's a 1 cost. Used to play it in Red Bulma. So now there is nothing left in Gabriel's hand. He can try to set up a Z extra here. There's no reason not to with this last energy, because, yeah, it's still going to be buffing the leader. But if I were Gabriel, I would also be sitting a bit comfortably on this, knowing that I do have 2 big barrier blocker Vegetos out that Bruno still needs to swing through, and that I can just throw under any double, triple striker that I need, unless Bruno just miraculously manages to pull his Brawl ESR the next turn and then just remove the Vegetos.
Gabriel's swinging with the leader, and I was just counting with him that there's 20 cards in the warp, which means there's 5, 10, 15, 20. A 20k additional, so he's 35 on the board with the leader, double strike. However, Bruno does respond with, is it status of power?
Difference of status.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
I was that close. I was that close, my guy.
His spirit boosts X, and then he gives minus 5k for each marker removed from a unison.
Yeah. Which kind of gives him a bit more comfortability on that. Rocks the additional power for Bruno to make sure he still survives this turn. He doesn't want to take the double strike at all.
Yeah.
I think they're both just checking the condition of the cards as to what they can and cannot do.
Gabriel removes the Goku, draws into another Vegito, but doesn't have the means or the energy to play it. And now he's going to be bursting 2 cards, restand one of the Vegitos. He can't restand both of them, so that's still swinging through only one Vegito. 1 attack stopping card. The opponent is on 3 lives, tapped out. Bruno has this game in the bag. If he can see a barrier removal, that's perfect, because he just on play removes the Vegito. Otherwise, needs his strikers. I don't think that. Ooh, okay, yeah, it's a GG. Bruno draws into his SCR.
I was about to say, is that the SCR in hand?
Yes, the big absolute monster of an SCR. The big brawling
unit, this absolute unit is going to make Gabriel's day a lot worse now.
Yeah, so just checking at the Brawly. It's a new SCR from BT29. He does give cards ignoring barrier minus 40k. So this is game now. Pay,
Funk.
Brawly, wipe the entire field. In addition to giving all cards ignoring barrier minus 40k, he's a triple striker. So just hits for the right amount of damage. And when he's played, the opponent reveals their hand, and you can discard any non-SCR card from it. And additionally, when you use cards in a combo, they get plus 5k combo power for the battle. So this one card just closes the game completely. It just closes everything. He doesn't even discard specifically battle cards. He discards anything that isn't an SCR. So it's like, yeah, what do you have there? A negate, gone. No negates, and then just swing 40k triple for the game, sealing it here now with the super combo on top of it for 50k triple. And Bruno is just laughing. He's having fun now. He's like, yeah, it really doesn't matter. But hey, better safe than sorry. 50k triple strike draws into 2 more cards. So this, his second battle card, so he can combo those as well. The deck is supremely defensive. There's so many negates here. Another plus 5k to 60 using the Krillin as well. So using Destructo Disc as well. So that is just game. Absolute game. 2 cards away from his secret rare for Gabriel, but Bruno seals it with GT Goku Android 18 Tag Team. Congratulations. Such a nail biter of a match. So far, all of these 3 games have been very, very exciting. And just to see Bruno take the lead from being behind the entire game, just constantly discarding, digging for that Broly. Amazing.
Yeah, well done to Bruno. It just goes to show us the reason why he was third place champion of Cardfest back all the way in December. Pretty skill set right there. So well done for him for doing so. And it was unfortunate for Gabriel. He was very, very close to even cheeking out those kind of wins, but unfortunately, the cards that were given in his hands was not the ones he needed, which is unfortunate. And like as you just showed on the stream as well, just 2 cards away from being to obtain the secret rare combo on the board could have potentially won in the game. But unfortunately, that was not the case. We don't do ifs or buts. We deal with hard facts. The hard fact was probably strongest there is. Swing, triple strike, and end the game. GG no re, right?
Yeah. So guys, think as it is 11:40 at the moment, and there is a break at 12. There is very likely that there's not a game between this. So I believe there is not. So we will be jumping on a break. Then there's a lunch break here in France as well. So we will let you know in chat when we are back. Yesterday for Fusion World, we were back around 1:15. So that is 35 minutes. Oh, no, it's more than 35 minutes from now.
Are you okay, Damien? It's way more than that.
I'm not okay. I'm hungry. So
I'm hungry too as well. Luckily, I've been just drinking tea all this entire time.
Yeah, you can see he's very British. Anyways, guys, so we'll be seeing you around 1, I want to say. Central
Fingers
European
crossed.
time. Yeah.
For sure. So, but yeah. Just I'm sorry, Damien, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please go ahead.
Hour and 20 minutes.
Give or take. Yeah. But we will confirm this with the broadcasting guys just to make sure. If there is a timer, we typically put that on to in the middle of the stream, so you have plenty of notice as to when the next round's going to happen. But yeah, we will start round 4 soon. Probably not as soon as you think, because right now we just don't have much information. But don't go anywhere too far. Just right now, get yourself some snacks, some drinks. I know Damien needs it right now, and probably nibble for the cat because he's just woken up from the background. I can see. But yeah, don't go anywhere too far. Hopefully, we'll be soon for your round 4 shortly. Take care, guys. Welcome back, everyone, to Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters, held by Pecco in the vicinity of Paris. So, good news. We actually are going to do another round for you guys, and then we're going to go for a long lunch at this point. As instructed by the TOs, the players have already sat down to start their rounds very, very shortly. I think they're just doing some prep, such as having to decide who goes first or second, any kind of pre-siding and mulligans involved. They're just doing it all off camera at the moment right now. But yeah, we're currently commencing round 4 very, very soon. Damien, what do you think so far of the event so far?
I'm absolutely enjoying it. So we are seeing a lot of diverse decks. For our audience, so there are 15 green bulls in the room. And we're doing an excellent job. Huge shout out to the broadcasting team. We're doing an excellent job of dodging them. So yeah, we'll inevitably end up seeing some. But there are 45 other decks in the room as well. And so far, all of the matches have been something interesting. I absolutely enjoyed every single one of them. The last game was also very, very close. All of these games have went to time. The first match with Green Piccolo is my personal favorite. It's definitely a very biased favorite of mine. So I'm really hoping that we get to see some BT30 or older decks. Personally, I want to see Blue Gogeta BR. I don't know if there's a single one in the room, but I do hope to see that.
I doubt it. No, just put that dream away, Damien. That's not going to happen for you, unfortunately.
It's the best blue deck at the moment. No, the best blue deck is Green Piccolo, but then you have the Gogeta immediately after him. So,
of course. And to be honest, like if you were to say to me like, oh, we're going to see BT11 Son Goku Xeno, BT19 or BT19 Son Gohan, or BT27 Piccolo, you gave me any of those kind of questions as to like, oh, we're going to see in the first few rounds, I would not have guessed them. I would have just guessed like really, really just common as much decks that you expect to see in the top tables. But again, shout out to the broadcasting team, shout out to the judges as well for coordinating all this to make sure we give you a variety of content shown on the stream today. And hopefully we're going to see more variety of decks. Right now, still no information as of yet as to what the leaders are, who the players are as well. Fingers crossed will be coming to you very, very soon. But I'm definitely been enjoying myself for sure. Yes, the games have been going longer in time, which means we don't get much of a break between us. But this is our job. We commit to make sure we give you guys quality content. Well, Damien gives you quality content. I'm just here to look pretty for you, to ensure that these games are nothing but pure fun that we're showing on stream. But yeah, this is round 4. As of right now, I believe there are 60 players in total playing at the Paris Regionals for Masters, which means there are 6 rounds total, potentially 5, depending on if the TOs are applying the undefeated rule and also if there's a down pair as well. And alongside that, we're also streaming as well the top 8 as well. So even after the 6 rounds potential of Swiss, there'll be a little bit of a break between the two because the judges need to go ahead and do the deck checks between them and being able to make sure everything's all good. But wow, look at these decks right here. Okay. I mean, I would not have expected any of these other 2 decks. So on the far left, we have Alex, one of the premier French players, and also came 4th in Cardfest in Dusseldorf for playing their Ribriand engine. And then on the right, you have Vegito, as in it's BT2 if I remember correctly, or
it's
BT3.
BT2. It is set to Vegito.
Yeah, so, I did not expect this deck to be on my stream. It's a little world of nostalgia. One of my closest friends loved this leader. and still, would die on this hill to make sure he plays this deck, even if it's not meta variant. And if I was to ever show this to him right now, saying, "Hey, this guy's undefeated with this specific leader," go figure, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, and I think even Alex was like, he's probably one of the newer players that came across the scene. Just reading the leaders to like, wait, what does this leader do? And it's like, oh, okay. And we're already getting straight to it. So Alex on the left playing the Ruby package, and then you have Dennis on the right playing like OG kind of like multicolored Vegito. So it'd be interesting to see how these guys stack up against each other. And right now they're not holding punches. They're going straight off the bat, just throwing hands already. A bit of comboing, a bit, from Alex, and then Dennis taking life from the first turn already from Alex's swing. So it's interesting to see how these decks will perform amongst each other. And again, just to make you guys aware, these guys are still considered undefeated at the moment right now. And it's interesting to see what kind of like top decks are available currently in this room right now. And it shows as well, as much as like, the boogeyman of this meta is Green Boo. I feel that most players have now kind of come together to say, actually, we can take this deck down. If you were to power this deck, what's the silver bullet for this? Or I can play around this and just kind of keep Green Boo in check and still be able to attain some wins amongst normal other games. But to prepare for this, I'm not surprised if these guys have made it to the top table, because they just thought, oh, you know what? No one's going to expect these decks to come onto the board, especially if I was playing Masters right now. I would not be able to prepare for this. There is a judge call from Alex. I believe Dennis committed to playing the Vegito on board, and I think there is a requirement, I believe. So they're just calling the judges right now and trying to fix game state. I think it's just an interpretation as to what the cards could have done instead. But we're just going to figure out now. Just wait patiently as the judge comes in. I think they're still waiting for the judges to come through and see what is to be done to resolve rulings and whatnot. Yeah, luckily the judges are here. I think I'm only trying to figure out, gauging from what looking away from the camera, as to what the infractions are. How do we get to repair it? Yeah, so I believe it was the Vegeta that's caused the infraction, and then I don't know if it's more of a misplay or just more so of a clarification between the two players. And if so, just what is the resolution? Usually, there's one or two fixes. You can, if it's depending on the judge and how severe the advantage is for the other player, it can warrant into a game loss if the game state's broken enough, or it goes into accepted game state, and then we go by either, probably my guess is going to try and fix the solution by repairing the game state to what it was originally, and just give warnings around to, I assume it would be Dennis, who's the person taking caused the infraction, and just continue playing. Hopefully these guys do continue play.
Yeah. So the way that this deck works, let's talk about Universe 2. It's a new deck, just came out in BT30. Leader on the front side says you send top 2 cards off your deck to your warp, you discard 1 Maiden Squadron, and you draw 2. On the Awakened side, when this card attacks, you draw 2, you send 1 card from your hand to its owner's warp, and then place 1 black Maiden Squadron from your warp the bottom of your deck. And it has active main/battle. Send 2 universe cards from your drop to the warp. Play 1 black Maiden Squadron. Cost 2 from your hand. So as you can see, there is a lot of this warp per drop manipulation. You also have the Z extra out support broadcast with active main/battle for 1 energy that actually lets you pick one of your Maiden Squadrons and then play a different one from the with the same name from the warp on top of it. So yeah, a lot of this currently is just dancing around with these free maidens from your warp and the drop and then playing them, cheating them with for cheaper into play. All of them have various effects once they're played or once they attack. We have the big one of the most known cards is Song of Love and Victory, Maiden Squadron, which is a barrier removal. The card that we're seeing here is a Ribrienne being sent to the warp, and now the leader is awakening. Alex is gonna start building his board fairly soon. So here we go. Swing, draw 2, get rid of the Cumber. Sure. You still have your maidens down in the drop as well. Dennis is looking on whether or not take this. And we see a Sur Ross being played. Formation. Auto. Limit 1. If your leader is Universe 2, when this card is played, you draw 1. And then you send 1 Rosy Warrior from your drop to warp. And add up to 1 Black Maiden Squadron from drop or warp to your Z energy. And then send 2 battle cards from the opponent's drop to the warp. So yeah, that's a lot. It's definitely a lot here, but this is the way that the deck basically operates. It has a ton of effects, and it's all just knowing when to play and to place which cards in which order to your drop or warp to profit from your Z extra or your leader. To help you with this, we see GLI, Z Unison established here. You can look up the top 3 cards of your deck and send one of them to your drop or warp. So even more consistency in the deck. Yeah. The maidens aren't the most explosive deck though. They're a very, very flashy deck, but they're not the most explosive one. They can disrupt your plays. They can build somewhat of a decent board presence. While Vegito, on the other hand, once it gets into the Z leader, the Vegito just drops huge bodies. And we see the counterattack come down here. Brienne de Chateau, Hope of the Multiverse. Counterattack, you discard 1 from your hand, you negate the attack, you play this card, and then you play 1 Maiden Squadron, cost 2 from your warp. That is how we see Sanaku formation. When she's played, you draw 1, you send 1 Kakunsa from your you send up to 1 Kakunsa from your drop to your warp, then choose one of the opponent's battle cards, and until the end of the turn, it can't attack unless the opponent sends 2 from their hand to warp each time. So it's basically a floodgate effect. Man, yeah, there is a lot when it comes to reading this very specific archetype.
Yeah, so I was just waiting for like, is he going to finish? Is he going to? Has he done explain? Oh no, he keeps going. That's fine. And just as you rightly called it out right there, Damien, the Z leader for Vegito is now hit the board, and this is definitely what the leader definitely needed all this time in order for it to excel its game plan. And it's always nice seeing this Z leader. I remember how prominent it was when it first came out, but then it got shut down very quickly from specific bans. from the previous meta, but it's nice to know that like people such as Dennis do not give up on these decks, and they just want to like, no, I still want to play Vegito. He's still like considered one of the favorites, and still being able to beat this out within the remit of this game. And in response, it basically has become undefeated. Well, both of these players were currently undefeated in round 4, and the skill expression shows right there between them. So it's nice to see just even older decks like this with legacy support, as you have rightly mentioned. So Bandai with the support team, with the card design team, being able to give the love and attention to some of these old decks really, really shows.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, it's an old leader. We are in the 9th anniversary of this game. Like, a lot of us, we do have some new players here like Alex, but a lot of us have grown up basically deeper into adulthood over the course of this game, and this Vegito is set too. Of course, it's one of the first leaders ever made, and it has one of the most pushed Z leaders of all time. The Z leader is really, really pushed to make this deck viable. It allows you to play your big Vegetos for just a single energy. It's very cool to see this old deck in action. Meanwhile, Alex is just playing another Rosier. Now he plays the Kakunsa Witchy Warrior. So now that the setup is there, Kakunsa comes down, and the card basically says, auto, when this card is played, it gains barrier. It's a 25k blocker barrier. And when it attacks, you place 2 Maiden Squadron cards from the warp to the bottom of the deck, and then you warp one of your opponent's cards and switch this card to active mode at the end of the turn. So it's a 25k attacker that warps something and restands at the end of your turn, and is a barrier blocker. So yeah, there is a lot of value in this Maiden deck. I really like how this deck is designed. Every single card is pulling its weight. All of them are basically interacting with each other for no different reason than just through basically you know sending 2 cards to the warp and then triggering 3 effects from the field. Yeah, this is going to be this is a hard deck to keep track of. It constantly feels like there are 15,000 things happening on the field.
Yeah.
While Vegito is just sitting there with 4 energy up.
Yeah. Dennis getting punished for sure, even though he countered away with the Vegeta negate. It just got eaten up by these Z extra cards. Z battle card of Boo. Just thinking like, nope, I don't want that board presence whatsoever. I don't want you to be able to like have evolve targets. I don't want you to have any kind of board presence. And the Ribrianne set within BT30 has really, really been able to pop off very, very nicely to ensure like any kind of gameplay is super disruptive, which you can tell that Dennis is trying to put onto the board. For example, just playing the Goku on the board right now to try and get some sort of payout against Alex. However, Alex still has the turn 2 going second energy not being used in any shape or form as of yet. And Dennis is dwindling resources from his hand very, very slowly compared to like Alex's library, essentially. I mean, Alex, from what I can gauge, must be at least 9 cards in hand, comparative to like Dennis's 6 or 7 at this point. And yeah, if your deck can still perform very well, granted it's this specific set for BT30 Second Universe, Ribrianne is kind of locked in its own way. It just means that like, that it doesn't come down to, like I said previously, not just the deck itself, but with the pilot as well. And if you're comfortable going through the meta with said deck, then just go ahead and play it. Masters is probably one of the best best game to come across and do so. Be almost like a refresh the meta in that way and give it like a new sense of life as to being able to come in, pilot something that you like, be able to perform pretty decently as long as you can cook well enough, and still take on the meta. And rightly so, as I mentioned before previously, although there are 15 green boos in the venue across 60 players, so far they've not been on stream as of yet. Whoop. Alex just did a small little thing. I mean, don't be wrong, I'd be dropping cards if I had that many cards in my hand too as well. Green Boo still not being able to be on the stream as of yet, but I guarantee we're going to see at least one or two, maybe if not now, at least soon. At least definitely maybe after the break. We'll see how time goes on for this event.
Yeah. So, as we can see, the Vegito is doing a lot of, well, you can say, simple, easy plays, pay an energy, do something, swing lead, combo, even the Goku barrier blocker, just combo it away. Well, yeah, it would not do much against this deck, not with the SR route that can just warp a 4-cost ignoring barrier, which just happens to hit the Goku, and the Cumber still being illegal at 4 copies, which is another barrier removal, and we see the secret rare being pulled for Relics. Now, unlike in Fusion World, for example, in Masters you get to play only 1 copy of a secret rare, but it's a game ender. Most of the time it is a game ender, and I'm pretty sure that we will see the same happening here with the Evil Saiyan. We see Alex swinging in with the Maiden Squadron just to get stopped. The Song of Love and Victory gets stopped by a Flying Nimbus. Okay, so this means one more swing with a battle card for the entire turn. The leader does get plus 5k for the turn, which is great. There's going to be a 20k swing coming from the leader. The Z Unison can't attack. There is still the 20k Goku and Vegeta card on the field, but fine, let's start with the Unison first. Draw 2, send 1 to Warp, send 2 Maiden Squadrons as well. Okay, so we also have the Ribrian Super Combo. I believe that is a super combo. I could be flat out wrong though. No, it's not. Well, congratulations, Damien. So
hey, at least you've read the card. At least you've read the card and you've spotted your mistakes. As a judge, I'm happy to hear this.
It's a Ribrian. When it's played, you draw 1, then you send 1 Witchy Warrior from your drop to your Warp, and then choose 2 of your Universe 2 cards, and then get plus 5k power for the turn. Yeah, and now we just see a billion cards being played onto the field in this one big attack. The leader is plus 10k now.
Alex swarming Dennis really, really badly. And it's not like he's stopping either. He's still going with these plays, being able to pull out some insane amount of cards, just from either from the warp or from the hand, due to battle card effects. And he's still looking at that library of cards in his hand, and he still has the combo secret as well. So even if things go awry, and I don't think it will for Alex anytime soon, it's looking pretty bleak for Dennis. And I think it just shows the power scaling between 2 decks. And just seeing the game strategy between the 2 decks as well. So highlighting what's not exactly what's good or what's bad, just more so like this is what happens when your deck goes into full combo wombo mode, and look at the end board process for it too as well. And it appears that Alex has passed the turn after all that onslaught that he just committed against Dennis. Alex with like probably, I want to say 12 cards, looking how big the stack is comparative to Dennis's 7. 5 cards difference makes a huge difference in the resources. And Alex still has 3 energy up, 2 being of them just normally charged, whereas the other ones he was going second. Still has them floating in this specific period of time. So he's prepared, he's ready, he's going to try and thought out any of Dennis's plans that Vegeta might want to do. And Dennis looking a little bit perplexed as to like trying to figure out what he can do, what he can't do on the board. It's a little overwhelming for him, I suppose, just seeing that many cards swarm within the first couple of turns. But
yeah,
he has something in mind, comes out to play the Vegito, the extra Z-Battle cards. Gonna start trying figuring out what level play is available for him. Be interested to see what kind of secret rare he's running as well. Whether he'd be playing the Broly secret rare or if he actually thematically goes for the Vegito one, the yellow-blue one.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go for Vegito. Like, it's the choice for most of these, though there is a very good argument for Broly as well. Yeah, just looking at the maiden deck, it is difficult to keep track, especially, Vegito, very simple yet very powerful turns. And then you have the maiden deck, which excels at taking long turns and just swarming the board. Like, the advantage here is that while you do play and combo and set up a lot of cards, the downside of the deck is they're not really that powerful.
True.
Like, you get a bunch of effects, but they're not really powerful beaters. So yeah, Dennis is just gonna play his. Well, you have mentioned it, Usman. So here it is.
Let's go.
Yes,
Let's go. Tapping it all down and draw. I believe it's a draw 3 on the secret rare. Being able to just kind of make the difference between the 2 hands that both players have at the moment. Having to exhaust the secret rare against Alex. And it does come out with triple strike. Like, as you rightly points out, compared to Fusion World, although you can run only 1 secret rare per deck in Masters, it is such a game changer. Which means I'm hoping that Dennis has a little bit of breathing room from now on with the secret rare on the board or in Dennis's favor, and try and capitalize the game state currently for Dennis. Alex kind of pleading to Dennis, like, bro, chill. You don't need to super combo this. It's already dead. It's already 50k strong. We don't need to do this.
Yeah. So when it's played, you choose 4 of your opponent's cards. You switch them to rest mode. You draw 4. He has a permanent to reduce his cost. He's 40k triple striker. Now 50k. Yeah. Very, very big swing. Very big boy here. So it is a game closer, but at the moment Alex is on 4 lives. So I believe that he's on 4.
He's on 3.
He's on 3. Okay. Then it's looking at...
Yeah. No, he's on 3. He's on 3. I'm trying to suss out what the top, if there is an additional card on the top, but I can't see it from here.
He's looking at the rest of his deck. Unfortunately passes. Oh no, unfortunately passes here, because there were some other options as well. There is another triple striker Vegito. So that one might have came into play and then basically closed out the game. So if Alex had a token negate, would not have mattered as much. So let's see.
Alex coming out was like, "Well, you showed your secrets. I'll show you mine. Here's combo coming in. I'm going to slap you very, very hard now, and it's going to go and it's going to hurt very, very much."
Yeah, there goes the SER. So Evil Saiyan comes down, burns alive, steals a card, removes your SER. Yeah, and then swings 40k at you. And then if you don't remove it, it will just continue stealing your cards. So Alex pushing in now with Vegeta. A very, very big hand size here. Then he's saying, okay, let's try Vegito. But Numbers auto triggers and says, thank you for the Vegito. So taking the 6 cost negate for himself, bringing Dennis down to 1 life, and I believe that this is going to be it. I believe this will be it. Like Maiden's deck, Universe 2 deck basically doesn't have any cards anymore in the deck. So, but we can see there is still a petrification in here. So that is a negate ready to go if needed.
Alex, stop. He's already dead. Please. Just end the game already. He's on 1 life. He's tapping out. He's going in big now, especially with how big his hand side is already. I don't think this is going to see the end of his turn. I'd be very, very shocked to see if he does. If Dennis actually can survive an extra turn out of this. Yeah, here comes the super combos.
2 super combos. Plus 40. The last 2 are here. So then you just hand dump and win the game at this point. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Here it comes.
Alex wins with Universe 2 versus Dennis on set 2 Vegito. It's gonna be major congratulations to Alex for winning. It's not the end of the road for Dennis. We still have the top 8 top cut. If this is his only loss, and it's lost to a player who might just go undefeated at the event, from one of the best players in France, he might still squeeze into the top 8. He might still squeeze into the top 8.
I mean, don't be wrong, we've witnessed a murder on the stream right now, but it doesn't mean he's counted out, as you rightly pointed out. So, but yep, congratulations, Alex. I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Being one of the main French players for as part of EU and still being 4th in Dusseldorf. Congratulations to him, but still good enough performance from Dennis. Hopefully this is his only loss, and we still have 2 more rounds left to Swiss. But for now, we are going to go on a break. We're going to go on a lunch break. We'll put the timer on. Make sure you guys are ready to see. Make sure you don't miss out any of the actions that's coming your way. But yeah, we're going to have a lunch break. We still have 2 more rounds. We have a top 8 as well. This will be all done on stream today. So don't go anywhere too far. It's food in your stomachs. Maybe touch some grass, because I know I am. And then we'll be really very soon. So don't go anywhere too far, guys. See ya.
And we are back with the Dragon Ball Supercard Game Masters French Regionals here in Paris. So, yeah, Osman,
Yes.
we're heading into round 5.
Yep, we've had nothing but very off meta deck. Excuse me. Very off meta decks on stream, which is kind of nice. And I think even the broadcaster did their due diligence and just kind of walked around the room to see what the undefeated, and I think there's only like 1 or 2 green blue decks currently at the moment, but with the rest being quite road picking decks, which is probably the reason why we're seeing a lot of variety of games so far. I think the community as a whole, with the Dragon Ball here in the French community, and well, not just the French community, but also the European community, are kind of saying, you know what, we don't want to play this specific deck. We know it's good. Let's just have some fun. We're in Paris. Well, let's, make it a little bit of a holiday to remember by with this event. And so far, people have been enjoying the events. People have been having fun. I know I have. I'm sure you have as well, Damien. Just seeing these kind of spice of life decks. And it goes to show that even with a deck just as strong as Green Book that can potentially win a lot of games and stuff whatnot, seeing those decks pushed aside and being kind of risen to the very top kind of makes it more enjoyable experience. Not just for me and the view guys at home, but also for broadcasters, the players, and be like, oh, it's this kind of deck. Just tell me what it does, and then you have a deep kind of conversation as to like, oh yeah, it beats this deck because it does this, this, and this. It's like this is what I was meant to do, but I couldn't do it in this specific turn because that happened instead. But then you can't play with this. So those kind of conversations I love hearing, trying to enrich the meta series as it is. And yeah, we're going to be starting round 5 very, very soon. This is the second to last round. I'm not sure if they've confirmed anything yet regarding to a potential undefeated as of the moment yet, at this moment in time just yet. But either way, this is round 5, potentially round 6, and then we're going into a top 8 at this point. So still a lot of action, a lot of stuff to commentate between you, me, and Damien. And hopefully we get some spicy looks as to what the Paris regional looks like at this point in time.
Yeah, so far it's been 5 very interesting rounds. Like you said, usually rogue decks appearing here and there. We have dodged the bull so far. So plus, yeah, there are, from what I have heard, there are 15 bull decks and 45 of everything else. So I think that says a lot about players coming in and just wanting to try and experiment. I think this also partially because Bull is one of the decks that is being hit on the ban list, just by losing the card that gives it barrier. So it's double-edged right now. So it's either players looking to gain the most out of the deck while it is at peak power, or the players looking to slowly move away because it is a bit weird for some players to invest time and resources and everything learning a deck that will be playing slightly differently in less than a month. So in around 18-ish days from now, which is why we could be seeing more diversity at this event. And I hope that this continues. There are still like some decks that we haven't seen. Unfortunately, we haven't seen any blue decks yet. I hope to see Blue Gogeta BR. It has been stepping up lately, shaping to be the next blue meta deck. So there is always a chance that we might see this one. We haven't seen Bulma yet. I really want to see that deck perform. So it could be anything, honestly. I do not know what we're seeing.
Of course, and I think, although you rightly mentioned previously about Bulma being one of the bigger regionals online and then winning the event, I suppose because that was held in the US, if you correct me if I'm wrong, because that was held in the US, and then you have the US versus EU kind of fight going on. Both playstyles work tremendously different across different contents, and there are times where we think that we know what's best comparative to what the US thinks knows what's best. And I like to think that it's a reflection of us as the player base to see what we can offer, what kind of skill set is coming from us as players versus proven statisticals of seeing Bulma being quite highly representative. Sorry, not highly representative, but being the winning deck for that specific online event. So maybe we will see a new kind of Bulma in our Top Cut potentially during this event. But only time will tell, because unfortunately we don't have a full coverage for the decks that are being played around at the moment. We just have very arbitrary numbers being reported, not by some of the players who've reached out to us to say, oh, this is what it looks like. Whether they're competing still, whether they be able to inform us and whatnot is a different story. But regardless, I've been content with everything that's been happening so far, what we've shown on the screen and stuff they're commentating. Definitely some challenges that if we're going through almost like a jungle meta, and you pointed out that some of the players have more or less adopted the ban list as it is now, personally for them, so make sure they're ready for the next format, especially with BT31 coming out within that format too as well. It will definitely shake things up a little bit and kind of refresh the meta game, not just for the players, but for us as content watchers as well. I know for a fact that I think not probably the next event per se, but at least one of the next events that I'm aware of that's coming soon here in Europe is the online regionals on the 12th or 13th of July. And I believe tickets are up right now as well. So if you need to go buy them, please buy them. I'm probably going to be judging one of the days. I think it's to be the Sunday. So it'd be nice to see some familiar faces, some great people playing. And looks like we're straight into the gameplay already. So we have Florian on the far left playing Majin Buu, the boogeyman of the series, of this specific meta, versus Quinton with Son Goku. Red Son Goku. So it's going to be interesting to see what is going to shape up to be. Bear that in mind, these guys are considered undefeated. We're only streaming the top tables, and only as we got to round 5 did we manage to get into finally seeing the boogeyman of this show, the Green Majin Buu. However, Quinton is also undefeated as well, coming up to play against Florian in this deck. And you're going to see now as to why this deck is considered one of the scariest decks in the format, why the Buu card with the barrier is also considered banned. And we're going to see that within the space of 34 minutes going to the timer.
So starting us right off, we see Majin Buu doing its thing, which is immediately 1 energy, play down the 4-cost body, get your Z Unison out, Union absorb for free. So I did not quote whether or not he has the barrier Buu underneath this one. If he has the barrier Buu underneath it, that means that the card on top does have barrier. He's going to be fighting Kitku. If the Buu deck doesn't establish barriers fast enough, Kitku has an actual shot here of just running with the game. Because every time, Kitku basically, its thing is to minus the power of your cards by minus 15k every time he plays one of his skillless cards, and then he plays just a bunch of 30ks, starts swinging at you like there is no tomorrow. So that is one thing that the deck might have as an advantage here versus Buu. The Boo deck, though, well, it's only slow turn, and this is a bit wild to call slow, is its first turn, where it is just setting up the forward cost, and that's it. Now, Kitco has awakened here thanks to the water. The water Z extra card is very cool. It's like a field. You put 2 lives under it, and they just basically sit there. So it helps you get to low enough lives to awaken, and as activate battle, you can restore your lives. So another thing about the deck is that it is swinging with 30k bodies. Yeah, this deck is pure 30k aggression. They're all skillless, so they're just big beat sticks. But Kitku is very, very good at generating them. We can see Chaozu in the hand. Like this card, for example, plays. Helps you play one of your skillless 30ks from the drop. And then you also get to trigger the ability to minus something. So it's going to be 2 very aggressive decks swinging at each other. Now, Kitku has an energy up, has what it needs for explosive dance. Let's see, is Boo going to be pushing at him this turn, or is there just going to be a floodgate coming down?
Quentin, I just couldn't help but notice rocking with one of the exclusive Bandai sleeves they can only get from the Bandai Card Fest, which definitely fits the theme of this deck, seeing it's all Kitku based, which is something I like always seeing. And then I don't know if you had noticed that Quentin had opened up with the Vegito Secret Rare in hand. So if Quentin survives long enough in this onslaught against Boo, we might see the Secret Rare come in clutch for Quentin and start stealing games very, very soon. It's just a matter of if he can try and be able to handle the pressure that Boo might show off at this point in time. Florian going with a swing, and Quentin responds with an explosive dance, and I believe it's like, is that the top 64 or top 16 one? I think it is one of the elusive prints, which is why I didn't recognize it initially.
Yeah. It is a top 16 one. I think it's from one of the previous seasons.
Yeah. And the card is still toolbox to be really good in red deck. It's very generic enough to play into. And definitely shows up a lot stronger for this specific matchup. So my guess is that Quentin has built the deck around Green Margin Boo just to make sure if the boogeyman of this meta tries to compete, it can at least give it a run for its money for sure.
Yeah, we have the forward cost out now. We also see the barrier Boos going into the drop as Florian sets up the Z extra, and now if he goes into a 1-cost Boo, he can start building another chain. Yep, there we go. Just use Babidi to play the 1-cost Boo, and Quentin responding here with Chaozu. Gonna play a skillless card 30k from the drop as counterplay, and then targeted the Boo to minus it by 15, sending it away and drawing into his super combo, just flat out stopping the chain here. It's still not the end. Like, Florian will just end up paying an energy to set up another one of the 1-costs. Quentin doesn't have a response to this one, so he will start going into the Boo chain, Union Absorb, puts a Boo from the drop under him, and then plays another one of these 4 costs. The Boo that is underneath will now transfer Barrier to the one that is on top.
Yeah,
and
that's
the big powerful play for the deck. You transfer Barrier, and now your opponent can't hit your cards with effects unless they say ignoring Barrier, which is unfortunately something that Kitku and Red in general really doesn't have.
Yeah, and as per the rules of this game, only power transfers between two cards if you're trying to evolve or EX evolve and whatnot. a long time ago, probably in the very first set, abilities did used to transfer until a ruling went to level 0. Bandai had made an announcement to say, actually, we're just going to allow power to be transferring through, whether it be a plus or a minus. That's the only thing you can transfer. Abilities do not carry over, which is why this BT3 Boo, on the other hand, comes in, kind of overrides the rule a little bit with the permanent stating that if this card was currently being absorbed by the effects of Boo, it actually transfers over, which is why the for an announcement for the ban list, that specific Boo card is banned.
Well, we see Kid Kobe using his biggest advantage in this matchup, which is the 5 cost for 2 energy that minuses a card, ignoring barrier, just gets rid of the boos. But Florian is ready. Like, this is a card that gives Kid Ku the edge over Boo in comparison to other decks, other red decks, which might struggle a bit more, where this one can just naturally go into its barrier removal. So Quentin is going to be pressing a gas here now that the Z Unison is also gone, and now that the blockers are gone as well, and it's going to start swinging 30k bodies at the leader, Florian, with no other choice here but to take the damage. The turn passes. Now, don't be confused. Quentin's life is at 3, but it's actually at 5 because of 2 lives being under the water card. Now Florian is in a position where he has no other choice but to pay for his 1-drops or to establish a different, another Z Unison here.
Yeah.
But Quentin already has, Quentin already has 1 energy up. So he knows, like, as soon as that 1-drop hits the field, instead he's just gonna Explosive Dance immediately, effectively stopping the turn. Because Explosive Dance says that you can't swing with your battle cards without sacrificing Z energy with the same battle cards from Z energy with the power equal to the power of the card that you want to attack with. And Florian doesn't have any Z energy left. And because one of the cards that you can swing with is your leader, Quentin just immediately plays Explosive Dance on the leader, negating the attack, skipping the combo phase, as such skipping the Z energy charge phase, and just being like, yeah, you're not attacking this turn. You're not doing anything.
And Quentin is definitely putting Florian in check. He's trying to summon out the 1-drop, but constantly seems to be thwarting his plans a little more consistently than he should, just by throwing down another Chaozu. Obviously, with counterplays, unless it's stated during the counter window line, that you would have to, unless the effects are, like, for example, negate or destroy and whatnot, some counterplays just say, play this card. But Quentin kind of giving Florian a really hard time, having to exhaust a lot more energy for what he's paid for. It's a good thing Florian had a lot of the 1-drops ready to play out some of his card already, which is a good thing. But then having 2 Chaozu on board, having both Grandpa Gohan and Kid Ku on the board as well, both being 30k, really, really putting check Florian's game plan here. And
we do see some very interesting options like Baby Unison, Juvenile Parasite, a 3-cost normal Unison in Quentin's hand. It's a card that we haven't seen in like 2 years now. So that's a big one. So he's gonna go and play 20k Tienshin Han, skillless, and now pay 2. Again for the Goku SR, again Regionals promo altered variant, targeting the barrier blocker Boo, and just being like, no, you remove this now, and now comes the pain train, because there is an army of these 30Ks ready to swing here, and Quentin doing the correct sequencing, which is swinging with the double striker into the dormant potential, because dormant potential doesn't negate the attack. So there's still a double strike that is heading straight for Florian. Just not comboing, just losing these two Chaozus, because one of the effects of dormant that is usually overlooked because it doesn't matter most of the time is that it does KO cards with a cost up to 2, and they're still in this attack. So Florian takes 2 damage, and now Quentin goes into SS for Vegito, Light in the Darkness, the SCR that just got a god rare reprint in the upcoming BT31 set. Look at your opponent's hand, rep something away. He's like, yes, I am taking away your King Piccolo. Negate. You are not stopping me now. Unfortunately, Boo has multiple regenerations in hand. So the Vegito attack is still gonna get stopped. Quentin is looking now, okay, what if I remove the 8 cost, for example? But we just move this one so that it doesn't, so that the chain doesn't go all the way up to the strongest Boo. Negating the attack doesn't matter as much anymore. I mean, getting rid of a negate, because that is just happening. You have to make your peace with it. It's like, okay. Or maybe just do this. Now, the secondary effects of this Vegito are, first off, that it has quad strike, so it kicks you for 4 damage. And second, that it has the ability to give your leader plus 10,000 power until the end of your opponent's turn. So this Kitku is now 25k power. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough call for Majin Buu.
Yeah. Also, I think Florian has in hand as well. Yep, it's the Porunga secret, which I haven't seen in a very, very long time. I probably need to read up as to, like, I know it's like pay 7 to do something really insane on mode. It doesn't attack, but then you can just you can kind of like basically change the pace of the game immediately once that card comes out. I'll have to double check on that. So Quentin is essentially almost on borrowed time, where if he doesn't try and close the game a little sooner than later, the Porunga secret will come out and kind of ruin Quentin's momentum that he's currently building so far. Very, very strongly, mind you. Even though he got stopped with Storm of Potential Unleashed, there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. One of them being a double strike, one being a 20k, 3 being 30k, and then Kitku with Kitku leader swing as well. So a lot of aggressive maneuvers to be made. Only held off by this turn, but potentially may not be the next turn. Depends on what Florian has got in his hand.
And there we go, 2 energy down for the Porunga. So now it is time to choose. One of the stronger abilities of Porunga is that you can discard your opponent's card. Well, to first put it into perspective what Porunga actually does when you play it, it has 3 options for you to choose from. And you can choose them multiple times. So, and then at the end of the round, it goes away. But they are the game changers. You can draw a card and make your opponent discard 1. You can choose one of your opponent's cards and switch it to rest mode. This can be energy. Or you can choose one of your battle cards and one of the opponent's, ignoring barrier, and then just place all others to the bottom of the deck, which is the first thing that Florian is going to do here with Porunga, choosing Tien Shin Han and just wiping the field completely. Then draw one, force opponent to discard a card, So there goes the Scouter destroyed, and then draw one again and force another discard. No, really? He
Wow.
discards his super combo. Okay. I did not see this one coming. I did not see this one coming. Quentin discards his super combo. No, being attacked.
Yeah. Quinton's probably obviously a lot more versed with his own deck and probably just realized, like, you know what, these cards are way more important. I think the Baby Unison, as you already pointed out, even though we haven't seen it in years, there must be a specific key winning combo piece for Quinton to try and win against this matchup, which he probably sided for and used against for Majin Buu specifically for this. So I wouldn't be surprised. And I believe it's probably just a one of at best.
And we see another 4-cost boom blocker, now with barrier being established for free. This is one of the rare times where we're actually seeing a Buu deck struggle. The Skidku is really giving it a run for its money. No, barrier blocker down on the field. If Quentin can find another one of his SRs, and I think he actually has one in hand. Yeah, he has one in hand. He can just delete this blocker as well. Just looking at what to charge here. So, 5 energy. You can go with Unison here. You can go with the skillless card as well. You can play the 2-cost that removes a card ignoring barrier. Get rid of the blocker this way. That one is a double striker though, so that's also fine. Gonna see, unfortunately, a dormant come down. Quentin is thinking, well, look, if your opponent is dormant, now this kind of depends on what cards do you have in hand. Do you necessarily go into the card that removes? I don't think so. I think you save your SR for something higher in the chain, and I'll just go with the Unison instead. Because with the SR, I mean, you can still remove the barrier blocker with it, and then you can, if you remove the barrier blocker, you still get one swing that's going to be double. So first off, skillless comes down, played with this Tien Han. I think Tien Han gives, okay, and now it's, okay. I think Tien Han gives it double strike or crit. It is one of those two. To the skillless card. So Quentin is going to swing 30k, stopped by clones, which are feeling very homicidal at the moment. So also creating a token negate. Okay. And this just causes the passing of the turn unless he goes into the Z deck. Is there anything else? Because Dormant flat out says there are no more attacks. So yeah.
Quinton, although still under the dominant effect, still managed to break bits of Florian's board pretty well, removing the Buu once again, therefore wasting even more resources and burning Florian's cards from his hands onto the field, and then just amount to nothing more or less. That's like not allowing Florian to go up to the chain, bringing out this essentially the scariest card, which is the 8-cost. And it's interesting to see what kind of board state now can Quinton bring up now at this point, seeing as both players have used their respective secret rares on at this point in time. And now Florian is now playing at the Borum Buu.
This is the newest concept rare.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, This is one of the newer artworks that were given out. You can get in the core set. Very, very cool. I'm typing a cool illustration. I believe it has deflect. You pay 2, and then you have what I can't remember what it's. One of 2 effects you're able to achieve.
Yeah. When he's played from your hand or attacks, you choose 1, so you can fire off 2 effects. You either draw, you choose one of your opponent's unisons and you remove 3 markers from it, or your opponent places 2 of their Z energy into the drop. Yeah, that's very powerful. And we see Florian putting down his top of the food chain, basically, the 35k triple striker. Now, this would be cool if he goes all in, and then Quentin uses the water to regain 2 lives.
Oh,
and he's going very high.
I think you're right. I think Quentin is thinking about the idea of taking the triple strike. But he does have... Well, he discarded 1 super combo, and I think he still has 2 more in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Curious, I think he might have been bottom decked the Unison Boo. There goes the second one. I see the Secret Identity Bardock on top of the cards. And I think, is that Shoe?
Yeah, 2 shoes. Here is a shoe as well. It's 20, 25, 35, 40. I don't think this is worth it. I don't think he can. The Boo is 40, 50. Quentin is at 25. Yeah, he just has to crack the water here. Just has to do it now. Cracks the water, regains 2 lives back, and then takes 3 damage.
Problem is, he's already committing to 2 super combos already, so you might as well just finish off what you started.
Yeah.
Might not have been an optimal play, but I think he kind of he might have shot himself in the foot a little bit.
Yeah.
When he didn't need to, but it's okay. It's still an advantage that Quentin currently has. He's already wakened already. Doesn't need to worry about the idea of taking any more further damage, because there is still a 3 life lead ahead, comparing it to Florian.
Yeah. And there we see a Shu come down just to counterplay the 1-drop. So, yeah, Shu sends a card 5,000 power or less to the drop in counterplay window. I mean, as a counterplay, if I recall the exact text. See a swing in from the leader. I mean, Quentin is in a very, very good position at the moment. I think Florian is more digging for another dormant potential if all 4 of them haven't been used yet. We do see 2 negates, homicidal clones, and the one that was used earlier on regeneration. The issue just being comboed off. And let's see. Plus the Bobby.
Florian was still 2 energies to play around with, but I think no, he just says he's going to pass. I believe Quentin only has the 1 card in hand. Yeah, he probably has the 1 card in hand, and I think it was the other shoe that he had as well. I just noticed he has another copy of Explosive Dance. Plays out another TN from the extra deck. Starts swinging. Do we see another negate coming in? I see the King Piccolo coming in.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel that overcommitment on the triple strike swing might just cost him the game. it feels like he comboed 2 of the super combos, and then it was like, oh wait, I have the water. I don't know. I don't want to say, of course, that's not a bad play. I think it would have been optimal.
I think even
Perhaps
I think
should
even
have
he
taken.
realized, yeah, as you rightly pointing out, it might have been an optimal play, and I think even he realized halfway, and realized like, oh wait, I have 3 life, but then I just realized water's still in play. I can just crack it. But I mean, it just depends. This is going to be a skill, a testament to Quinton now, just from the skill set. Like, even if you do make a mistake, how can he, as a player, be able to fix it and try and rectify the situation right now to make sure he comes back into a recoverable game state? Only with 2 cards in hand left, but still has a lot of cards in life. With 3, like I said, the lead of 3. It'd be interesting to see maybe the roll of the dice is more so now. What does life give him in sense of resources? And only time will tell at this point.
Yeah. I mean, the Bio Broly that is on the field is pretty decent, pretty decent card. Unfortunately, Majin Buu has a way of removing it from the field as well. So it is going to be an uphill battle from now on. It is going to be an uphill battle. Both of the secret rares have been played. So at least there is not going to be, dancing around the possibility of an unknown secret rare coming down. This Bio Broly is great. He is a 30k double strike blocker. Because if there are 2 or fewer cards in your opponent's battle area, this card can be removed from a battle area by your opponent's skills. So, Majin Buu's a skill that removes a card ignoring barrier can't do anything yet. When he's played, he minuses the field by -30, but the big thing is auto. When your opponent's battle card is played or attacks, your leader and this card get plus 5k for the turn.
Oof. Big old oof.
Yeah, and you can't remove the Broly unless you establish at least 3 cards in the battle area. Now, the one thing that is driving me a bit nuts here is this a Z extra supposed to be in the battle area or outside of it? The green one that we keep seeing above the deck. I hope that means that it is outside the battle area, because I don't remember it being fired off. But yeah, Buu is played. That is plus 5k more. Who's going to use Union Absorb? That is plus 5k more. Leader is currently at 25k. The moment any of these cards swings, that is plus 5k more. So the leader is 30k at that point. Yeah. So using Babidi here to get the 1-cost Buu. Plays the Buu that is plus 5k again.
Florian, stop. His lead is unkillable at this point. There's no need to. You're just making things harder on yourself.
And this is plus 5k more as well. Oh god, the Goku is 35k now, and now the Fire Broly is gone.
You know what? At least the Bio Broly, like, it's paid off its dividends. It might have got popped and Florian managed to just go over the Bio Broly by just KOing it and stuff. But okay, sorry, just removing a field. But at least he wasn't able to attack and get aggressive. But it does put Quinton in a bit of a chokehold. Still with only 1 card in hand, plays at the Baby Unison, and I think he's going to basically just go and gobble it up. Yep, there it is.
Yep.
One of the stronger plays that this Unison as its own ability comes out on. Another copy of TN from the extra deck.
We also see a Videl in hand, which can hit 2 cards and minus them. So, the biggest issue is that Quentin doesn't really have cards that he can push with. Because these boos are again just barrier blockers, thanks to the blue boo that is under them. And there we go. Hopefully the last dormant potential is being played here. So discard a card, get rid of the Engine Han. There's gonna be only one attack left. Swing in with the baby, and then just opt with regeneration. So going through the drop and getting another Rin Majin Buu. So what else can Quentin do here? Perhaps if he has the energy, establish the Z extra on the board to give himself extra power during his opponent's next turn, at least for the attack.
He does have defensive play. I noticed that he's got one of the King Vegeta cards. I can't remember off the top of my head. An explosive dance and a Videl counterplay. So he can kind of not check the board per se, but more so just give Florian a little bit of a hard time to try and push in this specific turn. Whether he gets to achieve it is a different story. Does take the damage, and it was the Cyberman Negate, where very similar to the green counterattack card that Florian had played. It's basically just the red version where you just negate for 2 or pay a life, and you can just also summon out a blocker. So it stalls for the turn very nicely for Quentin.
So absorption comes down, and no, and there goes. There goes the baby. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay, cool. Cool, because if absorption went into the 6 cost, that might have been the end for the baby Unison. I think it could defend itself a bit. Instead, going into the 6 cost Majin Buu, close to despair, 30k crit. All of your Majin tokens get plus 5k power. And activate main, choose one of your Majin tokens and remove it from the game. Opponent discards 1. And now just heading straight into the 8 cost 35k triple striker. Yeah, this is, and it has barrier because of the 4 cost Buu that is under it. This is turning into, I don't want to say this, Usman, but I think that this is turning into an unwinnable position for the Kitco deck.
It is, and Florian kind of closing the gap a little bit with being only 3 life remaining for Quentin. Quentin does respond with the Videl counterplay in hand, not being able to allow him to get into another chain, which is good. But okay. I think Quentin just had a misplay. He thought he was playing one specific card, and then realized, oh wait, that's not the card I wanted to play out. Instead, it was meant to be the Chaozu, which makes a simple sense. But either way, he stops the chain, another chain again. But Florian gets to do it once again. I'm just thinking, you know what? He ain't gonna stop him anymore. Like, I still have all these kind of boos I can just bring out from the drop. Just keep going again. It's like, why are you doing this? Just stop, man. It's okay. But then I think Quinton's just asking 1 or 2 odd questions about the 1-drop boo, checking as to see if it's the play is available and whatnot. Florian coming in with the forecast boo, and then just going for swing. Quinton deciding if he actually wants to take the damage or not. He does have the negate in hand. And I think what's the other card? Black Mass Sane as well. And I think, in case you didn't notice, like right now it is overtime. To 5 minutes or 3 turns, whichever comes first.
Yeah, it's. We will see. We will see. So Quentin just needs to deal 2 damage to win. Just.
And a dream at this point. With this entire onslaught coming through. Florian coming with the Z Awaken. With the Boo leader ability coming into active play.
Yeah. And another. Oh no, he's stacking a dormant potential under it. Okay, I was just about to say another dormant potential. Quentin can still win. There is a Z battle Goku that can become, I want to say, 25k double striker. So there is still, if you have one of the skillless cards in play, I know he does get a plus, I believe, 16k buff. So there is still way to deal double to your opponent. It's not completely over yet.
No, but another thing I'm also noticing with Florian, I don't know if he's got one more card left in the deck, and that's it. If he does, all Quentin needs to do is just pass the turn, and then he wins.
Yeah.
But in order for that to happen, he needs to survive this onslaught that Florian is throwing at him right now.
At which point I also want to say, like, okay, after you play this Piccolo, there is nothing else for you to play. So, Explosive Dance. Quentin is playing this very fast. Pass the turn. You don't need, if he has one card, you don't need to do anything. Oh, it's just, yeah, okay, cool. Swing, block. Pass, draw, there's one card. And that is game. Quentin wins.
Oh, wow.
By mailing the Boo deck.
Let's go.
Oh, God. Usman, yesterday we have seen in Fusion World Mil Jiren. Now we have seen Mil Kitko.
Yeah.
These red decks with their shenanigans.
I know, man. Me playing Janemba a long time. I've been playing it all wrong. I should have been playing all these red decks instead. If I was going to mill my opponent out. But you know what? It is what it is. There's not much you can do about it in that way. Congratulations, Quentin, for a very close game. I reckon if there was enough resources that Florian would have had, he could have won for sure. But Quentin being kind of patient with his plays-ish, having to snipe out all the one cast and just making Florian just waste all his resources, having to rebuild the chain over and over and over and over again. But then slapping down the Chaozu, slapping down the Kitku's 5 casts, and also going against the Fidels as well. He's definitely practiced against this matchup pretty well. And I think even he had noticed that, like, if he didn't super combo in that one specific turn, whether it was a mistake or not, and he probably noticed, in the end it didn't matter. He managed to still get the win. So well done to Quentin.
Yeah. And with that being said, we're going to jump into the break because the next round should be starting very, very soon.
we have now entered into the final round of Swiss for Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters here in Paris, ran by Pecco. It's been 5 octane fueled rounds of pure card game action with a bunch of varieties of decks that we've managed to see. Literally, I think there's been no decks that have been the same, which is kind of nice and refreshing to see on stream. But yeah, we've now finally hit the final round. This will be the last round. However, it doesn't mean this action doesn't stop here. We still have a top 8 to go through as well. And this will be held, hopefully, on stream as well, as per schedule, where we will have 60 minutes plus, I believe, 10 minutes overtime in the best of 3. But we won't get to that part just yet. We'll have to do this final round first. And this will be the last table, which are both currently standing on right now undefeated. Damien, how are you feeling right now?
I'm excited to see how Swiss ends, but don't go anywhere after this round because we will be going into the top 8 top cuts. So I think whoever wins, well, both players should be going into the top 8 regardless. And oh my god.
Oh my god, let's go. The deck you've been calling out for all this time since the start of the stream is now finally appearing. Your wish has come true, Damien. The Shenron has listened to you as you wrote those 7 Dragon Balls nice and tightly, and it's on screen, finally. We have Bruno on the left playing Son Goku GT, which we have seen previously on I believe, round 4 or round 3. I hope I'm getting this right. And then we have even with SS4 Son Goku Daima, one of the newer decks showcasing on the stream. And like I said, these guys have been untouched. You're undefeated. They going to duke it out between the two. And as you rightly might have pointed out earlier, Damien, that these guys are, although they're undefeated, it's guaranteed that they're both making it to top 8, which is good. So we're going to probably see a bit more of a casual approach to this final matchup of Swiss. But it's nice to see, these decks being on the showcase for us, and to see what's going to matter between the two players. So congratulations to both of them for being undefeated all the way up to round 6.
Yeah. So I am floored that the Goku Android 18 deck has actually made it this far. This is amazing to see, because it's again, I'm not floored because this is, some random rogue deck. No. Instead, this deck is another testament to how well designed the support for older decks is. Mind you, this is a set 26 deck. We are entering set 31 in 17-ish days. No more. Well, less than 20 days. So to see the deck which just got promo support come back in BT30 and actually end up undefeated at the very last round of Swiss, this is very surprising. And his opponent is SS4 Son Goku Apex Evolution. This Goku here is, the thing with card games is that the best decks are always the decks that are breaking the rules somehow. And this is what Goku does. He allows you to evolve in the counterplay timings, which means that you can evolve when your opponent is playing cards. This makes the deck very, very powerful because it's largely a toolbox deck, and it does have a lot of these evolved cards that can negate skills. They can they can negate skills. They are barrier blockers. They can rest cards. So we have a lot of small tools here and there for the Goku deck. One of the more important ones being this Porunga Red Wish Dragon Z Unison. It can't attack, but you place one card from your hand to the bottom of your deck, and you play one yellow battle card with cost 1 and 5k combo power from your deck or drop in rest mode. With its skills negated, of course. So you get your small Goku Mini 1 cost to the field so that then you can evolve on top of it. Yeah, this card right here. This is SS4 Son Goku Mini Small Super Warrior. When this card is played, choose one of your opponent's battle cards and switch it to rest mode, and limit 1 when your Demon Realm card with Evolved is played on top of this card. Draw a card. Now, it does enter with skills negated due to it being played with the Porunga, basically. So Evan is just going to be passing here. He does have the energy marker, but I think it's just going to turn into a pass.
One of the nice things with yellow as a deck as well is, as you rightly pointed out, being a toolbox engine in breaking the rules. What's best breaking the rules is having the kind of strong cards that kind of facilitates those rule breaking. You got your super familiar staples from like the Zamasu Super Combo to Vegeta Final Flash to the counterplay Vegito, as well as like I think it's Release from Evil is the other one as well. Just those having yellow and just your toolboxing that kind of strategy too as well really disrupts the gameplay with a lot of decks. So it makes sense as to why Evan and Bruno have managed to make their way all the way to the top, being undefeated in this specific tournament as well. And as I just pointed out, that there's Release from Evil, just like saying, nope. It's like, that's cute. I like those effects. It's a shame you can't use them. And it's always really strong to use them for. And this is just one of many that he has. Obviously, it just depends on what cards he might have cited for this specific matchup. We don't know, but we will find out, I'm sure, soon enough.
Yeah. So, like you said, what helps decks at let's say bending the rules to gain more power, to gain advantage. It also helps a lot when you're in one of the best colors in the game. So with one of the best tools available, which yellow is, yellow has always been not necessarily the best color in the game, but definitely a very powerful one with a very big tool set of control cards. However, unlike the last matchup, there are no real barrier cards here, cards with barrier for Bruno to have to dance around, except for the 1/6 cost SS4 Son Goku Evolved Power. That's unfortunately for Bruno a blocker barrier, but other than that, he should be able to go around most of the cards in this deck and actually play his Son Goku GT Android 18 tag team deck to its fullest potential. We see Evan now preparing another chain with his Porunga by dropping down the the Vegeta 1 drop, because there is a 6 cost. There is a 6-cost Vegeta that you can evolve on top of this one. Now that the leader has awakened as well, you can do this in counterplay timing. Yeah, here we go. This is SS3 Vegeta Evolved Power, Deflected Double Strike. when it's played, switch it to active mode, and then negate the skills of one of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier. This part doesn't matter. There is nothing on the field now, but it's still a 25k double striker. Draw a card for a single energy, removing the Piccolo from the board.
Then going into Bruno's Unison, just yeeting the Piccolo out of the window, and we're like, nope, get this off the board. This is not. I don't want you to try and facilitate your gameplay or any of your cards, like, you know, to be active or live at this point of view. And Evan's just basically playing the game how he wants to play now. Now that that's off the board, I assume he's going to more or less be starving Bruno here a little bit, even though he's on 7 life and Evan's already awakened. I think we're basically just gearing up for the next turn now, and that's what this current turn is going on at this point. Just, yep, like for example, there's the 8-cost Goku on the board. He's just searching for some hands. Just telling Bruno to say, hey, can you cut my deck? And then still has 1 energy up, as well as one of the floating energy going second, and he just passes the turn over, which makes me think he's obviously got some counterplay response. And I think, is that forbidden? Is that forbidden power? Yeah, that is forbidden power.
Yeah. Yeah. So, just going by what we have seen in the previous game with Bruno's deck, is that he's playing very, very, very defensively with his extra cards. He has floodgates. He has ways of like stopping even single attacks for cheap. He has a lot of tools that he can survive with. I mean, he did survive against the Black SS4 Son Goku Zeno, which is far more aggressive than SS4 Son Goku Apex of Evolution is. So Bruno does have the tools here. He's not even awakening yet. Remaining on the leader's front side. Leader being blanked here by Released from Evil, but still getting the auto going, of course, and grabs a super combo. Now we know that one of the ways for this deck to win is to just dig for the secret rare, hope for the best. Is that what he's gonna be doing here? We will see. Know that we have seen SS Broly Indiscriminate Destroyer in his hand as well. So at the moment, I think he's just gonna be, you can call it poking the bear a bit. Just, like poke this SS4 leader. Be like, hey, it's just 15k. Take some damage, mate. And then keep drawing for the Broly to close out the game with a surprise SCR.
Trying to make out what's in Bruno's hand. I can see like maybe 1 or 2 super combos and then the gates, I think. From what I can gather from like a few of the images on the side. But I don't think he has the Broly secret rares at the moment just yet. No, he does not. Okay, cool. So the imminent doom for Broly to come out is not there just yet. We're still having to try and search it still, which is fine. Which means Evan has doesn't realize it yet, but he does have a little bit of breathing room for this play to happen. Going to activate Piranha once again. Play at the Vegeta, and then add a couple of cards, and then being able to. What does he wish to do? Is he going to try and evolve? Does he have the 6 cost to hand? I remember.
Good heavens.
I can't see it.
No, I see a bunch of Gokus.
Yeah, I see a bunch of Gokus. That's about it.
Yeah, but hey, you can play the 1-cost Goku and then evolve on top of it. That's also a viable play here. Yep, there he is. So this is the best card in the entire deck. This is the card that has pushed the deck to the position of currently the best yellow deck in the game. It is SS4 Son Goku Apex Form, Double Strike, Dual Attack, 35k power, Evolve for 2 energy. When he's played, switches to active mode. When he attacks, choose up to 2 of opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier, negate their skills and KO them. Doesn't matter as much, but still, 35k double dual attacker. Yeah, this is an absolute monster of a card heading Bruno's way. He takes the 2 damage. They're looking to possibly dig for that secret rare.
Even kind of changing the pace of the game a little bit against Bruno. Although Bruno's taking a lot of damage at this point, at least he gets to awaken now at this point in time. However, Bruno's not going down without a fight. He's going to play the difference of power. The 1 cost extra from the extra card to try and reduce the swing, mitigate the combo power. Going in and then just easily coming out. And Bruno still has a lot of cards in hands. I keep forgetting. We just don't see it a lot in camera. And then he passes. Looks like Evan does pass the turn over to him. Evan still has 1 energy up. My guess is probably just for either the evolving or for the forbidden power to response against Bruno. Only time will tell.
I just want to say, man, it's the finality of space. Just look at Bruno. The man is smiling. He's having the time of his life right now. Like, whatever happens, just sportsmanship and just love for the game keeps radiating out of this man. Just like, yes, let's do this. I'm gonna draw 2. Hopefully dig for my secret rare. Unfortunately misses again. Unfortunately whips on this one as well. Does send favorable situation into the drop. But he does play the double striker Son Goku out, which does draw 1, plays himself, and then when he's played, he chooses one of the opponent's battle cards and gives it minus 10k power just to remove the Vegeta from the field. Still, it's a 20k double striker. So he could give Bruno the push that he needs, the very little, let me just poke you a bit. Come on, it's just a double striker. Nothing bad is going to happen.
Yeah,
not like I run the Broly SCR.
I know, right? Do you know what'd be really awful right now for Bruno? If his Broly SCR was literally the last life to take, and it's not in his deck. I hope that doesn't happen to Bruno,
Yeah.
But, anything can happen at this point.
Yeah, if he hopefully has like a single card that searches the deck for anything, just to get information or whether or not the card is actually in there, that would help a lot. But
Bruno's still not awakened yet.
Yeah, he's heavily favoring searching top 5 for Red Saiyan with the cost of 4 or less, or a red extra card. I mean, it is a bit weird, isn't it?
It is, but I suppose he's trying. I don't know if he's trying to gather resource first. I suppose if he hasn't found the secret rare within this specific set of turns, I would assume then he's basically trying to bolster his hand for when it comes to his turn and try and pick out certain cards in the deck and think, you know what, if I have this lined up and this lined up and this lined up, I can break his board easily because he has currently, as it stands right now, just 1 Goku on the board. and allow him to facilitate any kind of win or loss against his opponent. But I mean, the man is smiling constantly, so he's probably the worst person to play poker with at this point.
Like, yes, this is awesome. Let's continue. So,
whoa, cards! That's what I imagine in his head is going through.
Yeah. You got to love the energy of this man. You got to love the energy. So, yeah. How is he gonna get out of this? Well, he does. His deck is mostly made out of negates. Like and here he is. So this is the Broly that I was expecting to see in the last game. This is SS Broly Indiscriminate Destroyer. Yeah, the guy just doesn't care. You play him for 2 energy, draw a card, you put 3 red extras from the drop under him, and then he has Activate Main, and you also KO something. Because why not? Activate Main, place 3 cards under this card into your drop, and then either switch into active mode, or choose one of opponent's battle cards ignoring barrier and give it minus 30k. He is colossal. He's absolutely a big beater. So just gonna swing in here with him. Use the leader's ability, draw a card.
Still no secret.
Yeah. Still no secret, but can play this Goku. I don't think there's a point in playing him from the drop now. Opponent is at 4. So needs to sneak in one more hit before he can try and close the game with the secret rare. Unfortunately for Bruno, and very fortunately for Evan, Evan is playing a yellow deck, which means that for Bruno to play the secret rare and for Evan to not have a negate, all the stars in the sky would have to align perfectly. And Evan knows this. He's like, yes, okay. We will just continue pushing you bit by bit with these Daima cards.
Evan's deck looking a little smaller comparative at the start of the game, obviously because it's short, but it's a lot more substantial comparative to Bruno's deck. So hopefully we don't see another deck out on stream. But only time will tell. I assume he's basically just trying to. What Bruno and everyone are talking about right now is just more so what is allowed to do. And I think he was pointing out to the leader, oh, it's my active main, active battle ability to play in rest mode. 1 yellow demon realm card.
Okay, let's see. So, quickly just discussing what the various cards do here. We can see Bruno's hand, a lot of counterattacks and counterplays, Protector of the People, Token Negate, Yamcha Merciless Barrage. Yeah, even the Android 18 that turns your extra cards into combo. Master Roshi Floodgate as well. You're not really touching this deck.
No, not at all. Or even if he does, Evan's gonna find out sooner or later just how strong Goku GT can be. Even if he's not showing a bit. Granted, he's got the Broly on the board, but it's one and done sort of thing. I think he also has another copy of the Broly. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, another one in hand.
So Evans is ready for a rude awakening once it's going to happen to him. To his Goku GT. He doesn't know it yet, but he'll find out sooner or later. So I suppose Evan needs to start applying the pressure very, very soon now.
Yeah, this is the barrier blocker, Son Goku GT. So normally you would say no problem. It's a barrier card. it's going to survive versus Red. But Bruno has still another Broly that will just minus 30 through barrier and get rid of it. And I use the super combo here, going to dig for his secret rare a bit more. See if he can find it. As long as it is not the last card in the deck, there is a chance.
There is a chance.
Yeah. I'm wondering how this deck. I do like the deck, but I have to wonder how does he win games in situations where the secret rare is the last card in the deck in the lives.
Hopes and prayers.
Hopes and prayers. Okay. So here we go again. Dual attack, double strike, SS4 Son Goku. On the first swing here, I mean, Bruno has enough tools to survive this attack. Like, just here is a free negate. Yeah, you just pay 1 for it. Stop the attack, give the leader plus 5k.
Nope. Still not the secret rare. It said we got the opposite. It was just a Krillin.
Yeah, welcome to the secret rare watch. Finally, we're all just waiting to see the Broly from the top of Bruno's deck.
Just put on like a it's been X days since not seeing a secret rare. So X turns for not seeing a secret rare for Bruno.
Oh my god. Just Law and Order sound effect, like dum dum. It's been it's been 6 rounds. Let me see what is the secret rare for Heaven's deck is SS4 Gogeta. So I think we're really looking at because that's usually the secret rare that you play in this deck. So I think we're looking at the race of the secret rares. Whoever sees his one first probably wins the game.
Yeah, both Bruno being on free life, and then if I'm being on 4, if Bruno can manage, I mean, even if you do find the secret rare, he only hits you for 3, right? So I assume just needs to get at least one more attack flat out to make, and then you can just take the advantage at that point there for his secret rare to pop off.
He did get the Beerus from the top of his deck. It's a promo card. You can just play it for 2 more markers. Just cut in your hand for 2 energy. It's an offering 20k. Yeah, and it minuses something by 30 for 2 energy. Not bad. Not bad at all. So that's a way for him to remove some extra cards and to draw 1 through offering. Or just maybe deal damage. They'll usually just draw.
Yeah, usually, offering is not very often seen in this game. I don't recall an offering sort of skill deck being like one of the winning things. And usually, if they do get faced with it, I think we were talking about yesterday, Heartfelt Plea, which is currently banned right now. That's probably the only time I can remember that skill keyword being relevant.
Yeah. Like usually if you have an offering deck, there was one yellow baby that got support in the last anniversary box, a lot of offering cards, but it's still like a rogue deck. It wins based on opponent not knowing how to play against offering. So but it's still cool to see the keyword. It's slowly being cycled back into the game through a couple of promos or old legacy support cards. we see this Yamcha Merciless Barrage here. This card is limited to 1. It's a counterplay, gives -15 to something played for free if you have a Unison. Just removes the 1-drop immediately so that Evan doesn't get anything to evolve with.
No, I mean, he still gets the on-play. Well, the on-play effect from the leader ability. But because of how the wording is done with Yamcha, because it's the -15 is on the counterplay, not an auto, you'd have to play typically that card in counter window 2, which is why you see the Vegeta being able to resolve the looking at the top 3.
Yeah.
Is that a secret rare? No, it's not a secret rare. I'm going to joke this throughout this entire stream. Now that Bruno's up on stream, if he doesn't open up a secret rare, I'd be like, is that a secret rare? I'm just going to make a notch on the wall to say, nope, it's not. It's not a secret rare.
Hey, he still has 2 lives that he can take. Maybe the secret rare is in there. So, yeah, we will see. I think one of the good things that he had with staying unawakened for so long is that he was effectively filtering through his deck. Look at top 5, grab something, and then when it comes to, well, grab certain cards, and then just shuffle the rest into your deck at least. Not necessarily filtering, but he was checking what's in his deck. So, at this point, there is a chance that he knows whether or not the SCR is in the deck.
But it is looking bleaker and bleaker. He's trying to cycle through the deck and just thinking, like, is he going to find it? Nope. I mean, as much as we're joking it's about Bruno, I mean, Evan is also running this Gogeta Secret Rare. But I don't think I could see it in his hand. Or it's hard to figure out if he does have it in his hand.
Martial Virtuoso comes down. Floodgates immediately. Yes, there is a Unison in play. No, you're not going to be swinging 25k or more at me anymore. So, okay. So Evan is trying to figure out what to do here now. Sure, we can negate some skills. Fine. But most of the time it is just like, okay, if Roshi came in, stopped you. Like, okay, I will just target Roshi and Broly, get rid of them. Yeah. I think that the yellow SS4, I'm starting to really lean on the side of yellow SS4 winning this game.
I mean, it can still go either way. We still have 5 minutes left on the clock. Neither players have drawn or used their secrets at this point in time. Both players being on 3 life, which is essentially the kill range for their respective secrets. Although every time Evan builds up the board, Bruno stops it. But every time Bruno builds up the board, Evan stops it. So it's a very super cat and mouse sort of situation that we're dealing with here currently in this matchup for the final round of Swiss. The only thing I can see right now is that Bruno has been pacing himself pretty well in the sense of having to use the Super Saiyan Broly whenever the Super Saiyan 4 Goku comes out. He's always removed it, which always puts Evan on the back foot. And I did see another copy of Broly in Bruno's hand. So I'd be interested to see what they can or cannot do in this particular point in time of the game.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Evolve into the Vegeta. Again, this Vegeta is very, very strong. 25k double striker and also negate skills of something until the end of the opponent's turn. Ignoring barrier. Bruno responding with his own SR. So this here is Son Goku, Deadly Combat Settled. A 30k triple striker for 2 energy. When this card in your hand is discarded, you can play him. He gains barrier. When your opponent activates a skill on an extra, when you or your opponent activate a skill on an extra card with an original cost of 1 from your hand or drop, choose 2 cards among all cards in your opponent's battle area and give them minus 15k for the turn. It is still a minus 15 is nothing to really write home about, but this effect is not limit 1. It doesn't negate itself. So whenever an extra card is activated, you give minus 15 to 2 cards. More importantly, it's a big triple striker. And that one is on 3 lives. That's a way to switch it to rest mode, though.
Yeah, Evan trying to deal or sequentiate the threat that Bruno's slowly trying to put onto the board. Is like, fine, if I don't have the triple strike secret, here, Goku will take this triple strike slot instead. It's not a secret rare, but it's something at least. It's a super rare.
It starts with S, that's enough.
Yes, and ends with rare.
Yeah, and ends with rare. Okay, Bruno, what do you have? Still don't think he has the Broly. There is something very, very shiny. It's the third card. Like, very shiny.
I don't think it's secret rare shiny. But I'm happy to be proven wrong. Is he going through his life just to find out what where the secret is? Am I actually right in this?
So what would he need? He would need to play the secret rare, and one would need to have only a single card in the deck that's a negate in hand, and I know he has a release from evil, and nothing else that flat out stops the attack. And in that specific situation, Bruno wins 100% of the time. In that specific situation. Well, 90% of the time, unless someone just happens to have like 3 super combos in hand as well. So, no, he has released from evil. I don't know if he has anything else. Fine, you know how it goes.
I know. I've been in this situation. We've both been in this situation before where we're just like essentially throwing hands as to like what we can and cannot do, and just trying to think, oh, actually, if I just do these things, there's this specific chance of winning. I don't think he does have the secret rare still. Like something's changed at this point right now. I don't think it has. Nope.
No, it's not. Nah. It was another one of the triple striker Gokus, unfortunately.
What a shame. But Evan is going in deep, and
that's game. Yeah.
Bruno was just giving no thought of it. Where was the secret rare? Show me the secret rare. Oh well, it's fine. Well done to Evan for playing a very masterful class against Bruno in that way.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, broadcasters, for checking if the secret rare is there, but I don't think it's there anymore. Unfortunately, he's scooped up his cards, which is a shame. But thank you for trying. But yeah, well done to Evan for winning the final round of Swiss. Congratulations to him being the undefeated at this point in time in the tournament, making him the highest seed on the top 8 category that we're going to see very, very soon. We are going to go into a break very, very soon, just so the judges can have enough time to perform all 8 top 8 players' deck checks, making sure everything's fine. Then they'll be briefed again as to stating what are the time rules, what's allowable, what's not allowable. I think in this game as well, if you're the highest seed, you get to choose who goes first or second.
Yeah.
And any kind of etiquette or rulings will be done by the head judge, and there'll be severe table watching from all the other judges on the floor to make sure there's no level of foul play being committed in our game. But it should be fine. I think everyone, because of how much of a tight-knit community Dragon Ball Z Masters is, everyone kind of knows each other. Everyone knows what the score is. So I guarantee it would be very, very brief from the head judge themselves. But, yep, still a good show for them. Well done for Bruno for even making this far, being undefeated still. But alas, the time has come for top 8. I don't know how long it'll take. We'll find out very, very soon. I'm sure the broadcasters will keep us in mind. For you as the viewers, if we do have any updates, we'll write it in the comments in either on Twitch or YouTube, and at least give you a plentiful time to make sure to prepare yourself for the top 8 finals for Paris Regionals. So don't go anywhere. We won't be too long. Damien, any closing words before we go into top 8?
That's it. We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Welcome back to Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters French Regionals Top Cut. That's right, we have top 8, and the spread for top 8 is Chef Damien's Kiss Premium French Cuisine. Just like this is not what I would have expected. Usman, what do you think of the spread for the top 8?
I'm looking at the top cut and I'm thinking, wow, it's a lot more diverse than I thought. There's been 2 Majin Buu has only made it out of the top cut. So out of 60 players, only 2 has made it to top cut. Whether they get to the finals is a different story. But regardless, congratulations to all 8 for making it this far. We are now entering into top cuts. As of right now, we have Alex on the right playing Rubian, and then we have Matilla playing Green Majin Buu. Both are very prominent players in the respective games. Alex being one of the main French players on the right, piloting Rubian, and then Matilla, one of the main Spanish players on the left, piloting Majin Buu. So it'll be interesting to note to see how it goes. And just for context for what's happening with the other top 8, we have Structure Deck 20 Ape-Ku versus Super Saiyan 4 Goku Xeno, what was shown originally in the previous Swiss rounds. We got Alex versus Majin Buu, as you're seeing right now on screen. You have Cesaro of Majin Buu versus Bruno in Goku GT, as you've seen previously in the last round, just before we broke up for the top cuts. And then we have Yellow with Universe 7 team up with going up against SS4 Goku Mini, and I believe that was Ivan, sorry. So, very diverse top 4, 2 that we expected to see, and now we're seeing the duking out between the top 8 of these very prominent players. As it stands right now, in case you're not aware of Top Cut's proceedings, we are going by best of 3. So what happens is you need to, usually in Swiss rounds, you tend to pre-side in your game, being ready to play whatever deck is in front of you during that specific matchup. However, in this case, you do not get to pre-side. You can only side after the second game. It has to be your natural deck of what you submitted according to your deck list, and you play that as your first game. And also, whoever is the highest seed, in this case, I believe would have been Alex, in my opinion, being the highest seed, gets to decide who goes first or second. And then within this time frame of 60 minutes, you must have a game of 3 games and determine who the winner is. There is also a 10-minute time extension as well, to make sure that no one else... there's at least a bit of fairness and wiggle room for both players. However, if you are within game 1 or game 3 and time is called, you can still continue. That's when you continue to play your turn 1 to turn 2, turn 3. However, if you're in game 2 and time is called, the game ends immediately, and whoever won game 1 is the winner of the match. So right now, because of Masters games running off a little longer than usual on the clock comparative to most games, winning the first game not only mentally puts you in a really strong position, but also having that one step closer to obtaining the next advancement of the bracket. So for these guys, if they can, either one wins game 1, getting one step closer to top 4, assuming they can win within 60 plus 5 minutes to 10 minutes overtime.
So, let's dig into this now that we have technicalities out of the way. This is going to be Universe 2, Brienne de Chateau, or aka the Witchy Warriors of Universe 2, aka the deck that makes you read cards a lot during the stream, versus Green Majin Buu. Now, like we said, Alex is one of the best. He's one of the best players in the world. He's a world representative. So he only plays this deck. Ever since this deck came out, Alex has been exclusively on this deck. So I think that he has played infinite amount of games versus this Majin Buu. Now, we know Majin Buu, very aggressive, plays a lot of things for free, goes into his 6 costs for very cheap, looks to give barrier to things. Now, the one thing that Universe 2 has over Majin Buu, the only thing that gives it some sort of a light advantage is actually Song of Love and Victory Maiden Squadron. This card is a 1 cost. If your opponent is 2 or more energy, you choose one activate main. You choose one of your opponent's battle cards with a cost 4 or less, ignoring barrier, and send it to their warp. And then you play this card from the hand. Key thing to keep in mind: every time Alex manages to hit Majin Buu with Song of Love and Victory, the Buu will get warped, meaning that you can't Union Absorb from the drop anymore, meaning that your barrier Buus are just gone. So Matila needs to play around that fact, which is actually quite possible as long as you don't end the turn on the 4 drop. So whenever he's going into the Buu chain, he needs to commit to going into the 6 drop instead. So from 4 to 6, this will cost him an energy, I believe, with the absorption extra card. And then basically, if he doesn't have anything else, end the turn there. Every time he ends the turn on 4, he risks losing his barrier piece. So that's going to be Alex's main strategy here, because I don't think that Universe 2 struggles much against Buu once you remove all of its barrier pieces. There's only 4 of them, but as long as they're not in the drop, they can just keep infinitely recurring them. So we will see if Alex gets to play it like that. On Matila's side, he did establish the 6 cost, the 4 cost, I believe, with barrier. Another way of doing it is, if you're not sure that you can go into 6, you can just establish a 4 cost instead and not touch the barrier Buu. I think this is what he did here. It's a bit harder to see. Yeah. So this 4 cost doesn't have barrier under it. He's not risking having it warped. So, yeah. I think this is going to be 2 very long games, Usman. I think these are going to be 2 very long games, especially given how many lines of play the Maidens deck actually has.
Yeah, and at the credit to Mozilla trying to play around that specific card. One thing that to note as well, as much as Alex has a prominent standing solely by himself, probably with a few other people in the French team, in the French community, to be able to achieve such a high rank in Masters, Batilla doesn't exactly it's not been exactly not in the spotlight before. He has rubbed shoulders with some of the very stronger players before previously, just been in the game for a longer period of time. Seeing as I've also happened to know him just from the Spanish community as well. Very strong players who are there as well, and probably just from like the level of note taking involved, having to understand the fundamentals of the games, the matchups, what's important, what's sequential, what's not so sequential, in order to figure out what this matchup is. I know he has a very strong team behind him, which got him to his current position now. So either way, it's not like you can count Matilda out. So it might put Alex a little bit of in a bit of a backstep, in just the sense of experience versus notoriety at this point.
Yeah. Okay, so we have the broadcast set up. Alex going into the Chilai Z Unison. Again, this card is God-given for the deck. It looks at top 3 cards of your deck and sends one of them to your drop or warp, which is amazing for setting up your maidens. We're going to be seeing a Brienne being played here. Sure. So this is not the big one. This is just the 2-cost Brienne de Chateau. Deflective, this is your leader. You draw 1, and you also get to choose 2 of your Universe 2 cards, and they get plus 5k for the turn. And we can see that immediately the 4-cost was played on top of this one. Brienne, the Witch Warrior, deflected double strike, 25k. You get to choose the Z extra and switch it to rest mode. When she's played, you add 1 Black Maiden Squadron card with the cost of 2 from your drop or warp back to your hand. A lot of recursion in this deck. And then also auto place 2 Maiden Squadron cards from the warp to the bottom of your deck, and when this attacks, choose 1 of your opponent's battle cards and warp it. This is probably gonna be a Majin Buu's biggest obstacle, because I think Universe 2 has this one in the bag. I hope that I'm correct, because the way that I'm looking at this is every time they warp something, you are losing your Union Absorb pieces. So whether they just warp your big cards without barrier, or a Song of Love and Victory warps your 4-cost that gives barrier, you're constantly losing pieces. You only have 8 1-costs in the deck. So they keep forcing you to basically spend them not to spend them, but they can exhaust you out of resources. That's where I was going with.
I think you're right as well. If I recall, in the one of the previous matchups when we had the Majin Buu in the current Swiss rounds, the Majin Buu did run out of cards in deck every time I believe it was a Kitku, Red Kitku was being able to dismantle the board each and every time. And every time he did try and go that, granted he had access to Union Absorb, he might also lose cards remaining out the deck as well. And with considering how big Attila's hand is, just as much as how big Alex's hand is as well, I think with how, I'm not saying on rails the deck specifically is, but such a fine wave level of dancing between the lines of making sure you don't get selected for the forecast, which means you don't go into too much recursion. So you might have to play that differently, just as Matilla's doing right now. As it stands, the board state is very much into Alex's favor, but that doesn't mean you don't count Buu out, for sure. Although he is Matilla is under the effect of Protector of the People, so every time he does swing, the leader gains an additional 5k. Brings it a little bit harder, a bit more resources to burn, a bit more actual sequential thinking. It's making sure that each swing means something. Otherwise, every time they negate or they combo something out of it, as you can see now from Alex, having to throw down 2 super combos for the specific swing, just means that it's just like almost like a step away from gaining an advantage against your opponent. But both players are playing really well in the sense of trying to make sure that there is a level of sequencing involved of making sure the correct play is being fully utilized, because it's not like Swiss anymore, where you're mentally just thinking in the sense of like, oh, even if I do make a little of the misplays, it doesn't catch you off guard too much. Unfortunately, that is not the case. We're dealing with the top 8 players who have made it all the way this far. And like I said, when we were coming into the stream, you have a U7 team up deck, a Super Saiyan 4 Goku mini deck, an Apeku structure deck from ST20, Super Saiyan 4 Goku Xeno, Snacking Universe, Alex Matilda piloting Majin Buu, another Majin Buu, and then a Goku GT. All these decks have come in with a massive spread to try and take on board not just their the skills of what's in their hands, but the pilots of themselves really testing themselves out in the metal and thus securing them in this specific top 8, which we're going to see.
Yeah. So, well, the Z Unison is gone now, but at least the counterplay has been established on the field. The Universe 2 deck is plus 10k bigger. Looking at it like this, it shouldn't be difficult to actually warp the 8-cost bow unless a 4-cost is under it. I might have missed it. I don't believe that it is. And for the other 4-cost bow, again, it's a very aggressive play, but the deck should not have issues, not too many issues, getting rid of these cards. And whenever they do, there is no going back. So the name of the game is currently just removing boost pieces of the board. So first we're going to see a 20k swing here, and of course there's going to be a dormant. This is going to limit Alex to just a single swing with his deck for the rest of the turn. Doesn't matter with what, could be leader, could be battle cards. So he needs to now rely on cards that can on play warp something. He needs to get rid of the 8-cost. I don't think that, well, he does have Bardock the Tenacious, he does have Petrification in hand, so there are tools to stop the 8-cost, but whenever you possibly can, you would probably rather just not spend these resources. They're just checking, are there any barrier cards? What is under these dudes? This is what's under, that's fine. See whether or not you can actually remove it. Yeah, comboing here with the 1-drop. Alex thinking what to do in this case. How can we get rid of the 8-cost bow? Given his deck, he has what? 2 Bardocks. We could see a Bardock being played the next turn. Yep, there we go. Bardock the Tenacious, sending the entire warp to the drop and spending the last 2 energy to actually set up what I believe is going to be Hellas. 2Z energy. Yes. So setting up Hellas, the god of destruction of Universe 2. This card works very well with your Z extra. It is a 2-cost, 2Z energy, deflect dual attacker, 20k. When you play her, you send 2 cards from your drop to the warp and then choose up to 2 of your opponent's battle cards and warp them. So a single card wiping the board. Keep in mind, I will keep repeating this for as long as this match keeps going. Every time something is warped, it's stuck basically. So every time Alex hits boost pieces, whatever pieces of the chain, there is no going back anymore.
Alex, as you rightly pointing out, having to play the Hellas on board and just sequentially just removing the pieces. All of Matilla's threats are now off the board, and like you said, does not come back in recursion because Boo can access the warp, unfortunately, which is a shame because that means Matilla can't be able to start again the chain pieces of the 1-drop. But I think he's been actively removing them, or not been playing out too many of them.
Yeah, so there is one in Z energy. There is one in energy. There are 2 in the drop. Or possibly 1 in the drop. He was using 1 in a combo. So let's say 3 out of 8 are gone, and now minimum. Well, technically 2 out of 8 are gone. Because 1 is in the Z energy, he can go back into the drop. So Bull still has around 6 of these to go into his chains.
Yeah, I think Matilla's trying to look what kind of resources he has in hand. Look what's currently in his Z Energy 2 as well. He's trying to skirt around this around this particular setup. And I don't know, is it worth just kind of abandoning the main sequential ways of playing the chain and just go through a very unorthodox way of trying to get one over on Alex? Going through a lot of his. I think I don't know if it's referring to his hand. I think that is his hand. Like I can see the 4-cost Boo with the barrier. I can see the Deborah. I can see one super combo, which is the Mono Green Gohan or Saiyaman. Just trying to figure out what it must be. So he plays out the Vegito.
Yeah, sends the Bull to the drop, so that now he can just play it, union with it. Gonna swing in with the Vegito first. It's a dual attacker, so swings gets rid of Hellas.
No, he does not get rid of Hellas. I think it was just. I think it's probably a condition somewhere where Matilla doesn't want to use or just chooses not to. I'm not entirely sure. To be honest, I have not seen that she's unison before. So apologies. I have to definitely check on that. But
he's a very it's a dual attacker, but he's also a very cool ability where you can charge an energy, charge a card from your hand into the Z energy to draw. That is a plus, basically. So it does help some of the brain decks, basically. So, okay. Let's
Matilla being very aggressive with his second Vegeta swing. He actually did remove the Hellas. I think he just removed another card off the board before moving the Hellas off the board. Using the Boo pieces that from the part of the Boo chain. And I think he's trying to be smart in a way where if he does go into the Boo chain, he immediately uses them for resources, as you can tell there. One in the Z energy and one in the drop. So if he does need to reoccur them, he can do it immediately straight away once he passes turn and build up his board again. So I think that's where Matilla's found essentially like a loophole in Alex's gameplay.
Yeah. So off the bat, it's a strong loophole. Like off the bat, it is this genuinely shows why Matilla is one of the best players in the game as well. So just thinking quickly on his feet, identifying a mistake, well, not a mistake, but a way to squeeze out of cards being warped all the time by playing this a bit more unconventionally. Alex now needs to profit on this because there is a different route that you can take, and that is by still warping the 4 costs, you can start denying chain from being formed. In this regard, Matilla would end up with his 1 cost, but would lose the 4 costs to go into. So you are still effectively doing almost the same thing. But when it comes to these 4 costs, how many of them there are? Apparently, there should be, I believe, equal number to the 1 cost. So there should still be 8 of them. One of them is just in Z energy. This is even with 8 Usman, I think this is really starting to escalate here when it comes to removal. That's a lot of cards, like 8 1 costs, 8 4 costs. Mixing them in any way can end up disrupting you. So, well, not disrupting you, but if, you can't move like a bit of this, a bit of that, and then expect results, basically.
For sure. And speaking of results, I just happened to notice Alex's hand that he does have the Compass Secret Rare in his arsenal right now. So that can go live very, very soon. Whether Alex wants to commit to doing on the board right now is a different story, and just disrupt the chain even further if he needs to, making Matilla's job of trying to secure the win a little harder. And right now, Alex is just dismantling Matilla's board.
Yeah.
Also coming in for 2 hits as well. And Matilla's actually taking the 2 damage as well, which is not good.
Not good. Well, there we go. We will say and is in the warp. Nutcumber is in the warp. So we will see how Matilla is gonna try to get out of this one. It's not if you do not know, you get to play Evil Saiyan from the warp by paying 2 energy. That's what makes the card so good. You do telegraph to your opponent, of course, that it exists, but yeah, here it comes. Checks your lives, warps something. There we go, another 1-drop. You don't need this. Shuffles the rest. Now, first off, steals something. And then when you play, when your opponent plays a card, you get to steal something from them as well. So that's what makes this dude so terrifyingly strong. Looking at Matilla's hand, he has like 1 regeneration, and that is the only negating hand. Well, it's not the only. There is no, actually, it is. There is only 1 regeneration. There are still 2 super combos. But Usman, we might be looking at game here.
We are, and I don't know if Matilla's sideboard will be able to try and address Alex's deck at this point, because it's going to be, just as much as like, oh, you can have the sideboard ready to play against a certain specific deck, then it works in the same way where your opponent will be like, well, if you're playing this specific deck, guess I'm going to throw in my Silver Bullets in too. So it can go either way. It's now becomes a matter of chance as to what cards you top deck into getting into that winning board state. But this is best of 3. It's we're still, even though there's 33 minutes left at the clock, and I think is Alex trying to combo all the way out? I think he is. So I think you're right, Damien. This might go straight to game very, very soon to Alex.
Yes. Yeah, I think this is it. Like, there is nothing in green that's just like, hey, get 100,000 combo power all of a sudden. So, fun fact, for those of you who are new to Masters, we actually did have a leader at one point with 100,000 power. So,
oh my god! Please, that does not count, Damien. You know that, and that was such a fever dream of a game.
Yeah,
and
that's it. Alex wins game 1. Now you get to sideboard.
Indeed. One of the beautiful things of being in a top cut is once you've lost or won your first game, it doesn't mean you've secured a victory. Although, like I mentioned earlier, you basically you're coming in, with a mental fortitude of winning the first game. It doesn't mean you've finally won the match, and that's what's the most important part is. And I think that Matilla needs to be aware of, and he's been in this situation before, and so has Alex. In this best of 3, that we're gonna see what cards are going to be put into coming out of the sideboards and put into the main deck. And obviously, you can't just put cards into the sideboard and then just leave it as that. You have to match your deck accordingly to what's the same as your sideboard. So if you're taking 3 cards, if you put 3 cards in, you got to take 3 cards out.
Yeah. So, what do you have versus what your opponent has for Universe 2? Universe 2 isn't like, here's the thing. I would tell you, as someone who spends way too much time looking at tournament results and memorizing players, if you're going to France, you know that Alex is going to be playing there. So you know that you have to tweak your sideboard for Universe 2. I honestly do not know what do you put in the sideboard to fight Universe 2.
I was about to ask you, what do you put in the sideboard for?
No idea. Don't ask me. I'm learning this deck as we go. So,
I thought like maybe Black Mass saying because you get to free play a couple of things, but even then, I'm sure they just remove it instantly, right?
Yeah. BMS could help a bit, but then again, Black can worst case play anything from the Z that can kill it. So, yeah.
That is true. Well, I mean, regardless, it's like I said, Matilla's not out of the game just yet.
Yes.
If he can get his win within the space of 29 minutes and 35 seconds, according to the clock that we're looking at the stream right now, he can still go in for the potential win. And if we go into game 3, then obviously tiebreakers are unfortunately a thing, where it all comes down to the wire at that point. It just depends on who's aggressive, who's not so aggressive in this deck. But we shall see. It appears at the moment right now that nice little fisty bumps. Attila is going second again this time around, and Alex is choosing to go. Has gone first. And here we go. Alex doing Universe 2 things at the moment right now, just warping 2, 1 in the trash. And he's like, yeah, okay. Cool. I'm done with that.
Yeah, okay. This is a card that you can side in the Warp Tova Twisted Sister. You can use her to get rid of a card that is in the drop. So you can try to somewhat disable their chains. Maybe just remove the barrier boo from the drop. So yeah, that is one card which Alex unfortunately warped immediately along with his super combo. That's just the name of the game when you're playing a black deck. Unfortunately, that's just the name of the game.
I mean, that's the reason why I loved Janemba so much, because it was so much. I felt like I had so much skill involved when I would swing, mill 2, please, and then they proceed to mill their super cons. I'm like, yes, I'm so good at this game. Or you mill the secret rare, and you think, the endorphins just hit you so hard. But I assume it doesn't work this way for Universe 2 when you warp your own 2 key cards, and it wasn't just the Toa, it was also a super combo as well. So if Matilla does decide to swing big or go tall, then that's one less super combo that Matilla can worry about during this particular part of the game.
Yeah, this is like this is like a reverse Janemba. You like you said, you say mill 2, please. You mill their super combo, you're happy. Here you mill yourself and you're sad. So, yeah, unfortunately, that does happen from time to time. Okay, well, the barrier boo has entered the drop. I don't think Matilla played a single one in the previous game. I know he saw one of them. Now, whether or not that was out of fear of the 2 cost that can just warp it, or was it an unfortunate case of the deck breaking? I'm unsure, but now we get to see the 4-cost boo also come down. Okay, so the 4-cost now has barrier, which is far from anything you want to see when you're sitting across the side from it. It does have a spirit boost ability, but you do not have a unison out at the moment. Does have activate main/battle, where you choose one of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier, and it can't attack or activate skills. This is an absurdly powerful card. Just the fact that it is main/battle means that you can, in battle, in combo window on your opponent's turn, remove the skills from a card. That's dangerous, especially when your card gets barrier as well. But Alex does know that just by playing the Love of Song and Victory, he can straight out remove the 4 cost.
Yeah. It's not like Alex has never been in this position before. Obviously, he's got stronger teammates to guide him in that way, to make sure that these kind of matchups he's prepared for. And obviously, it paid off being one of the French representatives. And then looking all the way to Worlds for it. So it's not like he doesn't know what he's doing. There's a level of sense for him. In order to achieve what he needs to achieve. And Tukos being on the board there as well to really put Mattila in check a little bit. So he plays his game out a little differently comparative to what he's done in the past. Because no one expected to play against the Universe 2 deck unless you're playing against Alex. And even then, it's like, oh, this isn't good. It spells disaster.
Yeah. You're correct. Like you're absolutely correct on that one. I mean, I am trying to learn the deck as we are watching it. It is frighteningly confusing. There are so many pieces, so many lines of play that you as a player and your opponent need to keep in mind the entire time. So Steven Mattila is like, dude, I don't know. Like, I'm going to do this now. Can we go with this, man?
It's like, listen, you just tell me where I need to stop, and then I'll just listen to you what your card text does. I'm not reading all of that, essentially. That's what I would probably say to my opponent. Well, at least Alex, if he was playing this against me.
Yeah. Like, okay, play this. Another barrier bow, 4 cost comes down. No, I would say that this is a very, very rough spot for Alex here. One barrier bow you can deal with Song of Love and Victory. Dealing with 2 of them, you would need something like SS Canberra Assailant's Fury. He comes out for 1 energy, and then Song of Love and Victory to get rid of the other one. I think if you combine them like this, you should be able to hit both of them. Just double checking the costs on it. Yeah, so yes, Song of Love and Victory is on play. 1 cost. Sure. Warp something, ignoring barrier. Cost 4 or less for a single energy. If you can see SS Canberra Assailant's Fury, that is warping the other card as well. Getting rid of what? 4 1-drops? And 2 barriers. I think in every universe that is worth using. But you need to see 3 specific cards to do so.
You might as well just say, like, see, like, what happened in Bruno's matchup. Just like, all you gotta do is tick for your secret rare, right? And then you just win the game.
Yeah.
At that point, as much as we joke about it and how powerful secret rares are, sequentialing 3 combos, and imagine trying not to be interruptive as well, seeing as this game has also got, you've got your counter plays, you've got your counter attacks, and then the game state immediately changes once that either one or 2 things hits the board. Masters is one of those games where like things is notorious for when it doesn't go to plan, but when it does, woo, man, feels great.
Yeah. Okay. So it is still Matilda's turn. Okay, Alex is on 5 lives. Now, let's see, comboing with the 6 cost as well. Sure. Let's see, putting it under the 4 cost, searching the deck for a different 6 cost. Yeah, you have to remove these little dudes. Well, there it goes. I mean, now this is a different problem. So first, it was you have 2 4 costs that you need to get rid of. You have Song of Love and Victory that can help you remove one of them. Now one of the boosts is a 6 cost. Now you can't do that anymore. So now you need to see the Cumber before he goes into the 8 cost.
Yeah,
And if he goes into the 8 cost, you might as well make peace that you're probably not removing it. So,
I mean,
yeah.
this is now a completely different game to what we've seen in round comparative to game 1.
Yeah.
Game 2, it feels like Alex is now a lot more harder on the back foot, and Matilda being able to freely play a lot, knowing the fact that he's got rid of some of the sequential stuff on the board, and he's already managed to dodge the condition of one of the other costs, 2 costs, obviously by removing it off the board, and just being able to play for free as he would do normally. So rather than having to do that kind of awkward dance, playing in that Vegito Z unison, he can just go in normally and be like, actually, no, I can play this game normally as I wanted to now. It's my turn. He won game 1. I'm going to see if he can try and see if he can win game 2. Hopefully, for the sake of Matilda, I hope he does.
Yeah, so the Migra gets rid of the other one, but it is important to note that now that they're on stacks like this, it is only the top one that actually gets removed, actually gets warped. Everything else ends up in the drop. Yeah.
I remember using that card. I think Broly, when that deck was super prominent and everyone was playing it, and then we saw the demographic being printed, thinking, what? Yeah, this is the silver bullet cards for that. And again, it's a very old card as well.
Yeah,
I know it had a couple of reprints in some of the event packs, but I think that's it. So
it's a very old, very, very powerful card still. Like it often finds its way to creep into the metagame whenever we have big barrier bodies early on in the game that you need to be able to get rid of. So it is a cool card to see still being played. I mean, being played again, technically.
For sure. I mean, I'm just so used to my nostalgia glands when it comes to Masters was the very first set back in the day where the best card for Soul Striker was 1 cost boo, draw a card, and it was like, yes, that's pure value. And then you just swing, get the energy back, and like, I feel like I didn't play. I got a free card for nothing. Let's go. And I'm going to combo 5k, swing for 20. And now, if you look at the game, how everything's all developed over time, it's a testament to Bandai's card games. It legitimately printed on paper as to how much this game's evolved and who it's for, what you can do, what kind of insano decks you can build, and even piloting as well. Like I said, take Alex, for example. Who on earth in their right mind is going to play a Universe 2 deck? Oh, this guy. So, again, I'm not trying to attack Alex in any shape or form, just more so a testament to his own skill sets of making it this far in top 8 in Paris regionals. As to people questioning as to, oh, how come this guy's ever made it far? now you see in front of you what this guy's made of.
Yeah, like that is, like you said, a testament to also game design, because when Universe 2 was revealed, it is a very sequence heavy deck. It doesn't read as powerful as it is. Like, it's what we call, a big brain deck, basically. Like, you need to think a lot and to sequence properly, and then you can, from various lines of play, get different amounts of values. Like, it's not something like
Janemba.
well, Janemba, Majin Buu. You read Majin Buu, you know that this deck is incredibly powerful. This one flew a bit over the radar, but it does show that even in a set filled with powerful decks such as Majin Buu or like U7 in black, you still have like these decks such as Universe 2, which are incredibly rewarding once you actually master them.
For sure.
Absolute testament to great design.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see the if we have enough time for this top 8 to finish within time frame. I doubt it we are, in all honesty. And we show off the brackets. And I've kept repeating over and again, and just put context for the viewers. We have a Universe 7, an SS4 Goku Mini, and one table. Another set of table, we have Ape-Ku and SS4 Goku Xeno. The stream game that we're watching currently right now, second Universe 2 and Majin Buu. And then we have another Majin Buu versus Goku GT. Right there, as we've heard in the from the rumblings from the players, if 15 Green Buu decks have entered in a tournament full of 60 players, only 2 of them have managed to make it to top 8. You're seeing one of them on stream right now. It shows that it's not just the decks as well; it's also the pilots who can, showcase their skill sets, as to make, and it kind of rewards, like, if this is one of your favorite decks and you feel like it can go against the meta, and the ins and outs and the plays that you can go about your way to get to the top 8, then you've done your job, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. So, going back to the game, Alex has managed to clear Matila's board, but again, it's only a 2 barrier Majin Buus and 1/6 cost, 1/4 cost. The key pieces, which are the 1-drops that help you go into your chain, remain untouched in the drop. And through it, we can see another Union Absorb and a 4 cost being played, just getting rid of Song of Love and Victory. No more barrier, at least for now. 2 of the barrier Buus are out. All of Buu's cards are vulnerable to removal. So Alex now just needs to hold on long enough to swing the game into his advantage. He is on 4 lives. Matila is on 4 lives as well. We're going to see a LIVESTREAM being played here. Draw 1. Gets the Cumber. Gets the SS Cumber, Assailant's Fury, another card that can warp cards, another Cumber from the top of the deck. So 2 cards that can effectively just warp something, ignoring barrier. More ways of removing Buu's pieces are falling into place. Just by checking his hand, he also has a Bardock the Tenacious, which will be floodgating Buu, saying, hey, you can now swing only once during your next turn. So 1 Bardock being charged, the other one still in hand. Protector of the People, and I think I have seen Rosie in there as well. So, let's go. Dormant Potential. Beautiful. Okay, so I think this is something that we'll be seeing a bit. You swing at your opponent, they floodgate you, they swing at you, you floodgate them. Sometimes it's just a resource battle. It does stop the turn. It does stop turns, but at the same time, it also creates this scenario in which you can, in brief moments of peace, actually start building up your board or removing your opponent's one with on-play effects. You see Bardock, the Tenacious, come down immediately. Say, okay, Matilda will have only one swing with a battle card next turn. This means that you can swing with the leader, you can swing with the Unison. Immediately, Alex playing the other Brienne, the double striker for cost. Sure. So, with one very fast warp effect, he has basically bounced himself back into the game, removed all of the threats from the board, and now he's looking at a 25k double striker here. And also paying 1 energy to go into the Chile, use her plus effect, look at up to 3 cards, and then warp, immediately warping one of them. So Boo is on the defense again.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm unsure how I feel about all of this. It does feel like Alex builds up a board, Majin Buu removes it, and then Alex removes his board, and then we're just kind of bouncing back and forward on this.
Well, I told you, it's a very sequential deck, and although I've said earlier about how Matilda was having a lot of control over the board at like the previous turn, it looks like Alex has now just reversed that scenario back to him, and he's kind of responses with, especially being under the under dormant potential from Attila. Alex kind of responded like, well, if you're going to floodgate me, bam, let me just floodgate you. You can only attack once during your turn now. What are you going to do about it? And then proceeds to sequentially pick off the board slowly, try and bait up more negates, which he did with the double strike Ribrian on the board, and then just setting everything up slowly. So then the next time, even if Matilda try and gain board advantage but doesn't bother to swing, there are still things set up on the board in Alex's favor for Matilda to kind of rearrange his play again and not wanting to go a specific way. Comparative against the traditional route against Alex. So we'll see how big of a wall Alex has. Alex is just smiling ear to ear at this point, just like, yeah, I've got this guy. He's cooked. And Matilda's just trying to like flick through. I don't think there's a lot of options he has available. Actually, does he even have targets? Does he have targets? I don't think he has targets, does he?
It doesn't look so.
No, I think they might be. I think they might be in life.
Oh no! Oh, there is one.
Okay, there is one. Okay, there is one.
Yeah, and Alex is like, okay, it's fine. I will just warp it. It's into Cumber.
Oh, that's cute. Kill it.
So, yeah. Attila figuring out how to do it. Oh, plays.
Is that the secret boost?
Secret rare. Immediate response is Ribrienne redirecting the attack. So, actually, let me just make sure that I am reading this correctly. Counterattack, negate. It just negates the attack immediately, not redirecting. We do still have the Boost Secret Rare being played. This is from, if I recall correctly, it is BT25. Yes. And this is Majin Buu, or just Buu, Ultimate Majin. 40k dual attacker. When it attacks, your opponent reveals their hand, then you use up to 2 battle cards with a cost of 7 or less among them in a combo in your combo area. Yeah. And deactivate battle. You can choose one keyword skill on a card in your combo area, and Majin Buu gains that skill. So, for example, you can come up with your opponent's double striker and then gain double strike. But luckily, Alex did have a negate for this.
Yeah.
At the same time, it is a card that you absolutely you need to kill it. You can't let this stay on board a single turn.
No, especially how strong that active battle is as well. Just having to steal abilities again, very remnant to the anime. I mean, most Boo cards tend to do that too as well, but it's just neat seeing it on a secret rare this time around. And I do love the artwork where it's just all different forms of Boo with all different absorptions. With Fat Boo being right at the top, it's like the most dominant one.
Yeah. Okay, so 2, 4, 5 energy. What can get rid of this? I mean, it has 0 protection whatsoever. Anything that says war. There is an evil Saiyan in hand. So there we go, problem solved. There goes the bow. There goes the super combo. There is a 1 cost in lives. Now we're just gonna steal something from the warp. Let's take a 6 cost maybe. Yeah, sure. This is an SPR. This one looks nice. Okay. Next up, I think this is game, Osman.
Yeah, this is game. I was going to say Matilda only has like 4 minutes left in the clock, and we're only in game 2. The moment time is called, Alex automatically wins at this point in time. But I think Alex doesn't want to win by time. Alex wants to win by blood, by getting that 2-0 victory.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get you guys also the results on other tables that have finished. Personally, I'm rooting for the Black Universe 7 because we haven't seen it on stream yet, and I am rooting for Apeco. So,
Yeah, I was going to say I'm rooting for Apeco as well, just because I haven't seen that deck when it ever since it first came out, and then with the Ape supports and then the promos that was coming out with it too as well. Just a bit more reminiscence to a long time ago when I played with my LGS with a group of friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very, very fun deck. I hope we get to see it. Now let's see. Alex is gonna swing in with the double striker. Do you have negates? Basically, that's the question.
He does. He has one. Or
he
potentially...
has one.
No. That was just the extra card.
No, he does have the regeneration extra negate.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. He has the... it's the other extra cards. It's like the third card from Attila's hands. Like the first one being the negate, but I thought he had another one.
The absorption one that plays a 6 cost. Yeah. So, I mean, Alex technically already wins just by time and State of Lives. But yeah, like you said, he wants to win this properly, creating a colossal board.
He's just playing with his food at this point now.
Yeah. But come on. Drop on the gate.
We're just waiting for it.
Oh no, there wasn't any negate. Okay, so he's already in the attack. He's just comboing everything now to win the game.
I think Matilda knows. There's no point in negating it, even though he had it in his hand. Or actually, maybe no.
He can pop it off with the Kamehameha. He can kill it with Mighty Blast if he has what he needs. Let me check quickly.
You have 1 minute 20.
It's a Green Z extra. And it says pay 1 if your leader is green and you place freezy energy into your drop. You remove it from the game, choose 1 card in your opponent's and discard it, then choose 1 of your opponent's battle cards, plus 5 or less and KO it. So it just depends on whether or not he actually has freezy energy.
Oh,
Yes.
he does it.
He does?
He just removed it now.
Yeah.
Oh, but I think Alex is saying, no, you cannot do that.
Yeah, I think he just didn't have enough. Okay, sure. And that is game. In the very last seconds of the match, Alex wins 2-0 with Second Universe Witchy Warriors and proceeds into the top 4. Congratulations. And of course, congratulations to Matila for getting into top 8 with Majin Buu. Both of these players played expertly. It was really, really a fun game to watch. Like, we know how Majin Buu is, how powerful Majin Buu is. So just watching a deck navigate its way around it, while Buu is trying to navigate around the only thing that's sending cards to warp that can actually stop him, was amazing.
Yeah,
but
I think one thing that does help Alex a lot is having to take on board the deck that pretty much answers the Boo deck instantly. Especially if you're having that in your arsenal already, and if the crux of the deck relies on having the barrier on the board in the draw as well as the 1 cost, you just basically remove from the game each time around. It's almost like, oh, you want to follow the ban list right now? I'll make you do it right now. It's like, forget your barrier. I'm removing it for yourself. Bandai don't let me stop you. I'll stop you, sort of thing, right?
Yeah. So, that was it for the top 8. And we are reaching overtime now. I don't know if other tables have already finished, but we will be seeing you shortly after the overtime. The overtime is not long. It's only 15 minutes. And I believe that probably at least one more table that had Majin Buu on it has finished by now.
Yeah. Hopefully, as they've entered overtime, we're going to find out. Well, we're going to bring it to you very shortly as to what games there are. Hopefully, if we can get either the 8-coup or the Universe 7 deck on stream. Hopefully, both of them have not been knocked out within the tournament. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon for the top 4 in just a moment. Which, again, we unfortunately don't have any results at this point in time. But hopefully, once we do, we'll let you know and still bring in those sweet Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters to your screen and to your eyeballs very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you shortly for top 4. Welcome back, everyone. We are currently in top 4 for Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. We have managed to get all the results in, and players are just assigning some seatings as to making sure that they're ready for their top 4 game. As it stands currently, although I might have mentioned that Universe 7 and Ape-Ku were in the top 8, unfortunately, both decks have been knocked out from the respective games, and instead the other two we're going to see very, very soon will be appearing on screen. As you can see right here, you had Yellow being on a Universe 7 team up, SGDB being on Ape-Ku, unfortunately being knocked out. Instead, we're getting Goku Mini and Diange with SS4 Goku Cheetah Xena, both of them being previously on the stream in our previous Swiss rounds. And obviously, Alex had won the previous matchup and now is facing another mirror match. You know what? I'm not going to be surprised if we see Alex in finals. I'll be very shocked if he managed to lose this game against Cesaro piloting the Majin Buu deck. But still, congratulations to all 4 top players making it this far, as well as the top 8 players playing their respective decks. But yeah, we're just waiting for a couple of things from the production guys. And a big thank you to them for making the bracket on the fly for us to see what's currently standing at the moment. It is not a Buu versus Buu meta, luckily. It's been more so just, here's a bunch of Buus, and they've been put outside. And then you have the policeman named Alex saying, I'm going to enforce the ban list right now. That you think you have the Buu barrier to play during this event? Not anymore. And then proceeds to start winning his respective games. So yeah, we're gonna have SS4 Goku Mini on the on stream soon. We're gonna have literally which version of Goku is gonna win, the Mini version or the Xenoverse version? Take your pick.
Well, honestly, I would just looking at this, like I would say, the mini version is yellow. Yellow is godsend when it comes to fighting aggro decks, just through the sheer amount of negates in control and removal that they have. But this Goku Xeno just went against a different yellow deck and won. So, and Ape-Ku, though unfortunately we haven't seen the deck on stream, is notorious for the amount of floodgates and negates and everything else that it has to stop your things. So I think that the Goku deck is probably very well tweaked for victory against such tactics. I do want the SS4 deck to win. I do like the Daima deck personally, although it is yellow. But when it comes to this matchup, I don't know. Honestly, Usman, I have no clue what to think here. Like this Goku already beating up a different yellow deck is scaring me a bit.
Yeah, I mean we've had both players come on the stream, and I think they both I think they both lost in the stream matchup, but then they just continued to win from here on out and then made it all the way to top 4. So it'd be interesting to see, like, I suppose the argument I should ask is, what's better in your opinion, yellow toolbox or black toolbox?
I would say that yellow toolbox is better. Like, unless when a black toolbox starts with BMS turn 1 and just very obviously, very fairly just stops you, but then you're like, haha, I am playing the one deck that can actually play a 1-cost that switches this card into rest mode, and now I'm gonna swing into your BMS. Take that. So yeah, Evan here with SS4 Goku switches BMS to rest mode and then just proceeds to remove it with the leader, and also search top 5 for the Vegeta. It's like, okay, Do you take the hit here? I mean, you do it. You're not going to waste resources saving a BMS. So, yeah, there we go.
I mean, there's crazier things I've seen on stream. I wouldn't be, I'm not saying it'd be petty if you were to try and combo how to save the BMS, but it's not exactly unheard of. There's a lot of things that has happened in these tournaments that we hear from hearsay. I don't think it's one of them, but still, a lot can happen in this game for sure. And I feel like both these decks can go either way, in my opinion. I suppose the real question is like, who gets their specific cards out first? Who gets their engine out quicker? Who gets their combo pieces out more faster comparative to the other person? Who is able to achieve an unbreakable board quicker than comparative to the other person? And who has the better response compared to the other person? And it's not just like, I don't think it's a skill expression. I think it's a matter of a race as to who can do it first and who can do it better.
Yeah. Oh man. So let's see. Goku still, of course, unawakened, playing the Z extra, and we're passing into SS4 Goku Mini's turn, which is cool because we're gonna have two forms of two different Super Saiyan 4 Gokus here. You can get out. So let's go Purunga immediately. Okay, Purunga gonna be playing us a 1 cost, but first swing in with Goku. Get a Majin Ku 1 cost. It's an SBR, very, very beautiful artwork on these cards. Really captures the feeling of and the scenes of Dragon Ball Daima. And now Awakening is absolutely breathtaking SLR of SS4 Son Goku. Apex Evolution, and then just swinging at his non-canon counterpart. And yeah, so Goku takes the hit here. Let's see, is there anything else that's going to be used this turn? I mean, technically, you can use the Purunga, you can play a 1 cost, pay 1, evolve it into something. So that is also a very possible route here.
Yeah, it looks like he's slapped down the Vegeta, passing the deck over, and then on play effect of Vegeta to shuffle, to look at the top 3. And then grabs another Vegeta. Nice, nice. I see 3 Vegetas on the board, 1 being in charge, 1 in hand, and now 1 on the energy. And then looks like he's... Which effect is he resolving? I think he's resolving the Purunga, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool.
He also immediately has the Vegeta to evolve into the Double Striker as well. So
nice.
this is going to be hard for Goku Zeno. Once he evolves, that's a 25k double strike heading your way. If he opts to pressure with it, he can also try to evolve it on the opponent's turn. But given that this is black and black just removes everything, ignoring barrier, that could also be pretty optimistic as well. So this is a different sort of a play. You're setting down both Goku and Vegeta, both of the cards that you can evolve for a single energy, and putting your opponent into a situation where it's like, okay, unless you can actually warp 2 of them, we're looking on the counterplay window, which one would you hit? So it's worth thinking about. The swing in with Goku, 3 Trunks is charged, and Daima is going to respond immediately with Majin Ku, which is underling. It's a counter attack for 1 energy that plays itself, negates the attack, and then if it's your opponent's turn, when this card is played during this turn, next time you activate Evolve on a Majin Ku from your hand, reduce the cost by 1 yellow energy, allowing you to evolve into a 30k Majin Ku blocker for free. Yeah. We see the counterplay being played here, and the SS4 immediately responding with Vegeta Prideful Transformation, switching it to rest mode. So look at this, Usman. The four trunks hits the field.
Clearly, someone's hasn't shuffled the deck correctly.
Yeah.
Just
this is
the odds are just astoundingly small. I mean, I take this guy to actually no, I can't say that. Never mind. This is a chosen card game, so we're gonna be playing out the Demagogue, targeting zone, and the Vegeta Super Saiyan 4 coming down, like as you might rightly pointed out, to mention the fact that they've been now put into to rest mode, thus stopping Xenoverse Goku to not being able to apply any level of pressure onto Goku Mini, but it's okay. We throw another copy down. But then looks like Goku Mini player decides to respond with thanks to the leader ability to evolve during the middle of the turn.
Yeah, cracking the energy marker to do so. So just preventing a card from ignoring barrier, preventing a card from activating its skills, while getting a big 25k double striker onto the board. Okay. This is good. This is definitely good. This is the thing with SS4 Son Goku. This is a very old deck. So some players are completely new to it, and some have never seen it. This deck is hyper aggressive, but it runs out of steam very quickly. In the first couple of turns, if he doesn't beat you, he just runs out of steam.
Yeah.
Sometimes even mills himself. So, yeah.
I mean, I think during the design philosophy for black decks back in the day, because I think this was like what, BT11?
Yeah, this is BT11.
Yeah, so like black decks was designed in such a way where it was very short but impactful bursts of plays would be committed for this deck, comparative to, I don't know, Seg, for example, Panzino, Demagra, where it was a lot more control based, and it's all to do with manipulation between cards that you have on your warp, or the cards that you have conditioned to what's in the drop, and allow you to kind of play it almost if it's like a blue deck in a way. Not that it was, but still. But instead, now the design philosophy has gone to the way where it's more so being able to play stuff out for free, being able to have enough fueling power in your drop to fuel up your Overrealm, and then interact with your warp as well, mind you, to progress board state. So you're kind of seeing like an old leader with a new trick. Except that this is kind of like almost like a test of time as to saying, although ability-wise you are slow, you are not the way you designed in the first place. Black as a toolbox has improved in such big strides and just layered out from its normal color identity and said, hey, you know what? We can actually do these kind of plays instead. And if you look at the previous meta for the past couple of sets, Black was very dominating in doing a lot of things that a lot of colors couldn't. So it's interesting to see if we're going to be able to see that on stream right now, Although at the moment, Goku Xeno is currently sitting on 2 live comparative to Goku Mini's 4. Although he's building up the board right now, kind of matching the play of what's going on between the two decks. It's almost like a level of catch-up involved. But, you know, the Goku Xeno player is not stopping at this point. He's still producing up bodies on the board. He is slowly dismantling out the Diamond deck pretty neatly, mind you. Enough for any of the targets being non-existent now for them to evolve. Being able to, looks like he's trying to like buff all of his other battle cards on the board, and then see what he can come up with, and just try and even the odds right now from seeing if he can swing down. Even though Goku Xeno is currently on 2 life, you can just see if we can try and match it.
Yeah. So he is actually pushing the Goku Xeno deck by quite a lot here. Goku Xeno, unfortunately, not seeing a single flying Nimbus that would have stopped Goku Xeno dead in its tracks, and is now forced to fight, well, basically blow for blow with the deck. Passing the turn here with SS4 Son Goku on 3 lives and SS4 Son Goku Mini, well, Daima now, on 3 lives as well. Okay. I'm a bit unsure on what the energy marker is. I will assume that it's a token. Okay.
It's the Frieza Army support, the Black Orc.
Yeah. Okay. So, what can we do here? First off, we need a 1 cost on the field. That's the first thing that we need. A 1 cost on the field so that we can actually evolve now. After that, there is, of course, the dual attack double striker that can KO 2 things, negating their skills, ignoring barrier, probably the card that you really wanted to see this turn. Just hit the Vegito, hit the SS4 Goku, and start pushing in for damage. Yeah. Okay. Other than that, I think this is going pretty interesting, Usman. I thought that the Black Goku deck will struggle a bit more, but as we see, Yellow Daima unfortunately has missed a lot of its defensive pieces, while Black, like you have said, Toolbox has been really capitalizing on this opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you do try and be a bit more if we try and be a bit more analytical with the toolboxes between the 2 colors, if you look at Black toolboxes currently as it stands, it's, you have cards that really are more offensive and not trying to create a condition, except for Bardock, which is going to get limited to 1 very soon. You have the 1 cost Final Kamehameha to just say that nope, I'm not allowing you any of your 4-drops to come on the board. In fact, to warp it instead, which not a lot of decks can interact with comparative, say, Black decks. And then you have stuff like Power of the People, Max Kamehameha, where it's toolbox in a way like if things do not go in a specific, if it's a certain deck go in a specific way or a specific line of play, assuming that they run it, then they can kind of counteract with it very, very quickly. And again, assuming they have it in the hand and don't mill it out from them. That being said, comparative to Yellow's toolbox, it's very situational because they just stun the player rather in sense of creating conditions, for example, Forbidden Power, Release from Evil, being able to cheat out certain things because of set conditions. Yellow is really, really good for that. So to try and defend yourself from a black deck with everything that's been shown on the board, because there's at least like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's like six. There's 6 battle cards currently in this as it stands right now. Well, I just said 6, but now I guess I'm wrong now because they just dealt the Goku Mini deck had just removed it from play, so that's good. And unlike other matchups, like yellow can go through barrier. Yellow has that kind of distinct, funny way of trying to break the boards. Probably not in the most conventional way of removing it, but more so like being able to make sure that their game state does not progress in a way they don't want to be able to achieve. They can't achieve the same goal as their opponents. But it looks like a lot of the resources have been taken pretty hardly. Goku Mini being only on 1 life, and we're only 43 minutes into this round, which this is a really fast game comparative to what we saw earlier in the previous round.
Yeah. So it is looking much faster than I would have imagined, honestly. Like Yellow is using a couple of tools here, but Forbidden Power, its own negate, but doesn't look like they have an actual way to stop this onslaught. And now with SS4 Goku swinging in, and SS4 Goku can become bigger. Luckily, the Daima player uses
Release from Evil, yeah.
Release from Evil here to blank the leader. So another swing with 20k. So what do we have? First Vegeta super combo. I think this is game. I think even the Daima player sees this and is like, yeah, this is just it.
This man is shotgunning.
Yeah. So just crack this, use everything, and then just fire for billion damage.
Unlimited power.
Yes.
Cubby. Sorry.
Fascinatingly, yeah, he wins. It looks like he does win this.
Or does he?
We will still see.
See. Do you not know who you're dealing with, Damien? This is Goku. Even if the chips are down, he will come back rising from the ashes and be like, "Nope."
Cheated,
like,
you ran out of the victory. I know. I know.
Exactly, brother. This guy had managed to come back alive and still punch you just as hard from the dead.
Yeah.
Did you not see the BoJack movie?
That is true. That is absolutely true. R.I.P. BoJack. So, okay, look, 2 super combos. Okay, but he's still off by a wide margin.
He does have he has a lot of no, never mind. No, I was going to say he does have a lot of cards, but as soon as he just took the last life, I was like, oh, okay, never mind. I thought he would have done it, but I guess I was wrong. So congrats to the Gokuzina player getting the first win within the space of 20 minutes. And now we're going to start doing the sideboard very, very shortly between the 2 players, and we're going to find out who will take advantage at this point from here on out as to who's going first and second, as well as what silver bullets are available to their each respective deck and how they can counteract with it.
Yeah. So I guess if you're playing Goku here, you side your Nimbuses. If you don't have like 4 of them, you're playing 4 of them now. Maybe an additional release from Evil, just to blank one of your opponents, double strikers or something similar. Another card that is often in these sideboards is an extra copy of Vegeta Prideful Transformation. Very useful, especially if you hit one of their overrealm pieces with it. You have effectively removed it from the game. So there are a couple of cards that you can do, that you can have here. There are also other sideboard pieces that usually sneak their way into these deck lists. such as, let's say, the yellow concept rare. Feel it's a bit too slow at the moment. But yeah. I think Nimbus released from Evil, Rightful Transformation, just ways to keep his overwhelmed cards locked in, that they can't attack you.
I think I did see the Go Casino players put in one of the negates, additional negates, petrification against the yellow. I suppose that's just probably once he does evolve and then be able to go for swings, like remove the dual attack ability and any on-play, not on-play, attacking triggers, autos that will happen. Just goes, nope, I don't want to see any of this. I'm just going to make you just start playing vanillas at this point.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Yeah, very, very fast games, especially for between these two decks. So let's hope Goku Mini Player can kind of serve back the disrespect in the first game and just start clapping back in the second game.
Yeah. Or we might be seeing a situation in which SS4 Goku Zeno, after who knows how many years, actually makes it to the finale.
You know what? I'm going to try. I'm going to actively upset myself. BT11 release date. Dragon Ball.
Oh, don't look at it. No, Osman.
What? Oh my God! No way. Are you serious? 2020. That's when it first came out. I'm so old. I'm so old.
You know what? Move too much in the chair, Osman. Sit down.
You know,
okay.
I shouldn't have done that. Just watch my immortality just drop. Ugh. It's okay. You know what? Let card games do the talking for me. This is the safe space.
So, what? The free cost here? That no escape.
No, it's no. The no escape one's been banned.
Yeah. No escape has been banned. Yeah. You're right. So, what is this? Searching for it now.
I think because it's in French as well, it's harder to figure out what it is. I recognize the artwork. I know it's an old card. It checks. It's a Silver Bullets or something, but I can't remember what it is.
It's Crisis Crusher Sangoku. If there are no battle cards in play in your area, reduce. Thank you, Joe. Joe has sent me immediately. It's Crisis Crusher. Reduce the energy cost of this card in your hand by 2. Players can't attack with battle cards with energy cost of 1.
Thank you, Joe.
Choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards with an energy cost of 1 and KO it. So it's an out for BMS, basically. Unless there's something else that I'm not seeing. Should be an out for BMS. Okay. So there, we do have value. There goes the 1 cost immediately. Okay. I mean, this is really, first off, major congratulations to Evan on SS4 Goku. I haven't seen Crisis Crusher in what feels like forever.
It feels like forever.
Just remember this card and put it in. Yeah, okay.
Damien, I regret to ask this, but what set did that card come from?
You really want to know.
No, okay, just tell me the BT number, that's it. Just tell me the BT number.
It's a promo.
It's a promo?
Number 74.
Oh, that's the fact that it's already... Listen, we're in triple digits of the promos for this game. So the fact that it's just double numbers, it's below 100.
It's before Unison Warrior. It has the SW as its symbol. It's even before the multicolored.
It's before. Oh, God. Okay, you know what? I'm going to stop this conversation because I feel like I'm going to. You know what? I'm going to be upsetting the chat as well. it's like, you've been following this game since 2019, and now it's 2026. Feel old.
Yeah.
It's been 7 years. A lot has happened in 7 years.
Yeah. So let's play the one cost. What do we have here? Okay, Majin cool. I think Daima is understanding that playing the long game versus this Goku is a tempting fate at the moment. So he might try to just end the games quickly, playing the one cost in rest mode. Now there is no Z unison, there can't be any counter plays. Get ready to evolve it into something on your opponent's turn. Unfortunately, he couldn't go into the big beater this turn, the double duel. And Son Goku Zeno is already playing on only 4 energy, so 4 lives. So in comes BMS. BMS tempting fate. Okay. Sure. Shouldn't be much of a problem now anyway. I mean, you pay 1, play Majin Ku.
I think he's trying to play it for the draw, and I think as well he was trying to swing into the little mini pieces on the board. I think, at least anyway, because now he's going to start awakening now. So now both leaders are now active in their both respective awakened abilities, and this is where things are turning up at the heat at this point in time.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Some more card draw here. Getting rid of Majin Ku. That's fine. Looks like what we're gonna play Overrealm. Overrealm into the counterplay, basically warping something and bursting 2, drawing a card, charging Z energy. Plus you get a double named 20k body. Okay. You cannot counterplay because you do not have the Z unison out, so this is a way to get it into play. Sure, here comes the 20k swing at Sangoku Mini. So your opponent can now respond. If he wants to evolve, he can only go into Vegeta now. Still a 25k card, but is 0 protection. I'm not sure you would go and do something like that. So, but Goku Zeno cracking the Z extra to give plus 5k to the double named 5 cost counterplay. SS4 Goku and SS4 Vegeta striking a weak point, making it 25k and comboing with Kai as well. Plus also giving crit. So, yeah. Son Goku here responding with released from evil. Okay, but with still no floodgates out, there is again nothing stopping SS4 Goku Zeno from rebuilding the board. Well, not rebuilding the board, but just swinging at you like mad. And we also see the promo here, so there is a possibility of pay 1, go into Demigra, then use the plus ability to gain Wormhole to play the promo out. That will leave you at 1 energy, and then you can union Otara for 1 energy into the Vegito. That seems like a very good play. He has all of the pieces that he needs. The only question is whether or not he has enough Z energy. I would say no, from what I'm seeing here, but he can charge Z energy. No, rather than that, he's just got... Well, he's gonna go instead for this Goku. Sure. Okay, this works as well. Removing the Vegeta from the field. Does he have enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not that many cards in the warp.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, he's trying to slowly build it up.
Yeah.
But it's just more so just trying to be. I think he's just basically trying to be smarter with his plays, because I think one of the most nerve-wracking thing to have is, as much as you might have won game 1, when going into game 2, you have no idea what kind of silver bullets your opponent's prepared for you as a deck, and just completely shuts you out. So maybe he's trying to play around that a little bit. I'm not too sure. And just trying to be a little bit smarter with the resources that you had. As you said, as you rightly pointed out, Black as a deck is a very short burst sort of deck, where it just kind of has very short but very big impacts within the game, comparative to whereas yellow can kind of play out a little longer and kind of out-tempo the black decks in general fairly easily. It's just more of a question as to, can they deal with this on the board right now? For example, seeing the Vegeta Unison, excuse me, seeing the Vegeta Unison coming onto the board right now, out of nowhere, just going for the swing and just realizing what the level of power play is coming on. And the Okudama player, I think Evon, is kind of going, what do you mean? You get to, it's like, how did you Unison evolve into this?
Well, you know, so yeah, unioning into the big Vegito, not what you want to see. But then again, you are playing a deck that can, a deck which can blank your skills. But Son Goku, SS4, Son Goku Daima, Apex of Evolution is also on 1 life. Usman, I think we might be seeing the end here, unless something very, very wild comes up. Like very, very wild.
I'm ready for wild. I'm always ready for something obscure to hit the game, hit the board state, and just throw everything out of sync. It'll be interesting to see, but we shall find out. It is currently Goku Daima's turn. And yeah, Goku Xeno's like, yeah, I'll take a life, but in response that you're not playing anything at this period of time, from your leader ability to play at 1 cost on the board.
Okay. So, let's see. What can he do? He can play the 1 cost. He can evolve here as well into the double strike dual attacker that would blank and remove the Vegito, thus removing protection. Oh no, or he can do this. Well,
yes,
there we go. GG.
We have wild. I told you, this is what I wanted on the stream. We're going into game 2 by the looks of it. As the Daima player pumps out the secret Gogeta.
Yeah. The Gogeta SCR being played here, one of the most powerful cards in the entire game. Well, whether or not it is fair is up to your judgment, but the card does come down for 4 energy and then creates an energy marker for each card in your opponent that your opponent has in rest mode. And hits for 4 damage and blows up the field as well. Yeah. So I think this is GG now. We're going into game 3. You're not surviving. When this card comes down, it usually has an astronomical win rate. It usually has absolutely astronomical win rate.
Operative word. Usually.
Usually. Okay. 45k, 55k, dual, double. Even if SS Sport Goku survives this, he still needs to get out of the Gogeta swing.
This man is shotgunning. And cool, we're going straight into game 3. Well done to the Diamond player for winning the dub on game 2. Clearly, being able to show that, like, listen, even though black can do specific tricks, yellow can do it just as well. Yeah, and now we're going straight into game 3. I'm going to assume there's going to be some small level of siding. We'll probably figure that part out, and also determine who's going to go first or second.
No. Okay. So we're getting ready for round 3 now. What do you think, Usman?
You know what? I will eat my words. This, I was kind of rooting for Gogeta's, not Gogeta Xeno, Super Saiyan 4's, Goku Xeno be winning this specific round, but Goku Daima has some strength in its own ways. And I suppose now it comes down to who has the better hand, or the better opening hand at this point now, because whoever does have the better hand opens up the literal winning strategy for their own deck. So it'll be interesting to see what these guys are going to be able to accomplish in round 3. Even though both games have managed to be under the score with 20 within the space of 20 minutes, this will be a little bit of a nail biter. I wouldn't be surprised if we went down to time, because they're playing a little bit slower, and just because they both had the wins at this point, which means they're going to be very, very careful what their play is going to be. But we shall see. What about you, Damien? And it looks like we already started. We're going straight into the Crisis Crusher already. Already on board. And pass the turn over. Goku Xeno goes for the swing.
Mm-hmm.
We're milling 3.
Mill 3, please.
Mill 3. Oh, man. Just give me a leader that does say mill 3. I'll come back to the game straight away.
Okay. So Crisis Crusher, the BMS counter is out. I think that, well, I don't think there is anything else how you can actually pivot this matchup. Like, both decks have already placed in all of their silver bullets. I think both have played their hearts out in the last game. So it's, at this point, it's just kind of, it either goes your way or it doesn't. And that's it.
Yeah, it's very up in the air, which, to be honest, I do kind of prefer these kind of matchups where it's not like comparative to the top 8 matchup is like, oh, he's playing this deck and the other player's playing this deck. Yeah, this deck is going to get stomped within a matter of minutes, sort of thing. No, it's actually kind of nicely done back and forth, where you have a very old leader with a brand new engine versus a fairly new-ish leader. Well, BT25, so 5 sets ago, with an amazing toolbox of yellow, but be able to accomplish a lot if the chain doesn't get uninterrupted, which Goku Zeno has proven time over time he can do just that.
Yeah, honestly, as much as I love the yellow Goku mini deck, I will be rooting for Goku Zeno here because I want to see this deck in the finale. I want to see and say, like, hey, it's 2026 and Son Goku Zeno is in the finale. But there is still a very realistic chance that SS4 Son Goku Mini will be stopping his counterpart here, takes another life and awakens into Apex Evolution. Well, from everything that we have seen, unfortunately, it looks like the leader's ability to evolve during your opponent's during your counterplay window isn't really useful in this matchup at all. Given that your opponent just warps everything anyway. So I guess you're kind of playing a bit with half a leader. You still get all of the engine, but you don't get the big, super attractive piece of it.
You don't get the payout that what you want it to be.
Yeah.
But depends, we'll see. I just did notice that the Goku Zeno player does have a combo in his hand. Sorry, the Evil Same secret rare in hand. So there's a big oof coming through if he lets that happen.
There we go. Counterplay, striking the weak point just played is over around here. Still going to be warping something, cost 5 or less, well, something. The 1 cost Goku Mini, giving the leader plus 5k boost, charging a Z energy, drawing a card, bursting 2. Yeah, if that sounds like a lot, this card isn't limited to 1 and is also a fusion piece on top of you being able to play it for free. It's definitely one of the linchpins in Black's arsenal. Because, like you said, Black Toolbox has been expanding a lot since 2020. Well, not 2024, since set 24. They have slowly been expanding into more mid-range-ish sort of playstyle with still ability to burst you down. So, and this is an example of how this new direction has impacted what has historically been a purely aggro deck.
For sure. But the same argument you can make it for yellow, although Dynamo being a newer thematic deck for BC25, it's still a yellow leader. It's still a Son Goku. It still has attributes of saying keywords and being able to commit to plays a lot more differently comparative to other traditional yellow decks. So it'll be interesting to see how this will literally pan out for the Diamond player if you can try and take advantage at this point in the stage of the game. Right now, it's 5 life to the Diamond player versus the 3 to the Goku Zeno player. And Diamond player is responding a lot more to all of the Goku Zeno player at this point, being able to try and slow him down, just like stunning him with the rest of the other plays that he potentially might want to have done. But we'll see what will happen. Within 14 minutes of this match.
So let's see. Going into another Vegito here. And we have a response with Majin Ku. So this is the bigger version Majin the one you involve with. It's a blocker. Draw a card. When he activates blocker, switch into active mode. In that main/battle window, he can play one yellow card, cost 1 into rest mode with skills negated. Unfortunately, this card is really not an issue at the moment. It has no protection, so like it just removes it easily.
Yeah, I think another aspect as well that I'm not saying they have to be very careful with all of their plays. They can't just guess on a whim as to making sure they. Basically, what I'm trying to get my words out, and I'm struggling at this point right now, is making sure they're both playing optimally. They're not playing for the sake of just playing cards on the board and trying to get an advantage. They just need to make sure that every move counts, especially with playing with conditions and playing against the conditions, for example, like Crisis Crusher being on the board. If I'm just reading it, cannot swing if
with
there's a one cost. Yeah, if there's a one cost. So, your Black Marseille is nowhere near safe.
Yeah. So we see the SS4 Son Gohan being played here, just warping a card and going in for a very, very big swing here. So get the counterplay of Super Kamehameha. SS4 is just going to use the super combo, Son Goku Mini. Bottom deck 1, draw 2 cards, gain plus 10k power. Anything else to get out of this swing? We are now in the last 12 minutes before 15 minutes of overtime, so we will be seeing the end of this game, basically. Unless, it will be played out. That's what I'm trying to say. But the single attack has already eaten through so much of SS4 Daima Goku's defenses in hand. Like we have seen 4 cards used in a combo. SS4 down to 2 lives. And Goku Zeno passes Goku Zeno also down to 2 lives.
Bear that in mind that both life taken from the Goku Zeno player were all done by the final Kamehameha ability with the on play. They can just take a life instead of using the energy. So it'd be interesting to see how this will be for both players. I mean, in a big brain play, I assume the Goku Diamond player was trying to basically bait out all the final Kamehas and just be more. And then, because you obviously only had to have run 4 copies of that card, he's probably just trying to make him forced to use all of his resources, especially this specific window in time, and just but then inadvertently lowering him down to the life. And then, as we can see now, we have the 8 costs coming in, and this might potentially. Not saying it's going to be the winning game at this point in stage of time, but it's one of many on the board that we're going to see potentially. I think there's only one way to find out.
I think not counterplaying here was a mistake. Like it's a mistake in an not optimal play, because if SS4, well, it's a question of whether or not SS4 has a counterplay. I believe that he has one. So if he doesn't, that's fine. If he has one, he missed on 5k here. I want to believe that this would have been done already in a different way, just to counter the 1 cost. And now we're getting a negate here from hostiles and encounter, and the last, possibly the last swing, well, second to last swing of the game. SS4 Son Goku, a Daima being stopped here by Dad, basically. By Bardock.
My dad will beat you up.
Yeah. Now we have only the swing with the leader. Unless Apex of Evolution has an overwhelming play in hand and he's just baiting a lot. It's just 1 point of damage, but looking at SS4 Sangoku Zeno's hand here, I don't think that solitary point of damage is going to connect. Let's see. Yeah.
We're living on hopes and prayers at this point, my guy. We're cracking the extra card.
Imagine if the last card in hand is an overwhelm. And he just baits the combo here. Let's see.
I think he's just doing some quick maths.
Yeah, see, there was a counterplay. Would have been very helpful. Okay. Is the last card in Overrealm?
No, it's not.
So that is game. SS4 Sangoku Zeno wins the top 4 and proceeds into the finale.
No way.
We're just an attack away from it anyway. So
never mind.
We go.
Never mind. I completely forgot about Evil Satan being on the
Yeah.
What a shame. Thank you for showing it to the camera.
And that's it, basically. So, when was the last time, Usman, that we have seen this deck in the finale? I can't remember. I don't answer that question.
During COVID. And even then, I don't think it was. I don't think this deck was that powerful enough. There were some other goofier decks being outed in BT11, and I don't think that was one of them. I'm sure, you know what kept this deck in check? Janemba.
Yeah. Yeah, you have been checking the deck with Janemba. You have done us all a favor. So.
Yeah, that, and also, I think, what other deck was there? Xenoverse, the structure deck one, where even if you mill all your entire deck, you
Vegex.
just basically loop it up. Yeah, thank you, Vegex.
But this is set 11. Dark Broly was out as well. So I think this is the same set as Dark Broly. So yeah.
The thing is, if I was to look at it more, the more upset I will get, because it's like, it feels like the good old times when we were all on webcam and stuff for this event. And speaking of webcams, you can get to play on webcam very, very soon. In that 12th and 13th, or 13th and 14th of July of this month, being held by one of the TOs in the UK. And I believe tickets are up as well. So if you want to go start play from the comfort of your own home, all you need is a good camera and a well-lit area to make sure you have enough space to play your cards on the playmat, and you can be able to play. That'd be really good. So yeah, congratulations to the players for winning their top four game. I'm not too sure what's going on with Alex's game. I'm going to assume he has won because it's basically just a repeat of his top 8 game, but just done in top 4. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, we will go into a break, and then very, very shortly we'll be able to go straight into our finals for Paris Regionals. Don't go anywhere. We won't be too long, but we'll speak to you very shortly. Take care.
Dragon Ball Supercard Game Masters French Championship, organized by PECO, held in Paris, has reached the final game of this Sunday. So, yeah, hello everyone, and we are in the grand finale. And it's gonna be a very interesting matchup. SS4 Son Goku Xeno versus Universe 2.
Yeah, kind of saw it coming with the second matchup, seeing how Alex has dismantled Mattila in the first top 8 match, and then proceeded to do that again to Cesaro in the second matchup, which is unfortunate. But here we are, after 6 rounds of Swiss, followed by a top 8. We have managed to arrive to our finals, and we have Goku Xeno, where we had earlier on the stream, versus Alex, who we had very first on top for our top 8 matchup. So the players are ready, cards have been shuffled, and it looks like we're going straight into it right now. So we have Alex on the right playing Ribrian, and then we have Goku Xeno on the left, as usual, on the left played by Dion. So it'd be interesting to see what's going to happen. Which out of the 2 black decks, which is better? The brand new kid on the block sort of thing from the newest set BT30, or a leader back in 2020? Now showing its kind of full potential to with a brand new engine to see if it can kind of take a progression with this game state. We shall find out right now. And just to bear that in mind as well, seeing as this is also the finals, it is untimed, which means there's no time restrictions. If we're going to see Game 3, we are going to see Game 3. There's no block in that sense. If we're going to see, if it goes straight to a 2-0, it's a 2-0. No doubt about it. There has to be one winner for this specific finals, and we will find out very shortly.
No, I'm not sure exactly here. Because I'm like, okay, we have seen the maiden deck do all kinds of crazy plays and just moving cards from drop to warp and then chaining a bunch of battle cards and auto triggers firing off at the same time to remove your cards. But I want to say, like, this has worked very well against decks such as Bull, for example. But would that actually work with versus SS4 Son Goku Xeno, who's one like, I think that this deck is way too fast for maidens. I think this deck is way too fast for maidens.
I would assume so too as well, seeing as how combo-centric maidens are, as Alex has put out very clearly in the previous games in the Swiss round, as well as the top 8 matchup as well. Be interesting to see how well he fares against essentially another black deck, but just kind of doing the similar things, but also doing the same things at the same time. Only time will tell at this point. Bear that in mind that Alex has got the accolade on his shoulders, being one of the best French players, and making us all the way to the 2 Worlds, comparison to Dion, who's made it this far in smashing through Swiss rounds of the Swisses of 6 rounds, as well as making it this far all the way to the finals. Shall see.
Okay, so I don't know, Usman. I'm gonna say that SS4 Son Goku Xeno might be looking at a win here. I am honestly not sure if this leader has actually won a tournament in the past. But
part of me says no.
Yeah,
I'm so old. My memory is bad because of how long I've been staying with this game since 2019. And this leader being back in 2020, a lot's happened since then.
Yeah. Oh well, we will see. We will definitely see. Okay. Let's see. The Z Unison has been established here for SS4 Sangoku. If I'm a bit absent, I am trying to find out has this deck won before. So, okay. Besides that, right, we're at Maidens not being able to actually establish a board. No, I actually have an answer here. Osman, this deck hasn't won. It was in the finals once in the past, but it's looking at its first historical win.
How far, just out of curiosity, how far did you have to float back to find that relevant information?
Multiple pages of data information.
Oh
Yeah.
God! Oh God! Okay.
But hey, now we know. So we are looking at the deck striving to make history here.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time this deck was in a finale was all the way back, and I'm going to make all of us feel very old, in 2023.
Okay, it's not as bad as I thought. I was
Yeah.
expecting to say like 2021 or something like that. Like after the Dark Brody bans and stuff, when that deck was horrifically rampant in its prime meta at the point.
Yeah.
But you know what? I will take 2023. It doesn't. That feels like a little bit like yesterday. We're not too far off from 2023.
Yeah, and it lost to Green Gohan, basically. So,
that does check out.
But now, SS4 Sangoku Zeno is back with a vengeance, and he is absolutely crushing it right now. Water Maidens on 2 lives, maybe 3, I would say, from this angle. Alex scrambling currently for ways to negate, or, well, basically any advantage that he can get against this onslaught. Son Goku Zeno just overwhelming into Bardock the Tenacious, saying like, yeah, you can play a lot of cards during your next turn, but you are not swinging with more than one of them. So be careful which on-attack auto are you planning on triggering next turn. Plus, on top of everything, like that wasn't enough, the Demigra Z Unison is down with 2 markers on it, and there is a counterplay striking a weak point in SS4 Son Goku Zeno's hand. Like this deck is positioning itself for victory, bursting to switch the SS4 Vegito Zeno into active mode, saying like, you know what? I know you have the Song of Love and Victory in this deck. This Vegito is way too expensive to be hit by it. If you're coming swinging, you better come with a cumber if you want to punch through this dude. And you have only 1 battle card swing. So this coupled with Tenacious, actual turn stopper right now.
For sure. Alex trying to speed up his own play, has his own copy of Cumber on the board, well, in his hand, now sent to the warp, but he'll be able to replay that very, very shortly. Whether he does it in this turn, probably the next turn, we'll find out. It's going to be a little bit difficult because even though Maiden is a black deck and it has all the toolbox of a black deck, it's a very super controlled style, almost like a blue/green deck. So you'd be interested to see what kind of play or resolution that Alex is going to try and do during his turn.
Yeah, so he probably like going to Cumber, get rid of the Vegito, warp a life. I mean, it's not ideal. You do prefer to warp when your opponent is at an even lower life count than this than right now. What else can you do here? You're gonna get the card back. There's still Ranks and Supreme Kai on the board, but those are just mostly here for combos. Playing the Chile. Let's see what are we sending to the Warp. Okay, a small 1-drop goes to the Warp, and the only swing this turn is with a 2 cost. Block and Trunks just here to comboing with Bardock as well.
No, I think he's
not
playing
comboing, just tossing Bardock onto the board. Say, well, let's see how you like it now.
Pretty much. I mean, it's not a salty response, but if someone Bardocked me, I would Bardock them back if I had it in my hands as too.
Yeah, but which Sangoku Zeno just says, I have double strike on the leader. Yeah, that's another thing that you need to keep in mind when fighting this deck. He does have double strike on the leader.
And with the ability that Second Universe Witchy Warriors does is being able to remove cards from the drop and into the warp. It's kind of counterintuitive that you send cards to the warp. It's like you're making him stronger indirectly. Although it's serving you the purpose, it's also helping him as the Goku Xeno player a lot more than it should. And here comes the Bardock. He has
the
3.
Cumber. Yeah. Oh, God.
Sorry. What am I saying Bardock for? Yeah,
I don't know. So, okay, now at least we know that Universe 2 is on 3 lives. Yeah. Unfortunately, due to the camera, it is very difficult to see. We appreciate the understanding as the venue is slowly being taken down. It is late in the day, like the sun shining. So yeah, it's gonna be a bit harder to see lives. I'm gonna try to track them as best as possible. Universe 2 now on 2 lives, stopping the attack with support of the Dark Empire and creating a token blocker.
Yeah, and bear in mind, this is finals, it's a best of 3, which means we're going to be able to see all the turns being played out. There's no time restrictions on this, which means we're going to see all the way to the end. The first one to get 2 games under their belt in this match wins the entirety of Paris Regionals. So, interesting to see what deck comes on top between these 2 black decks. As we were kind of like, I don't know. I want to say the word like profiling Majin Buu being the boogeyman of the deck, saying, "Oh, it's going to come out soon. We're going to see it top this, that, and the other." No, I guess we're both eating our words, Damien. That neither, even the 2 green Majin Buu decks that was in Top Cut did not even get the chance to come out into. Sorry, only as far as got to top 4 for one of the decks. So it is what it is at this point.
Yeah. So to say like, yeah, we're looking at not SS4 Goku has stopped before, but we're looking exclusively at his wins, which there aren't any, but he might be making history here. Like it's all. But Maidens is also a deck that's similar to Goku, has stopped also fairly recently. Ever since the deck came out, it has, I think there were 2 pilots, Alex is one of them, who has stopped with this deck. And I believe that I might be wrong on this, but I don't think that Maidens won a tournament either. So these 2 decks are looking at their first tournament wins. Which one is SS4 Goku finally gonna get a win? Of all these Maidens, we have seen Maidens on 2nd place and in top 4 before, so Alex does often come very close with the deck. Is he going to be able finally get the win? He plays his own Evil Saiyan. He brings the SS4 Goku down to 2 lives. Now, without Bardock to protect himself, is Maiden's going to be able to steal the game here?
Or does, if we're writing one side of history with Maidens being the winning deck for a regional, does Goku Xeno come in after 6 years of being printed? He finally gets a win, not just the top 4 or anything like that at all, but more so an actual first place position. Only time will tell between these two games, between these two players, sorry, in this game. They're both currently sitting on 2 life, and they're both trying to swarm the board and take control as much as possible in order to facilitate their own wins in their game-winning strategy, so to say.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
Going to be interesting to see.
What are we going to do? This is a big double striker or cost. Swing again. It is a bit hard to keep track at everything this deck is trying to do. Okay, so we have all of this in the warp now. And Goku just scoops here. Maidens wins the first game.
Wow.
So 1-0
Let's go.
for Maidens. One step closer to getting the first win. Okay.
For sure. Game 1 is gone to Alex, I believe, and being able to try and get this position in his preference a lot more better for him. And then we're approaching sideboards. See with the broadcasters, I think with the general feedback with ourselves that we can't see much of the cards. So he's trying his hardest to make sure we're fixing everything we can. And we appreciate as much as we can that the casters be able to, us as casters, as well as you guys at home, are watching high quality game content. But unfortunately, with the venue telling us to close, with the venue unfortunately for kicking the players out, but we have to see right at the very end who is the winner in this game. We'll find out.
Yeah. So, let's see. Maidens, while you were talking, I just went to check very, very quickly. The best score for Maidens deck was also second place. So both Maidens and SS4 Goku has historically reached the finale, and now they are again on the precipice of winning, except this time one deck will take home the victory. And one player will take home the title of the champion, French Regionals 2026, held in Paris. And this might be the deciding game, the way that this has been going. Very, very fast games.
Yeah.
So Goku's going to be going second now. Okay. See.
Both have managed to complete their sideboarding and now shuffling. And we'll proceed to the cutting. And I believe Goku Xeno is going second this time around. Let's assume because that is the entry marker right there. And Alex gets to go first.
Maidens goes first. Charges. There we go. Getting rid of some cards. Drawing. And just passing the turn here. Nothing else to do. Well, we have Mr. BMS here in hand, making a appearance on camera. So a protector of the people instantly just saying like, no, no Z energy for you.
No, you cannot.
Yeah. Trunks gets milled. So enters play. And yes, here it is. Monsieur BMS comes down to say like, hey, it's time to pay taxes if you want to play.
Ah, yes, two definitive things that happen in life: death and taxes.
And BMS on turn 1. So,
yeah, and that was from the sideboard, my guess is as well.
yeah, probably. But hey, this might just buy SS4 Goku the additional push that it needs as Maiden struggles to set up the deck early on and just has to pass. Just has to pass. Now Goku is looking to capitalize on this. Okay, still hasn't awakened, of course. But once he does, plus he has the Kamehameha, take his own lives, then starts swinging with a big double strike leader at Maidens. Goku is very, very well positioned in this game. Let's see if his plan works out here. First off, counter. There we go, draw. Okay, they're just letting effects sequence properly here. Because when you're playing two black decks which are just sending cards flying, drop, warp, field everywhere, it is important to properly sequence and let both players take their turns without just jumping to maybe accidentally skip something.
Yeah, I think as well. Both players have been told like, you guys need to play quick because the venue's closing very shortly. So I think with I don't think it's pressure of time. I don't think it's pressure of the game itself that's causing the quickness of this game to finish. If effects are not resolving correctly, they're trying the hardest, but the venue is quite stringent with local laws that we try and adhere to ensure that everyone's still, although everyone's playing, everyone's also due to health and safety, everyone's playing safely too as well. So I think they're just being conscious of time, for sure.
Let's see. Chile, what are we warping? Trunks. Okay. We know that the evil Saiyan is in hand. So, yeah, Goku Black has advantage of that as well. Let's see. How is Alex going to deal with this? What else do we have here? So, potential just pay, well, not potential, just split out, pass the turn. Warp. The dual name promo. Go into Maiden's turn, and now it's another one, Usman, where we are trying to track down what is happening here.
I can't see squat, my friend. It's so hard, and it's not, it's nobody's fault. It's just, this is the continuation of having to play card games outside of hours, unfortunately, and you're seeing the end result of it all. But it's fine. It's okay. As long as these guys are still playing and the game state's kept intact, we're still good. Yeah. They're still putting on the show for us, which we, congratulations for them for making it this far. Yeah, I think Alex is on 4 life at the moment right now, and I assume so because he managed to awaken.
Okay, let's see.
Alex on 3 energy, swinging with leader, has a super combo right in front of us. He's got the double strike maiden in hand too as well. Proceeds to block. The Xenoverse player does. I think Black Massane is definitely giving Alex a little bit of trouble being able to try and resolve anything correctly. But he had gotten to the Forecast Maidens to remove the Black Massane, so now Alex is now free as a bird to try and play anything out he wants to play without any restrictions. However, he did meet up with the counterplay Xenoverse Goku and Vegeta, and with the ability to mill as well, managed to also pump out the Trunks blocker when it milled, gets a free play out.
So let's see. Another Rosa or Rosie card basically. Coming down, plus 5k buff on the Song of Love and Victory. We'll see SS4 Goku Xeno comboing out here with Super Combo, SS Vegeta Prince Strikes Back, and just dumping one of the Bardogs. That is okay. Sends this one to the Z Energy, still has the other one in hand, still has the Evil Saiyan in hand. This is a rough one. Like, that BMS has created a lot of advantage in turn 1. Like, it does set you up quite a bit. It does set you back quite a bit. So, sorry guys, it's been 9 hours, almost 10 now. So, and we're trying to track what maidens are doing. Okay.
Yeah, I'm still trying to learn this deck too as well. as Alex is literally flying by like a connoisseur, like, oh yeah, this card does this. And it's like, does it? How do I know? There's so much text on this card. I can't read it that quickly as you're trying to resolve it.
So let's see. Well, at least SS4 Goku has the advantage of the SCR here. Maidens has 3 super combos in hand. Yeah, this is well, SS4 still has Bardock the Tenacious as well, if he feels like he needs to protect himself next turn. We're gonna see a counter being played here. Just play the Ribrian, give buffs, draw a card. So the leader is 20k. What is Goku Xeno going to do? There is a Vegito in hand as well, so he's gonna head for the Z deck, establish the Demigra, and now we're gonna be seeing Wormhole, double Overwhelm, first off Bardock the Tenacious. Just a big like, no, you are not swinging into me next turn. Sending Trunks to the drop and the Bardock here. Okay. We'll see what else comes down there, because there is already one dual name out on the field. We might see the promo hit the field, because that will enable SS4 Goku to go into Vegito for a single energy. That would be a very strong play as well. I think with Vegito on top of the cards in his deck, he is thinking about it. Alex is trying to figure out, do I use my petrification here? Do I just wait? Like, it's best to wait here in case he drops the Vegito down. There is a big swing coming in from the leader. Keep in mind that the leader is a double striker as well. And he cracks the Z extra that buffs the leader and gives him crit on top of a super combo. Like, Goku is going for blood here.
Yeah, he's definitely closing the gap a lot more than anticipated. I mean, it's a very different style of him playing what he has done previously in the past. But yeah, he's definitely trying to bring him down. I assume Alex is on either 4 life or 3 life. Unfortunately, it's very hard to track.
Okay, 3 super combos.
Want to see me do a super combo? Why don't we do it again?
To be fair, you would not have expected him to have 3 super combos in hand. So.
No, I guess not.
No way.
The man was ready. both sifting through their warp just to make sure like what kind of interactions are available. It's I think no, he hasn't passed turn yet with the Gokuzina player. Size to warp. Get 2 mil, burst 2. And seeing as there's already a Trunks on the board, you can't free play another Trunks.
Yeah.
And goes for
but
the
he
swing.
does have this. He does have the setup for Vegito Zeno. So he has 2 double names down. He has the energy marker. Yeah, there we go. Into Vegito Zeno. Swing. Big double. Bardock coming in clutch to prevent the attack.
Daddy comes in and says, no, this cannot happen.
Yeah. Dead making a clutch save again.
Just like the anime.
Yeah. The judge just double checking the Demigra, making sure everything is fine here. And we are off to Maiden's next turn. Okay. Playing the 2-cost Ribrienne. This is the one that pops 2 cards. Or gives +5k twice, apparently. So just eats the leader.
Xena player decides to block with the Trunks. And I think you just had to keep it on the board just to make sure. Even though it's blocked, people typically just skip over the combo phases. Like, well, there's no point; it's going to die anyway. But I suppose with Alex's gameplay, he needs to make sure he's sequential with his cards in trash. What's available on his drop to be able to summon out anything else on the board.
Yeah, we are seeing the Evil Saiyan telegraphed. It's in the warp. It's probably not coming down now. We need to keep in mind that Maidens is under Bardock the Tenacious at the moment. I mean, you could play Evil Saiyan and just use it to remove Vegito. Alex using his own Bardock the Tenacious. Like, yeah, you're not swinging your battle cards at me. The only big upside that SS4 Son Goku has in this specific situation is that the what's it called? Bardock the Tenacious does stop battle cards, but SS4 is still a double striker, a double strike leader.
Yeah. And I think Alex has pushed, I believe that's his deck. That is 4 cards in his deck left, I believe.
Oof.
That's a big old oof. I think we're going to see the second mill of the regional. Damien.
Oh, come on. No, don't lose in the finale due to milling out. Alex also barely has any cards left in his.
This is the way, Damien. You just don't know it.
Okay, so
it's not a Dragon Ball game if you don't get the chance to mill.
I see the Janemba player and you absolutely enjoying this.
I know. I'm strapping on my helmet just to say how much of a degenerate I am. And bear that in mind as well. This isn't Alex's first time winning out of a mill. This is now, if it does go off, it's the second time this happening. So you tell me, is Universe 2 a mill deck? I will proudly answer that question, yes.
Okay, let's see. The swing is in. I mean, you still have petrification. You can just stop him. He's not even looking to stop this swing. He's gonna pay 1. Play the free Brienne. Gonna actually take the damage here. Believe that now Alex is on 2 lives.
I believe Alex is also on 2
Overwhelm.
lives as well.
Overwhelm for the counter. Draws 2 cards. Draws Mills, draws for the Migra.
I'm not even looking at the board. I'm looking at the deck. It's like it's happening soon.
Yeah. I'm also looking at it. I'm like, you're playing a very risky game. You're 1 petrification away from losing.
I'm now locked into the game more than ever.
There he is, the evil Saiyan.
Ripping out 1 life.
Is Goku being greedy going to cost him?
He's being Evil Saiyan being an absolute menace on the board, giving Alex a way harsher hard time. He's already swung with Vegito.
Yeah.
You can't even stand it up because he has to mill too.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Brother, please, no, don't.
No, don't
Alex all he needs to do is survive this onslaught, and then he just needs to pass the turn and win.
But Alex will survive because he played Bardock the Tenacious.
True, that is also true. But he's also on 1 life at the moment, so this is a make or break for the Gokuzina player right now. History is right now in the making. Does he win this game, or does Alex win due to mill?
Oh my god. And that is it. Alex wins. With Maidens, apparently.
Maiden, the secret mill deck there is.
I want to say that he wins this one, right?
It looks like he had enough combo power. Because all you have to do is pass.
Up combo here. Just no. Going on. It's
double check right now.
Yeah. One second.
We will find out very shortly from the broadcasting team. You're just going to double check this. Yes, Alex did win. Good. We got the confirmation. Alex has won. Congratulations to Alex with Universe 2 actually getting the first win of any regional tournament. Well done to him. And I'm happy that he won by mill. But I guess I'm gonna play Maidens from now on. Let's go.
Yeah. So that is it for today. Huge congratulations to all of the players who were playing not only today but over the weekend as well, and the tournament organizer, the broadcasting team, and of course to Alex for finally taking the win with his Maidens deck through milling his opponent. So and thank you, Usman, for joining me here on this 10-hour journey through Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters.
No, thank you, Damien. I managed to get some highlights in my broadcasting, CV as of right now, that I managed to witness not 1 but 2 mills in 1 stream, inadvertently. But once again, congratulations to Alex for winning the entirety of Paris Regionals. Congratulations to the Gokuzina player for even participating and just making it all the way right to the end. And unfortunately, it was not enough for him. So unfortunately, the statistics are being second place in this point of view. But before we go, I just want to give a big thank you to Pekka for hosting the event, the judge team for being able to make sure the games are intact and whatnot, helping other players and giving us the content that we want and watching us, and the broadcasting team as well for facilitating the stream for us too as well. I've done it before. It's very hard to do, but I'm glad, we were kept in good hands. Big thank you to you, Damien, from me, kind of like hand walking me through one of my, like, the last time I think I commentated Masters in general was back in 2022. Yeah, it's like 4 years ago. So interesting to see how the game has evolved to what it is now. And the best part is the action doesn't stop there. We're going to have more regionals, and we have been announced online regionals coming up in like 3 weeks' time. In a month's time, both on the 12th and 13th of July, and the tickets are up. So if you want to go and play, you can play right now. You can play in the comfort of your own home. Just make sure you follow the rules with having a clear camera, a decent setup, and lighting as well, and then you're good to go. And a big shout out to you guys at home for being patient with us, watching all this. I know at the very end, the production was not the greatest in the sense of trying to figure out how much life was on who. But unfortunately, with the venue having to close and kicking everybody out, it is what it is. But I'm hoping you enjoyed the rides, because I know I did.
Yeah. So, and with that being said, thanks everyone for watching, and we'll see all of you in the next one.
Take care.